Prologue. In the empty space stood a creature. A creature. The only thing it had in common with a human was its silhouette. The space was literally empty. There was nothing there. No sun, no sky, not even stars. "Hello, Kyokuyu no Kami, god of the void. Why did you call?" asked a skinny creature in a white kimono, with 2 horns and a tanto in its teeth. It appeared in white ribbons and immediately greeted the silhouette. "Hello, god of death, Shinigami. Let's not be formal. I called to tell you something, but first, let's wait for Amaterasu, goddess of fire, and him," the silhouette said, not distracted from his work. A clot of black-violet substance was flying above him, and from his raised hands, a substance of the same colors was oozing and reaching for the clot. "Don't wait for me, Kyokyu. I'm already here," a pleasant female voice sounded. Then a flame flared up, and from this flame a girl came out. She was the very symbol of beauty. Fire burned in her eyes. Fire also rarely appeared on her hair. Black as night, she was dressed in a beautiful kimono. She just radiated light and warmth. "Hello, gods of death and emptiness. I am glad to see you," she said politely and respectfully, but at the last word she looked at the silhouette with a strange gaze. "So there are only 3 of us. It's a pity, of course, that Seth didn't come. Well, let's move to a more suitable place." Having said this, the silhouette snapped his fingers, and the entire empty space was transformed. Now it was a beautiful room. It could be called the Room of Kings. A table with tea and sweets also appeared. "As always, you are concerned about the comfort of others. And you know my tastes," Amaterasu said, sitting down on the chair that appeared along with the table. "Yes, I thank you too. But this somehow contradicts you. The void where there is nothing," said Shinigami, also sitting down at the table. "I am emptiness, and emptiness does not have to obey rules, and for it there are none," said the silhouette, transforming. Now it was a young guy with long white hair and blue eyes. He was dressed in a business suit. "I see you also liked the clothes from that world," Amaterasu said, drinking tea and eating cookies. Kyokuyu stared at her, which made her feel embarrassed. "Okay, what are you planning?" Shinigami asked his old friend. "I'm going to be reborn," Kyokyu said, making sure everyone knew he wouldn't back down. "You shouldn't do this. I'm against it. Why do you need this?" Amaterasu screamed. I have existed since the beginning of time. No, even earlier. I am the most ancient creature. And let's say, I am bored. Over millions and billions of years, my ass has become full of alls. I want to start over in a beautiful world. I want to experience what life is. I want to have a goal and a dream," Kyokyu answered, and smiled with 32 teeth, although for him, this is not the limit. "I see. Well, we have no right to decide your fate. Seth would only be happy for you if he were here," Shinigami said, remembering how Kyokyu beat them up in a second. "I don't agree! Then you'll forget us and lose yourself!" Amaterasu screamed. Shinigami understood what was going on, but Kyokyu was a dumbass in such moments. "Kyokuyu no Kami, I challenge you to a duel. The bet is any wish," said Amaterasu, and Kyokyu simply nodded. Fire versus emptiness. Who will win? Answer, emptiness. "Shinigami, you are the judge," Amaterasu said, creating a large clot of black fire. She understood that she was screwed, not winning. And so it happened. Kyokyu emerged from the fire without a scratch and absorbed all the fire. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a katana appeared in the hands of the god of emptiness. He pointed it at Amaterasu, and her own technique flew at her. Moments later, Kyokyu was already holding the black-haired beauty like a princess, and he put the katana to her throat. "I have won," said the god of emptiness. "Okay, looks like we're saying goodbye," Shinigami said. "Don't be afraid, we'll meet again," said Kyokyu, snapping his fingers, and there was the same empty space with a black-purple clot. "Finally, I love you." Amaterasu approached Kyokyu and gave him fire. "I'll be calmer with this," she said, kissing Kyokyu on the cheek. and then he completely dissolved, and Shinigami and Amaterasu disappeared, and each found himself in his own home. "We will meet again," they both said, while in their temples. Chapter 1. October the 10th is a joyful and sad day at the same time. It is the day of the 4th Hokage's victory over the nine-tailed demon fox. There were many civilian casualties that day, and now they are taking it out on the Jinchuriki. But first things first, in the Hokage's office sat the Thousand Killer, or Konoha's Yellow Lightning, Minato Namikaze. He had recently ascended to the post of Hokage, and was now suffering from a pile of papers and documents. If I had known that everything would turn out like this, I would have refused this position, Minato muttered painfully. Suddenly the office door was kicked down, and it was a girl with red hair who did it. She pounced on Minato and started hugging him. "Kushina, what happened?" Minato asked, confused. We're going to have children," she exclaimed. "I'm going to become a dad?" the blonde asked incredulously. Kushina nodded. "I'm going to be a dad," Minato shouted, and picked up Kushina. "Two children, how wonderful," Minato said. "Why two?" Kushina said, showing 3 with her fingers. Minato was even more delighted, but after about 5 minutes, he realized the trouble. 3 children, it's so wonderful, but it's also dangerous. What if the Kyuubi breaks out? With 1, the chance was 30%, but now it's increased to 90. Minato didn't know what to do after realizing this. "Don't be afraid, I wrote to Nagato. He will come and help hold the fox," said Kushina, still happy that she would become the mother of a trio of angels. "Since your brother will be there, the chance has been reduced to 60%, Minato thought, but he was distracted by Kushina. "Don't be afraid. Whatever will be, she said. The 4th was about to object, but seeing his wife's raised fist, he immediately fell silent. Kushina told him that there would be 2 boys and 1 girl. Minato was over the moon, and when Kushina left, Dog, Turtle, 2 AN Blue in the named masks appeared in front of Minato. "Kakashi, Rin, your job is to watch over Kushina, so that she is completely all right, and watch her emotional state." Having said the last, Minato began to stroke his sore neck. He knows what his love can do, and was rather worried about others. "Hi, Hokage-sama," they both replied, accepting the mission. "I'm happy for you, Minato-sensei," Rin said, taking off her mask. "Congratulations, sensei," Kakashi said, taking off his Anbu mask, and underneath it was another mask. "Thank you. I'm counting on you." "And call Obito," Minato said to his students. "Okay, Obito will be happy for you," Rin said, wanting to see her friend. No, for Rin, Obito had become more than a friend. "Is he still in this state?" the yellow-haired man asked worriedly. "Yes, after his brother's death, he spends almost all his time at his grave," Kakashi answered, touching his right eye. "Don't worry. Sooner or later, we'll bring him to his senses," Rin said. "I really hope so," said the 4th. The months passed quickly and unnoticed. Now it's October. For these 10 months, Kushina hasn't been herself, just like Minato. They had secured the entire house so much that Fugaku called them paranoid. And Mikoto reminded him that Fugaku had been the same way when Itachi was born. No, even worse. Now she had Sasuke in her arms. The Hokage family and the head of the Uchiha clan were close friends. "Hey, Mikoto?" Well, does it hurt a lot?" Uzumaki asked in a half-whisper. Oh, Kushina, are you scared?" Mikoto said, and the 2 men laughed. "What do you want to name the children?" Fugaku asked. "Naruto, Menma, and Misa," Kushina said, stroking her stomach. "Strange names. Although Kushina chose them," said Mikoto. "And how about going to Ichiraku?" suggested the clan head's wife. "I'm for it. We haven't seen Tochi for a long time," said Minato, already wanting to go eat his friend's ramen. "I agree, since we stopped being Team 3, Mikoto continued, walking hand in hand with Fugaku, and left Sasuke with Itachi. When they reached Ichiraku, Tucci immediately recognized his former teammates, so he treated them with a 60% discount. A few days later, Nagato arrived in Konoha with Konan and Yahiko. Nagato was worried about his sister. "Kushina, how old are you?" Nagato shouted, hugging his sister. "Hello, Nagato," Minato greeted. "Hello, Minato. Kushina, if you feel bad, tell me, and I will help with containing the Kyuubi. But the elder will not be able to come. However, he said that Minato and I will be enough," Nagato said. And then the day of the birth. It was hell for Kushina. She gave birth in the bunker near Konoha. Minato and Nagato held back the Kyuubi, and Biwako delivered the baby, along with Tsunade Senju. And then it was all over. The cries of 3 children were heard throughout the bunker. Nagato and Tsunade went to rest. Minato stayed with Kushina. "Can I have them?" Minato asked, admiring the little angels. "Mother first," Biwako answered, and gave Menma and Misa to her mother. But when she wanted to give Naruto to her mother, the head of the 3rd Hokage's wife fell to the ground. In front of everyone in the bunker, an unknown person wearing a mask that covered his eyes and opened his mouth appeared, and Naruto was sleeping in his arms. "Hello, 4th Hokage," the unknown person said to Minato. "Who are you?" Minato said in anger, "Let go of my son! Give me Kyuubi, or this little angel will really become one." Having said this, the unknown person put the tanto to Naruto. Minato immediately teleported to the mark next to the unknown. Appearing from the side, he hits with his 3-bladed kunai, but the blow simply does not go through. The unknown simply disappeared. However, Minato managed to take his son. The unknown appeared next to Kushina, to which Minato rushed at him. But the unknown threw Menma and Misa, who were with Kushina. Minato was distracted and caught his children. And the unknown disappeared in his cloak, along with the Jinchuriki. The Hokage heard a strange sound, and he remembered what that sound was. Chapter 2. The 4th appeared at the training ground closest to the bunker, where Kushina gave birth. Minato appeared with the help of the Hiraishin mark. After teleporting, he immediately throws away the swaddling clothes that the newborns were wrapped in. Boom, 3 explosions occurred. But Namikaze was already in his house. After putting the children to bed, he put on his gear and a cloak with the inscription, "Shadow of the 4th generation of fire," and immediately teleported to Kushina's mark. Having moved, he sees Nagato fighting an unknown person in a mask. Kushina, chained to a rock. There were some seals on her body. The red-haired man hit with Doton techniques, earth bullets, and fought in taijutsu. The unknown person jumped back. "Ha ha ha! Got you!" Having said this, a seal began to glow under Nagato. Explosion. At that moment, Minato moved to Nagato and immediately teleported away from the explosion. Rov Nagato. I went to rest after all. Containing the Kyuubi is not an easy task. But now that I'm an uncle, it was worth it. I wonder what my children with Konan will be like. Explosion? What? Was there an explosion nearby? But my barrier. No? Someone managed to dispel my barrier, and it's not weak. Who cares? The main thing is that my sister and the kids are okay. I ran along the corridor of the bunker, and entering the room where Kushina was lying, I saw this picture. The decapitated body of the 3rd's wife was lying all in blood, and the head was nearby. Kushina and Minato were gone. What happened here? Was all I could say. Not knowing what to do, I fell to my knees. But I remembered the Fuin, the ties of kinship that can help me find someone related to me by blood. The seal on my hand began to glow turquoise. Now I knew where my sister was. Butterflies of the same turquoise color flew to that place. Now I was running through the forest, and the butterflies showed the way. Running to the cliff, I saw that Kushina was screaming in pain, chained to the cliff, and some seals were spreading across her body. Next to her stood an unknown person with a mask on half his face. Doton, stone bullets. Using the technique, I launched one bullet at the unknown person, since I could accidentally hit Kushina, but the bullet just passed through. Then I went to taijutsu. "Don't touch my sister!" I shouted, and was about to hit her in the solar plexus, but the blow went right through. I've never seen such abilities. I ran at that bastard again, but something started glowing under my foot. "Ha ha ha ha! Gotcha!" said this masked jerk, and an explosion occurred. Now I was 10 meters away from the explosion with Minato. End Pav Nagato. "Nagato, how are you?" asked the fourth. "I'm fine. The main thing is to save Kushina." Having said this, the red-haired man stood up. "I've always been amazed at Uzumaki's endurance," Minato said to himself. Suddenly, Minato and Nagato heard the roar of the beast. They looked towards where Kushina was. Blocking the moon on the rock stood a fox with golden-colored fur, 9 tails, the ends of which smoothly turned into red, and orange eyes with an animal pupil. "Kyuubi, no, Yoko," Minato whispered convulsively. Nagato was in complete shock and walked away from him, running to Kushina. Minato followed him. Having found the red-haired girl, Minato moved her home and placed her next to the children. Having finished, Minato was already standing next to Nagato. The 9-tailed fox just stood there and breathed in the scent of freedom. However, an unknown person appeared at the Kyuubi's eye. The eyes, no Yoko, became a Sharingan. The Sharingan is burning in Kyuubi's eyes, so that means this masked bastard is an Uchiha? Nagato stated the obvious. At the same time, the unknown person, having subdued Kyuubi, moved to the center of Konoha, opening a scroll from which a golden fox appeared in white smoke. "What? Kyuubi disappeared?" Minato asked, not understanding. "Minato, look." Nagato pointed at Konoha and saw the village that the Biju was destroying. "What should we do?" Nagato muttered in despair. "We need to seal it," the Hokage said confidently. "But Kushina won't be able to withstand it, and I'm not suitable for this. Jinchuriki become from early childhood," Nagato said, after which he saw Minato's gaze. "Don't tell me you want to seal it into your children," the red-haired man said with horror. Minato didn't answer. Nagato considered it, but time was against them. "Okay, let's do it," Nagato said. "We need to prepare for the fact that Kushina will kill us after this." Minato tried to distract himself. "Who can we at least seal it in?" "In Naruto and Menma. We'll split the Kyuubi's chakra into 2 parts," said the fourth. "Naruto understands, but why would Menma, Misa, be better?" Nagato said. After quickly discussing the plan, they watched as the Kyuubi fought the Konoha Junin, who were led by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Ha ha ha ha! Well, fourth, you're late," the masked man who appeared said, bursting into mad laughter. "Nagato, prepare everything for sealing, and I will deal with him." Having said this, Minato flew at the unknown, after which they both disappeared. Nagato began to prepare everything for sealing. Kakashi's voice. "Today the teacher will become a father. I wonder what it will be like." Now me, Anko, Obito, Rin, Konan, and Yahiko are sitting in a restaurant. "Seriously, I didn't think Kakashi and Anko were dating," Rin said in shock. "Yes, for about 2 months now," said Anko. "No, my girlfriend." "I didn't expect this from you, Kakashi," Obito said with his jaw dropped. "You're no better. Everyone already knows about you," I said, looking at Obito and Rin, who had been together the whole evening. Rin was still able to bring him to his senses. "I have a feeling that Nagato should be here instead of me," Yahiko said, looking at everyone present. "You know he helps with the birth," Konan countered. "But you would like to be here with him." After Yahiko's words, Konan-san blushed like a tomato. "Come on, I wonder what kind of children Sensei has," Rin said, looking at Obito. "Looks like there will be something interesting." "I'm happy for Nagato. Becoming an uncle is also wonderful," Yahiko said. After which we drank, but suddenly there was a sharp scream and then a roar. We ran out into the street and a nine-tailed fox appeared in front of us. Me, Obito, and Yahiko started attacking the fox using our techniques. Anko, Rin, and Conan started evacuating people. Afterwards, I noticed the Anbyu and the third Hokage. We started fighting the Golden Fox. Third Sama called out his summon, Monkey King Enma, who turned into a staff. Sarutobi-sama hit the fox with the staff, causing Kyuubi to look at us, and we saw the Sharingan. Third Sama, Kyuubi has Sharingan in his eyes, which means someone is controlling him. Kakashi and I will try to seize control, Obito said. Yahiko, cover us, I shouted. I couldn't stop wondering where Minato-sensei was now, and what happened to Kushina-sama since Kyuubi was here. One of the Kyuubi's tails attacked Obito and me, but was stopped by a gray skeleton hand. Do you need help? Turning around, we saw the head of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku-sama, and Pav, Kakashi. Minato's Pav, the unknown person, and I moved to the forest outside of Konoha. As expected of Yellow Lightning, the bastard said. I rushed towards him, throwing kunai and Hiraishin around. Quickly forming a Rasengan, I tried to hit him, but my blow just went right through him. It's Obito's ability, flashed through my mind. But I knew it wasn't Obito for several reasons. First, Obito's dream was to become Hokage, and he was unlikely to betray the village. 2, Obito simply couldn't know where exactly the birth was taking place. 3, the build of the person in front of me and Obito are too different. This unknown person is too skinny and also short compared to Obito. 4, I will never doubt my students, but it is invariable that in front of me stands an Uchiha with a Mangekyo, who can apparently copy abilities. Why do you need all this? I asked. I hope I can talk him into it and have time to come up with a plan. Why? Simply because I want revenge. Konoha betrayed me, said the unknown. No, he screamed. Who are you? How exactly did we betray you? I asked, already preparing to attack. I am Uchiha Madara, he said calmly. What nonsense. Uchiha Madara died in the Valley of the End. Even if he had survived, he would be several hundred years old now. I went through all sorts of options. Madara ran at me. I did the same with the Rasengan and threw a kunai. It went right through, and at the moment of impact, I teleported onto this kunai. However, Madara managed to turn around. You don't learn anything, he said, and the thrown kunai began to glow with seals and exploded. It's a pity that you still haven't figured out my second ability, but unfortunately, my Sharingan has a third ability to see everything in a certain area, the stranger said, but Minato pins him with a Rasengan. I predicted that your second ability is to create an explosion at the point you see. You used the same ability on Nagato, so I managed to move to the kunai behind the trees. But I didn't expect that there was a third ability, although it didn't help, I said, explaining how I won. Madara disappeared in smoke. A callback? I voiced my guess, although I wasn't sure about it. End Minato's Pav. As soon as Madara was defeated, the genjutsu disappeared from the nine-tailed fox, and its eyes returned to normal. But alas, the fox was furious that it was used, and seeing the Uchiha with the Sharingan, it became even more embittered. The fox began to gather chakra and formed a tailed bomb. He was going to throw it at the Hokage mountain, but Minato, who appeared there, moved the bomb as far away from Konoha as possible. The fox became even more angry. Its golden fur stood on end. Minato moved to Kakashi's mark, and then he moved the Kyuubi to the place where Nagato was waiting, having already prepared everything for sealing. And so, the nine-tailed stood in the center of the seal. Afterwards, Minato appeared next to Nagato. "Come on!" Minato shouted, and immediately disappeared. Fuinjutsu, Furious Adamantine Barrier. Right after Nagato said the name of the technique, the fox was locked in a golden dome. Kyuubi tried his best to break through the barrier, but all he could do was leave a few scratches. However, Nagato, who was holding the barrier, began to vomit blood and fall to his knees. "Fuck, Minato! Hurry up! This barrier is already eating up a lot of chakra, so you still need to hold the Biju!" Nagato said, vomiting blood again. Minato moved home. He approached the crib where the children were lying with Kushina. "Minato, what is it?" Habanero asked, barely standing up. "I've decided to seal the Kyuubi into Naruto and Misa," Minato said. He still agreed to Nagato's proposal since Misa has strong Uzumaki genes. Kushina looked at Minato with an uncomprehending look. "Minato, do you even understand what it's like to be a Jinchuriki?" The woman screamed, hugging the children. She was ready to kill anyone who touched them. "There is no other choice," the fourth answered briefly. "Seal it in me or Nagato," Kushina shouted, trying to find another way. "Neither Nagato nor you will survive the sealing," the blonde said sadly. "Okay, I agree, but I'll go too," she said with pain in her soul, because her daughter and youngest son would become Jinchuriki, and that was an unbearable burden. They moved towards Nagato, who was holding the fox in a barrier. "You've taken too long," Nagato said, coughing up blood again. Minato placed the children on the altar and was about to use Fuin, seal of the demons of hell. Nagato held on with all his might, supported by Kushina, while Minato finished the Fuin and used it on the Kyuubi. The fox began to split into two parts, but the fox turned out to be stronger, and the seals of the Fuin broke and dissipated. Now in front of Minato, Kushina and Nagato stood two golden foxes. Nagato and Kushina began to hold them back, Nagato with barriers, Kushina with Kongo Fuso chains. Minato was about to use a deadly Fuin, but was stopped by the third Hokage. "Minato, let me do this," Hiruzen said, and began to fold the seals. "But why, third Sama?" asked the fourth, not understanding. "I saw Biwako's corpse, and now nothing holds me here." "But Minato, you are young, led Konoha to prosperity." Having said these words, Shinigami appeared behind Hiruzen's back. "Shinigami-sama, I have summoned you and wish to make a deal," Hiruzen said. The blonde and the two Uzumaki just watched. "What is the deal? And do you understand the price?" the bony man asked Sarutobi. "Yes," he answered briefly. "The deal is this. Shinigami-sama seals these Beiju into children on the altar. The payment is my soul," the Hokage continued. Shinigami only smiled. Shinigami's hand passed through Hiruzen's chest and rushed towards the light Kyuubi. He then sealed it into the girl. And so, when the god of death was about to seal the dark Kyuubi, it breaks free from Kushina's chains and breaks through Nagato's barrier. The fox realized that they wanted to seal him. The light part was already sealed, and decided to release it. Now Kyuubi wanted to pierce the children with his claw. Suddenly, a dark purple aura began to form around the boy lying on the altar. Shinigami immediately recognized this aura. "Shinigami-sama, hurry up!" Hiruzen shouted. "There's no need for that. Just watch," Shinigami said. "So this newborn baby is Kyokyu," thought Shinigami. The fox sensed that things were getting hot. A dark purple energy burst out from Naruto's body. It began to take shape, and now 8 heads, similar to dragons, I think Asian, rushed towards Kyuubi. They began to devour him. The fox growled in pain, and fear was felt in that roar. The dragons began to absorb the flesh from the chakra. The fox's golden chakra went through the dragons' necks into the boy's body. Afterwards, the remaining body of the Kyuubi disappeared into Naruto's body. Everyone who saw this was beside themselves with fear, which the baby produced. The Shinigami disappeared, taking Hiruzen's soul with him, but left the body, and also put a seal on the boy. Minato and Kushina were afraid of Naruto and hugged Misa closer to them. Nagato was also shocked by those snake-like dragons that appeared out of thin air. Did the Kyuubi take over Naruto's body? Flashed through Minato and Kushina's minds. They thought so because Naruto's eyes after the sealing had animal pupils. One was red and the other purple, and his hair turned white. Nagato took the child and handed it to his parents. He is not our son, both parents said. There was fear in their eyes. Not simple fear, but a primal, wild fear. Like animals that are afraid of fire. On the edge of the worlds, I need to send a letter to Amaterasu that I met Kyokyu, Shinigami said, reminiscing about how he and Seth fought against Kyokyu. Chapter 3. A week has passed since the victory over Kyuubi Konoha has almost recovered this week, but only buildings and structures have been repaired, but not hearts. Immediately after the Kyuubi was sealed, there was a mourning for all those who died, and as if sensing the grief of the people, the heavens cried, and it rained heavily that day. And so, a week later, the Konoha Council and the clan heads decide what to do with the Jinchuriki. I propose that we place bookmarks on him so that he will obey the village. This was the proposal of Homura Mitotoko, one of the elders of Konoha. I support it, agreed Koharu Utatane, also an elder. Also, many clan leaders supported this decision. Are you crazy? We are talking about a child. The head of the Sarutobi clan spoke up. He was a tall man with black hair, a beard of the same color, brown eyes, and a cigarette in his mouth. Asuma, first, don't smoke during the meeting. Second, he is now the village's weapon, Homura said. Hiruzen died sealing the Kyuubi. Shouldn't you want the boy dead more than anyone? Koharu finished. Father used a deadly fuin to save the village, and on the day of the attack, the Sharingan was burning in Kyuubi's eyes. Does that mean that the newborn must answer for the demon's sins? Asuma said. And the Sharingan is a separate topic, the elders looked at Fugaku. I've already checked absolutely everyone in the clan. Men, old people, women, even children. No one from the clan is involved in this, and I support Asuma, Fugaku replied, looking at everyone with irritation. Sarutobi smiled, remembering the days of Team 5. Kushina, Fugaku, Asuma were on the same team. I support these two, said the one from whom no one expected to hear it. Danzo, do you support them? Koharu asked, confused. Hiruzen bet on the boy. That's what I think, Danzo replied. After that, there was a long debate about what to do with Naruto. Minato sat silently the whole time and thought about what he had seen. In the end, they decided to leave Naruto in the orphanage and put bookmarks. After 6 years, he would be given an allowance and an apartment. The task of placing the bookmarks was entrusted to the head of the Yamanaka clan. Although Inoichi was against it, there was nothing to be done. Inoichi walked up to the white-haired baby who had been sleeping the entire time. When Inoichi entered Naruto's mind, he saw nothing. When I tried to put a bookmark, it simply flew away into the void. Coming out of his mind, he told everything. What do you mean you can't place a bookmark? The elders shouted. To put it briefly, the boy is empty, Yamanaka said hesitantly. What do you mean? The Hokage finally spoke up. The boy's mind is empty. No emotions, no thoughts. Not even a chakra source can be felt. Inoichi answered as is. Minato realized what he had done. After the meeting ended, everyone began to disperse. The INBU took the Jinchuriki to the shelter. Minato, why did you abandon Naruto? Fugaku asked his friend. I was scared, was all the Hokage could say. At the same time, why did you support me? Asuma asked Danzo. My teacher said that Jinchuriki are great people, who not only restrain the Biju, but also take on an unbearable burden, Danzo answered. Father said the same thing, Asuma said. He had seen how Jinchuriki were addressed in other villages. He didn't see them as demons. His teammate Kushina was an example of that. Chapter 4. A boy of about 6 years old was walking along the streets of Konoha. He had snow-white hair that reached his shoulders. Strangely enough, it never got dirty. His face had 6 symmetrical whisker scars, 3 on each side. His eyes had heterochromia, eyes of different colors. One was blood red, and the other was purple with shades of sky blue, and the pupil was similar to an animal's. His face could be called cute, if not for one butt. The boy's gaze was empty. Like a bottomless abyss, these eyes terrified those who looked into them. Passing by the villagers who looked at him with contempt, fear, and hatred, he didn't care. Or rather, he just didn't feel anything, and it didn't affect him. And the name of this boy is Naruto Uzumaki. Today was October 10th, the great holiday, because it was on this day 6 years ago that Kyuubi no Yoko was defeated. And on this day, the Hokage had 2 children, Menma Namikaze and Misa Uzumaki. The closest people to the Hokage family came to Menma and Misa's birthday. These were the heads of the Inuzuka, Hyuga, and Uchiha clans. They were with their children. While the children played, the adults drank, discussed their affairs and possible marriage. But Minato only said that it was too early. The children were playing shinobi in the backyard under Itachi's supervision. Menma is a perfect copy of her father in appearance, except for the length of her hair. Misa looks like Kushina, but she has a different hair color. Instead of red, it was wheat-colored, and she also had 3 mustache stripes on her face. Mom, Dad, Sasuke, Kiba, and I are going to buy some sweets and go for a walk, said the 6-year-old boy. Okay, Minato replied with a smile. Be here by 7, shouted Kushina and Sume, Kiba's mother. 3 boys ran off to walk around Konoha. On the way, they stopped at different shops. The shopkeepers were glad to see them, especially the Hokage's son, and did not take money, citing the holiday. Menmu was considered the chosen one. They believed that he was the child of prophecy. I think you guessed who told this nonsense. At the same time, Naruto was walking through the village, looking at the ground with empty eyes. He accidentally touched a Chunin. Sorry! The boy was about to apologize when he was punched in the stomach. Naruto flew into an alley and crashed into a trash can. Hey guys, look, a little demon! The Chunin shouted, and 2 more approached him. How does he even have the courage to walk around the village on this day? Having said this, the second Chunin spat in the boy's face. At this, Naruto looked at them with his empty eyes with a beastly pupil, to which all 3 of them broke out in a cold sweat. But unexpectedly, someone else came into the alley. You demonic spawn, said the Jonin, who came up and kicked the boy in the head. That was a bad move, he said after the blow. The awakened Chunins started beating the boy. Naruto just covered his head with his hands from the pain. Yes, he was in pain, but it didn't show on his face. This is for my father, shouted the first Chunin. You killed my mother, said the second, kicking him. Die at last, said the third. Okay, I guess he learned his lesson, the Jonin said, and stopped the 3 Chunin. As the 3 started to walk away from the boy, the Jonin ran up to Naruto and kicked him in the chest with all his might, causing bones to crunch. The 4 of them walked away, leaving the poor boy lying there shaking in pain. Naruto tried to get up, hearing bones crunching, and then he threw up everything he had eaten, although he only threw up a few liters of blood. After an hour, Naruto tried to get up as the pain had subsided, but the crunching sound did not go away. Anbu, Hokage, and Root were watching all this, but they were not going to help, but were making bets. They themselves understood what. Still, having gotten up, Naruto began to hobble towards his apartment. He walked through the alleys, because that way there was less chance of meeting someone, and on the way, he vomited his own blood. Coming out onto a wide street, passing through it, and turning into an alley, he came home. Walking into the alley, his eyes were slightly drooping, and he bumped into Menma. Not noticing this, Naruto continued on. Hey, how are you treating the Hokage's son? Menma shouted indignantly. Hey, it's a demon, Kiba said with a grin. Then let's teach him some manners, Sasuke said, and threw 2 shurikens at the albino, which he dodged by leaning to the right. Kiba attacked Naruto, who dodged again, and the dog owner kissed the wall. Naruto did not attack and went into defense, because he understood. 1 blow, and he is dead. Sasuke ran into taijutsu, and Menma took out and threw 3 kunai at Naruto. He dodged 2 and tripped Sasuke, after which he sent him into Menma. The Uchiha's body, knocked Namikaze off his feet, but the blonde managed to throw the third kunai. Naruto, trying to dodge, didn't have time, and now the kunai would enter the area near his heart. At that moment, Naruto's eyes flashed slightly and the kunai began to disintegrate into dust. No, into atoms, and simply disappeared. This action went unnoticed by everyone. The Onbyu were just watching the beating. Naruto wanted to leave, but Kiba grabbed him. Afterwards, Sasuke and Menma stood up. "Kiba, Sasuke, hold back the demon." Sasuke walked up to Kiba and started holding his hands as well. Menma punched him in the jaw, after which they left and Naruto was left lying there unconscious. In the Hokage's house. When they came back, Kiba, Sasuke, Maya, Sasuke and Itachi's sister, Hinata, Hanabi went home. Menma immediately started bragging that they defeated the demon. Misa didn't understand why the boy was called a demon, and Minato and Kushina were heartbroken. Minato told his wife what he learned at the meeting 6 years ago. They realized that they were terrible parents for abandoning their child. But they still didn't understand what kind of power was that devoured the Kyuubi. They regretted it, because during all this time, there was not a single surge of chakra, while Kushina had them often. When Menma and Musa were already asleep, the two grief-stricken parents thought about how to help their son. Minato sometimes met Naruto at the shelter under the henge, but the boy did not pay attention and looked at him with empty eyes. When he saw those eyes, Minato remembered that Hydra. Dun. Minato and Kushina opened the door, and Nagato was standing behind it. He had 3 bags and a book in his hands. "Hello, Minato, sister," Nagato said, but there was a coldness in his voice. "Hey, Nagato, are you coming in?" Kushina asked. Entering the house, the 3 sat down at the table. Nagato could not forgive these 2 quasi-parents for abandoning his nephew, especially for giving him to be torn apart by the village, and the elders forbade him to see Naruto or take him. "How are you?" Minato decided to ask. "It's fine." He then took out 2 bags containing boxes in festive packaging. "These are for Menma and Misa. It's their birthday today," Nagato said. Although his relationship with his sister is now strained, it doesn't concern the children. "Yes, they will be happy," said Kushina. "Are you staying here for long?" Minato asked, but Uzumaki didn't look at him anymore. "I have a guess what that aura was, and the Hydra that came from Naruto," the red-haired man said calmly. Minato and Kushina immediately looked at him, as if to tell him to speak faster. However, Nagato simply opened the book. "Nagato, stop! I know what we did was terrible, but tell us!" Kushina shouted, hitting the table and breaking it. "Lankrun, Koriyuki is the first owner of the ice genome, or Hyoton. From the information I got, Kori initially used his power unconsciously. There was a low temperature around him, and everyone who attacked him froze or turned into ice. Kura Asanari is the first owner of the Yoton or lava genome, the same story. Hashirama Senju, you already know about him, the Mokuton genome. When he was happy, the plants bloomed. One day, a dog attacked him when he was still a child, unable to walk. The dog was impaled on the roots that grew next to Hashirama." Nagato finished. "And what does this all have to do with Naruto?" Habanero asked. "That day, 6 years ago, it seems we saw the awakening of his genome," Nagato said. "That explains a lot," Minato said. At that moment, Anbu burst into the Hokage's house. "Hokage-sama, the Jinchuriki has disappeared." Chapter 5. A boy of about 6 years old woke up in empty space. "Where am I? How did I get here? Am I dead?" These were the questions that tore the white-haired boy's head apart, but his face and eyes never twitched. Naruto looked around in the emptiness and searched for an exit. As he walked, he felt the presence of someone or something else. As he walked further, he began to see golden fur. "And here is the monster that ate me," said the creature, chained to infinity. The chains were around its neck, its paws were also wrapped in chains, and in some places the end of the chain dug into the fox's body. "Who are you?" the boy asked, still emotionless. "I am the Kyubi no Yoko, or the nine-tailed fox, the strongest of the Biju," he said. There was pride and arrogance in his voice, as well as a little fear. "Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto." "You're not doing well," Naruto said, looking at the tail. "What do I care about your name? And what do you mean by, 'it's not working out well'?" asked Kyubi. "In all 6 years of life, I have learned to see when I am afraid. Who would have thought that the great Kyubi, the strongest of the Biju, is also afraid of me?" Naruto said with empty eyes, which made the fox, looking into them, remember that day 6 years ago. "What does this little bug think she's doing? Am I afraid? Of the boy?" Kyubi's eyes turned bloodshot. "Come here and I'll crush you to hell," the fox shouted, although it was already the roar of a beast. "Try it," Naruto said, approaching. The closer the boy got, the more Kyubi hesitated. Seeing the eyes, he remembered that Hydra more and more clearly. The fox just jerked his paw, and the claws flew at the boy, but stopped a centimeter away. A powerful ki began to be felt behind Naruto. "Fox-san, you are somehow impolite to the guest," said the silhouette. The fox in chains looked with horror, because near the silhouette were those very snakes, like dragons, that ate him. "Who are you?" Naruto asked in his blank manner. The silhouette began to come closer. The dragons disappeared, and now it was clearly visible that the silhouette was a guy of about 18. His white hair, reaching his waist, was tied in a high ponytail, and you could drown in his blue eyes. He was dressed in all black with elements of red. Who am I? Good question. I'm nothing. But at the same time, everything. But if it's really simple, I am you, Naruto, the guy said, holding his chin. Don't get it? Naruto asked, his face still unmoving and his eyes empty. Literally, I am you, the guy continued to play the organ. I'll explain everything. First, you are in your subconscious. This is the place where you can communicate with me or with Fox-san, the silhouette began to explain, pointing at Kyubi. I see. So I can change this place since it's my subconscious, right? Naruto asked himself. Yes, the subconscious is completely in your power, he replied. But that's later. You probably want to know what it means that I'm you, right? He got a nod at this. I am your alternate personality or second personality. I was formed as a defense mechanism of the brain. You notice that you do not show emotions. The reason is in your genome. I have a genome? Naruto asked. Yes, the void genome. I only know the basics of it. When we were just born, we were in danger in the form of it, the other Naruto said, pointing at the fox. He attacked us, and in order to protect himself, the genome woke up earlier than necessary and absorbed Kyubi, and also, by accident, your emotions. I see. That explains why that kunai started disappearing, Naruto said, remembering the fight. Also, the brain, in order to contain the genome, created another personality in addition to the main one. And this additional personality is me. Consider me your schizophrenia, the guy said, laughing. A monster, a demon, a beast. Now also a schizophrenic. There's nothing to be done about it. What can my void genome do? Naruto asked. You'll find out later, but for now, I'll give you back your emotions. Having said this, he touched Naruto's forehead with his index finger, and the boy's head was enveloped in light. Removing his hand, the other personality looked at the boy who was crying. Hey, we're one, the white-haired elder said, and patted Naruto on the head. Don't you have a name? Naruto asked, stopping crying and smiling. His eyes were shining with life. I don't have a name, although some name is always spinning in my head. Kyokyu, said Schizophrenia. Then let that be your name, Naruto said, smiling broadly. Oh, I want to change my subconscious, is that possible? The albino asked Kyokyu. And what will he say? Kyokyu looked at the golden fox. I don't mind, he said. Great. What's your name? Naruto asked, smiling. And the fox was stunned. For someone to ask his name? He didn't want to miss this chance. "Kurama," he said barely audibly, but Uzumaki heard it. "Okay, Kurama-san." Having said this, Naruto began to change his subconscious. First there was grass, rivers, mountains in the distance. Then the sky and the sun. Trees began to grow. Now the entire subconscious was a beautiful valley. In the center there grew an oak tree, on the branches of which there was a house. "It's beautiful here," said Kyokyu, stretching and taking off his cloak. "Yes, I agree," said Kurama. "That's not all." Naruto smiled slyly, and a second later the chains disappeared from Kurama. "Thank you," Kurama said with sincere gratitude. "It's a bit embarrassing," Naruto said, but he was very pleased. "How do I get out of the subconscious?" asked the albino, looking at his older self. "You just have to think about it." "Okay, I'll be back soon." "Kurama, you can do whatever you want," the boy said happily. "In the real world." Naruto began to open his eyes. The sun began to hit them, causing the boy to squint. "I see you're awake," an unfamiliar voice sounded. Naruto looked and saw. Chapter 6. A couple, a man and a woman, were walking along the streets of Konoha in the evening. They were holding hands and chatting sweetly about something. The woman had red eyes and shoulder-length black hair. She wore a short dress with black stripes that looked like ribbons. On the right side, there was a red long sleeve. On her forehead was a Konohagakure forehead protector. The man has short black hair, a beard, brown eyes, and a wide nose. He wore a head protector with the Konoha symbol and was dressed in the usual leaf shinobi uniform. He also had a bandage on his hip with the kanji for fire. "Asuma, you were finally able to get out of the clan and take a walk with me," the girl said, looking at Asuma, who was without a cigarette. "Well, somehow, I didn't think that the job of the clan head was so difficult, but honoring the memory of my father is sacred," Asuma said. The two walked around Konoha for a long time, stopping at cafes, and now they have already parted. Asuma walked through Konoha, heading towards the Sarutobi district. "Finally, I can light a cigarette," Asuma said, taking out a cigarette at the same time. Now he was walking with a cigarette in his mouth. When he almost reached the block, Asuma noticed a boy lying on the street. "Hey boy, how are you?" Asuma asked. Approaching, the white-haired boy was unconscious. Asuma recognized him as a Jinchuriki and worriedly checked his pulse. There was a pulse. "At least you're still alive. I'll take you to the hospital." Asuma began to take Naruto, and then a crunch was heard. Asuma anxiously pressed on Naruto's chest, and again a crunch. Realizing the situation, Asuma ran towards the hospital. When he arrived, he immediately called for a doctor. "Hello, please help him." Seeing the doctor, the Jonin wanted to hand over the boy, but "I will not treat the demon. Let him die," the doctor shouted. Asuma asked for help but gave up. At one time he understood why no one wanted to help the boy, but at another time he didn't understand, because he was a child. Asuma remembered that there were 3 Sannin in the village now, and Tsunade was just what he needed. Asuma ran around the village looking for the Sannins. In one of the bars, he heard familiar screams. Entering, he saw broken tables. "Well, that's exactly Tsunade," Asuma said, smiling. A couple of tables away, Sarutobi saw a woman with 2 tails yelling at an old man with long white hair, while a man with long black hair, yellow eyes with elongated pupils and markings, watched and chuckled. "Jiraiya, did you want to get me drunk?" Tsunade screamed. It was obvious that she was already drunk, and there was not a single undamaged spot on Jiraiya. Okay, Tsunade, you're going to kill him now," Orochimaru hissed. "Tsunade-sama, Orochimaru-sama, Jiraiya-sama, how glad I am to see you." Asuma drew attention to himself. "Oh, Asuma-kun, good to see you." "What kind of child do you have?" Orochimaru hissed and noticed the boy. "He needs help. The hospital won't accept him," Asuma said quickly. I'll take a look," Tsunade said in a drunken voice, while Jiraiya lay like a corpse. Tsunade began to examine the boy. After 5 seconds, she sobered up. "Quickly, we need a room! If we don't intervene, he'll die!" Senju shouted and wanted to run to the hospital. "No, it will be better in my lab," the snake said, also examining Naruto. "Orochimaru?" Tsunade looked angrily. "I also think that it will be better in your laboratory," Asuma said. "Asuma?" Tsunade became dejected. "I was already at the hospital, and they refused to accept him," Sarutobi said bitterly. "Okay, but faster," Senju gave in. The three ran to the snake's lab. Asuma, Naruto on him, and Jiraiya remained lying in the bar. Arriving at the scene, Orochimaru immediately prepared the operating room. After changing clothes, Tsunade and Orochimaru began to perform the operation. What a horror! The boy's bones are shattered and are held together by a thread, Senju said with horror. Also internal bleeding. "Stop, what the?" said the snake, watching as the wounds from which blood gushed began to heal. Tsunade and Orochimaru were surprised, but continued to use the melee jutsu. And so they wanted to deal with the bones. Like, all the broken bones just crumbled, and new ones appeared literally out of nowhere. Orochimaru and Tsunade were shocked. No, in awe. Not understanding how this happened, they checked Naruto's condition. It was better than ever. "Interesting guy," Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Asuma was at the door to the operating room the whole time. As soon as the Sanins left, he started asking questions. "Calm down, the boy is fine," Senju replied, moving away from what she saw. "Not thanks to us," the snake added. "Asuma, who is this boy, and why was he refused admission to the hospital?" the slime princess began to ask. "Tsunade, this is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki," Orochimaru hissed. "Even if he's a Jinchuriki, how could they not accept him into the hospital?" After saying this, Hime Senju punched the wall, causing it to shatter. "He's a Jinchuriki, and for civilians that says it all," the snake explained, already preparing coffee. "Orochimaru, have you forgotten what you said to Sene?" Tsunade looked at her friend and former teammate with fury. "Of course not," Orochimaru hissed. "It's good that he's okay. I want to help the kid. But I'm tied hand and foot," said Asuma's voice, going over and rejecting the options for further developments. "Me too. I am interested in his abilities. And there is someone who would be happy to help the boy," Orochimaru said. And Sarutobi and Senju did not understand who he was talking about. At the same time, An Ayanbu burst into the Hokage's house. "Hokage-sama, the Jinchuriki has disappeared!" the Anbu shouted. "What? How did this happen?" "Find him!" Kushina didn't believe it, while Minato acted like the village leader. The Anbu disappeared. "I'll find out where our son is," Minato said, hugging Kushina to himself. Habanera was crying her eyes out. "Please, bring him back home," Kushina said, crying. "I will try my best," the Hokage said. But in his heart, he knew that Naruto would rather kill them, and that was not far from the truth. Arriving at the residence, Minato found out who was following Naruto at that moment and sent them to Ibiki. He also ordered to find the Jinchuriki at all costs. Root base. Danzo-sama? The Jinchuriki was badly hurt. He was picked up by Sarutobi Asuma and taken to the hospital. They were not accepted there. He took the boy to Tsunade Senju. The ANBU in the Raven mask finished his report. Next to him stood the second ANBU in the ferret mask. "I order you to find those who caused the Jinchuriki to suffer and throw them in prison. Also, from now on, provide him with support," said the head of Root. "Danzo-sama, Men Manamikaze, Inuzuka Kiba, and my brother Sasuke Uchiha were also involved in this incident," said the boy in the Raven mask. "They brought the Jinchuriki to this state?" Danzo asked. "No, the Jinchuriki simply ran into them on the way," the ANBU in the ferret mask replied. "Then don't touch them," Danzo said, realizing that there was little he could do anyway. "Hey, Danzo-sama!" The two ANBU disappeared into the Shunshin. Chapter 7. Our albino began to open his eyes. Naruto opened his eyes, and a bright light hit them. As soon as he could see properly, he realized that he was in an unfamiliar place, but the smell of medicine gave him a clue. Where am I? This doesn't look like a hospital, Naruto thought, and began to look around curiously, studying the place. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence. Naruto became wary, and a tall man in a Jonin uniform and a cigarette in his mouth entered the room. "Hello, Naruto. How are you feeling?" Orochimaru asked. "Who are you and where am I?" asked the odd-eyed man, his eyes reflecting coldness and emptiness. "My name is Orochimaru. I am a scientist of sorts. You are in my lab." "Hospital," the snake answered, and decided not to traumatize the child with details. And at the word hospital, he made quotation marks with his fingers. "I see." Naruto remembered how he was beaten and lost consciousness. "Thanks for your help, and I'll go." Naruto wanted to get up, but Orochimaru stopped him. "Wait, I'll warn you right away. I don't like messing around with patients. Your body hasn't recovered yet," Orochimaru said, grabbing his hand. "Why are you worried about the demon? How is your business with me?" Naruto asked, squeezing his hand. And in his eyes, in addition to emptiness, a shine began to be seen. Naruto's eyes. His animal pupil began to glow slightly and the iris began to shine. The snake's entire back was covered in icy sweat. And in his head, the interest of a scientist and proud shinobi, he was surprised that the boy's thirst for blood was not inferior to his, although in some aspects it was even stronger. Hey, it hurts, you know." "Demon, don't make me laugh. You're a child with a difficult fate and that's it," Orochimaru said, stroking Naruto's snow-white hair. Naruto simply couldn't believe his ears. For as long as he could remember, demons would scream at him every time they saw him and curse him out. Hope briefly appeared in Uzumaki's eyes, and Orochimaru noticed it. "He's telling the truth. He's a slippery guy, of course, but now he's honest, believe me," sounded in Naruto's head. "You're afraid, but you really don't think of me as a demon," Naruto said seriously at first, but gradually became quieter. The emptiness in his eyes was gone, and there was life in them. Now he really is just a child with a genetic mutation of the eyes and a lack of melanin, but nothing more. This is a rarity, of course, thought Orochimaru. Of course not. This made Naruto burst into tears and jumped on Orochimaru, and he hugged him. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you," Naruto said, crying. "You can cry. Tears are a natural reaction," Orochimaru said. How hard is his life? Orochimaru asked himself. "Come on, someone wants to meet you," Orochimaru said, taking the boy by the hand. They walked down a long corridor, the walls of which were decorated with patterns of snake scales, and the only sources of light were torches. Having reached the end of the corridor, they entered a spacious hall. In the center there were 2 sofas and a table. 2 people were sitting on the sofa and drinking tea. One was completely pale, with long black hair and pigmentation on his eyes. His whole appearance resembled a snake. The second was an old man, all in bandages. "Orochimaru-sama, Naruto is awake," Asuma asked, looking at the odd-eyed man, who was always staying close to Orochimaru like a kitten. It was funny to watch, because everyone knew this Sannin as a cruel killer. "Asuma-kun, please don't smoke here," the snake Sannin hissed with a smile. Only he could allow himself to address the head of a large clan in such a way. "Where is Tsunade-sama? She went to destroy the hospital," Danzo said, drawing attention to himself. "Danzo-sama, I'm glad to see you," Asuma said, bowing. "I'm glad too, and that means Naruto," Danzo said, looking at the boy. Naruto didn't trust them and was ready to run at any moment. "You can calm down. They don't wish you any harm," said the voice that Naruto and his schizophrenia heard. "Kurama, is that you? How do you know?" Naruto asked in his mind. "Yes, I do. I know because I can sense other people's emotions and intentions, an ability called empathy." "Naruto, I'll tell you right away that you also have this ability," Kyokyu said, which stunned the fox. I'll explain how to use it later. Okay, I'll trust you, Naruto said, and removed the emptiness from his eyes. The trio did not hear this entire conversation, but they noticed that the boy's gaze changed. Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. According to the reports, the boy does not feel emotions. But what I see, what is trying to return emotions or impose genjutsu, so that there would be at least a semblance of them? Now there is no need, Danzo reasoned. Hello, Naruto-kun. I am Sarutobi Asuma, the man said, putting out his cigarette. It was Asuma-kun who brought you here when you were in critical condition, said the snake, caring for the kitten that had clung to him on the sofa. Thank you, Naruto thanked. Oh, I'm very pleased, Asuma said. Naruto looked at Danzo and walked up to him. Hello? Hello, Naruto. My name is Shimura Danzo. I am not an enemy, Danzo said. I see, said the white-haired man with a smile. And the boy has a strong will. I'll have to arrange a meeting with him. But how exactly? The elders of the village always know about his appearance, and they won't allow it, thought Shimura. Naruto, I want to ask you, what do you think of Konoha? The mummy asked, and Asuma and Orochimaru became wary. At these words, an ominous aura began to fly around Uzumaki. His eyes became empty again and looked like a bottomless abyss. I don't really care about Konoha, Naruto replied, and his aura suddenly disappeared. The answer stunned everyone present, even Kurama. No, hey, you seriously don't care about this pathetic village after everything it did to you? Kurama asked in his subconscious. Kyokyu was just sleeping in the oak tree house at the time. Well, I don't care about it. And to be honest, I want to destroy it a little. But if they find out, then who knows what will happen to me? Even if I don't destroy Konoha, I will show them who they lost. I will make them regret it by becoming a legendary shinobi, Naruto said with a cheeky smile. You think like an adult, but you're still a child, Kurama said with a semblance of a smile, grin. He doesn't care about Konoha, but at least he doesn't want to destroy it. Although with such empty eyes, I can't understand whether he's telling the truth or not. We'll live and see, thought Danzo. It seems Naruto-kun can control his emotions and this aura, and this answer is somehow ambiguous. However, I can say that he has potential. He can take him as a student. Orochimaru looked at Naruto with interest. Naruto, would you like to learn from me? Orochimaru asked, and the answer was... At the Hokage's residence 2 hours later, Minato sat in his chair on pins and needles. An Ayanbyu, wearing a monkey mask, appeared in the room. Hokage-sama, we haven't found the Jinchuriki, the monkey replied. Search again, the fourth shouted furiously. Anbu disappeared. Minato was very worried about his son and prayed that he would live. At that moment, an Anbu wearing a weasel mask appeared. Hokage-sama, we have found Naruto Uzumaki, said Lasca, removing his mask. Don't keep me in suspense, Shisui, Minato said. He's at home now. His condition is stable, Uchiha said. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 8. Naruto-kun, do you want to learn from me? This statement of the Sannin left everyone stunned. Naruto's eyes began to see stars. Learn from the legendary Sannin. Only an idiot would refuse, Naruto said. Orochimaru, you slippery snake, Danzo said. You're looking for a new test subject, Naruto. Be careful with him, said Asuma, leaning towards the odd-eyed man. No, I don't agree to this, Naruto shouted. You have good jokes. Asuma-kun can code you for tobacco for me, Orochimaru said threateningly, to which Asuma immediately shut up and explained that he was just joking. But why do you want to train me? Everyone thinks I'm a demon, Naruto said, sadly. I already told you that you are not a demon. People fear what they do not understand or what is stronger than them, Orochimaru said, stroking Naruto's head. Naruto, don't judge the villagers too harshly. You'll prove to everyone that you're not a demon and I want to help, Danzo said. getting up from the couch. While he doesn't need to be told that he's a Jinchuriki, he's still too young, are Shimura's thoughts. I will do everything I can to help you, the mummy said, approaching Naruto. But still, why do you need this? The albino asked warily. You are like my teacher. For you my friend died, and I owe a debt to someone else. I owe a lot to my sensei and my friend, but they died. And I also owe one person, a life for a life, and he will be upset if you die, Danzo said, smiling tenderly with an old smile. Danzo's statement left everyone in complete shock, because they knew who the third Hokage and Shimura's teacher was. And that someone could be like him? Who is this person? Naruto asked, since all he knew was that he was dropped off at the orphanage on October 10th. I'll tell you this later, or he'll come to you himself. Danzo began to leave, ruffling the albino's hair. Orochimaru, I think you know what will happen if I find out everything. Then he is your student. I will try to smooth things over. Having said the last words, Shimura Danzo disappeared. Okay, Naruto-kun, you need 3 days of rest. Even if you feel fine, Orochimaru hissed. After your full recovery, we will begin physical and theoretical lessons, the snake added. Okay, Orochimaru-sensei. Okay, I'll go. Let's go. I'll walk you home, Asuma said, taking Naruto's hand. Goodbye, Orochimaru-sensei, Naru shouted joyfully. We are not saying goodbye. I will come to you soon. And you pack your things. Didn't understand. You will come here. Since you are my student, I must keep an eye on you. Naruto had only joy in his soul. After all, he finally had people close to him. He felt a little happiness. Walking down the streets of Konoha, everyone looked askance at a boy of about 6 years old. An elite Junin was walking next to the boy, which made some people think that they had decided to finish off the demon. Hey Naruto, want to grab a bite? What kind of sweets do you like? Sarutobi asked, finishing his cigarette. I haven't tried the sweets. They always overcharge me, the white-haired man replied. Then that needs to be fixed, Asuma said as he entered the candy store. In the store, he saw Mitarashi Anko with 2 children next to her. On the right was a boy with black hair like Anko and dark eyes. On the left was a girl with ash blonde hair just below her shoulders and light brown eyes. Oh, Asuma, how are you? Anko said, noticing Asuma. Hello, why are you grieving for your lover? Asuma asked sarcastically, to which she got angry. Asuma, isn't that Kurenai's present? The girl said, to which Asuma blushed. It seems Asuma-san likes Kurenai, whoever she is, Naruto thought. There is no sweetness for him. Asuma began to point at Naruto, who was hiding like a kitten. Asuma is... Mitarashi began. This is Naruto. We kind of became friends, Asuma said, winking at Naruto to get him to introduce himself. Naruto took a deep breath. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm 6 years old, Naruto said with indifference. His eyes and the auras around him were empty again. 8. Hello, I'm Mitarashi Anko, the kunoichi introduced herself. I'm amazed at how lifeless she is. Okay, we'll go, Asuma said, taking some sweets. After walking a little, Asuma gave Naruto some dango. Well, is it tasty? Very. I've never tasted anything tastier, Naruto said, enjoying the taste. Well then, enjoy, and know that Orochimaru won't spoil you. I'm sure he'll write you with pills, Sarutobi began. And your emotions. You control them, right? I just want to say, be more open, Sarutobi said anyway. Well, I'll try. But it happens naturally, Naruto said. Well, keep trying. Such a thing is not unbecoming for a man, Asuma said. Then Asuma walked Naruto to his apartment. To settle a child in this house, yes, he holds on to his word of honor, thought Asuma. Naruto led the way. With every step, Asuma wanted to take Naruto away from here. The railings on the stairs were broken. There were holes in the walls, and there were puddles everywhere from the recent rain, which indicated that the roof was also full of holes. The only normal doors had "die" written in paint. "Here I am, home," Naruto said. Asuma looked into the apartment and was surprised by the order in the apartment. Of course, everything was not sparkling clean. "Okay, Asuma-san, goodbye. Thanks for the treats," Naruto said, as Asuma, leaving, became more and more aware of the situation. Chapter 9. A week has passed since Naruto became Orochimaru's student. During this time, Naruto began to learn in theory. Orochimaru forbade Naruto from any heavy physical exercises, saying that the body needs rest. But in fact, he was trying to understand what kind of power it was. But for now, it is a secret behind 7 seals. Sannin conducted an examination and was surprised that a 6-year-old child had such a fast regeneration, but attributed it to the fact that Naruto was a Jinchuriki, but still doubted. Sannin also noted that Naruto is very smart for his age. Orochimaru gave Naruto books on shinobi history, medicine, weapons, poisons, chakra, and psychology. The Sannin said that a ninja should be versatile, and Naruto agreed. Danzo had been trying to help the boy all week. He had gotten the adoption papers. All that was left was a signature. But since Naruto was an orphan on paper and did not live in an orphanage, only his consent was needed. He was also able to make copies of some of the others' techniques. Minato and Kushina were very worried about Naruto, but hearing that he was okay calmed them down for a while. Kushina asked Minato to return their son to the family, but Namikaze simply did not know what to do. Since Naruto is a Jinchuriki, his fate is decided by the Konoha Council, and it is not in his favor. All that Minato himself could achieve was an increase in benefits. But thanks to the support of his followers, as well as a few remaining Fuin masters, everything became easier. Danzo said that Naruto is now Orochimaru's student, to which many were outraged. But the answer was that if they have complaints, go to the Ipartil, Sannin personally. In Orochimaru's lair, in a large library sat a boy with white hair. He was reading a variety of books. A shadow appeared behind the boy. "Naruto-kun, how is the training going?" asked the approaching Sannin. "And Orochimaru-sensei, I learned so many interesting things. Features of the body structure, methods of developing the body and chakra," Naruto said, putting the book aside. "Okay, your body has fully recovered, and now we can begin training in taijutsu," Orochimaru hissed. Naruto had stars in his eyes. "Hooray!" Naruto shouted. "I'm busy now, but I asked Asuma-kun to take care of this. He's waiting for you at Training Ground 10, the snake hissed. The albino happily ran to the named training ground, and Orochimaru watched with a smile. He liked teaching Naruto. He considered him a genius. Naruto ran to the 10th training ground, where he saw Asuma sitting under a tree. "Hello, Naruto. I see you're feeling better," Sarutobi said. "Hello, Asuma-sensei. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei said that now I can train physically as well," the albino replied. "Okay, let's get started. First, run 2 laps around the training ground, do 20 squats, 10 push-ups, and 15 sit-ups," Asuma said. And Naruto started doing it. After running 2 laps, he collapsed without strength, because 1 lap was a kilometer long. After resting, the Jinchuriki began the rest of the exercises. When he finished, he couldn't move. "Well done, Naruto. Once you've had some rest, we'll meditate to awaken your chakra center." An hour later, Naruto had recovered a bit, and they began to meditate. All of this was observed by 2 ANBU wearing raven and weasel masks. "Yeah, the guy has a lot of stamina for his age," Shisui said. "Yes, he is much superior to Sasuke," Itachi said. 30 minutes later, the person in question shouted. "Yes, I felt the chakra," the albino shouted. "So fast." "He's a fucking genius," were the thoughts of the 3 observers. "Itachi, it seems he's as brilliant as you and me," Shisui said. "I was wondering what would happen if Naruto met your sister. She's a genius too," Itachi voiced his thoughts. "That's a good idea. She doesn't really have any friends after all," Shisui said, remembering his sweet little sister. "Naruto, you're a genius, awakening the chakra center so quickly." Some people need months to do this, Asuma said, taking out a cigarette. Naruto just got embarrassed. Okay, now start driving chakra through the chakra channel, Asuma said. The rest of the time, the odd-eyed one spent his chakra until he passed out. Asuma took the boy on his back and went home. Shisui and Itachi reported everything to Danzo. Chapter 10. The rising sun illuminated Konoha. Light began to penetrate into every house, waking up the villagers. Only shopkeepers, some shinobi, and the Hokage get up so early. A ray of light went into one of the houses and fell on the eyes of a white-haired boy. Opening his eyes, red and purple eyes with dilated cat pupils became visible. "It's already morning," Naruto said, rubbing his eyes. "So this isn't a dream," Naruto said with a smile, because he was not in his apartment, but in Asuma's house. Flashback. A tall man with a bandage on his hip was walking along the road. It had the kanji for fire written on it. On the man's back was a boy of about 6 or 8 years old with snow-white hair. "You did a good job today, Naruto," Asuma said. "Yes, sensei," Naruto said in a tired voice. They walked through Konoha, which began to sink into the darkness of the night. However, this darkness began to be dispersed by the lit lanterns. Asuma turned into his Sarutobi quarter, which did not go unnoticed by Naruto. "Asuma-sensei, my house is on the other side," the albino began to speak in an empty manner. "I know, but Orochimaru also corrected me to shelter you for a few days. He says that he did not take into account that there are many materials in his laboratory, and few of them are harmless. And also, there is no room for you, so," said the former ninja protector. "Got it," Naruto replied in the same manner, but now with a gentle smile. "So that's decided. You can pick up your things tomorrow or buy new ones. By the way, I can understand why you speak in such a manner in public, but why now?" asked Sarutobi. "It's just that I feel less tired this way," the odd-eyed man replied. "It's clear." Naruto didn't hear the last words because he fell asleep. End flashback. Naruto started to go down to the first floor. After wandering around the house for a bit, he found the kitchen where Asuma was cooking. "Naruto is awake. Wash up, the bathroom is down the hall, and let's go have breakfast. Afterwards you have physical training, and then you go to Orochimaru," Sarutobi said. "Okay," Naruto said. Having quickly washed himself, the albino went to have breakfast. "Asuma-sensei, aren't you married?" Naruto asked. After this question, Asuma had a dead fish look for a moment. There was no answer. "Or are you in love with Kurenai-san, the one that the black-haired lady in the candy store was talking about?" Naruto said, remembering her name. "Who said?" Asuma asked, jumping up. "Orochimaru? I'll kill this snake in the grass," thought Sarutobi. "Nobody." "I think so, and it seems like Kurenai-san loves you too," Naruto said, remembering the words of his schizophrenia. "That's right. Kyokyu said that I have the ability like Kurama to feel emotions. I should ask him about it later." "Are you serious?" asked Asuma, who had calmed down. "Yes," the albino answered briefly. Afterwards, the two had a quiet breakfast of bacon and eggs. Asuma was a mediocre or amateur cook, Naruto noted. Having complained about being busy with the clan's affairs, Asuma thanked Naruto and Orochimaru for the opportunity to pin it on someone else, while having a perfect alibi, because if the Sanin himself asks, and not Tsunade and not money, then it was impossible to ignore the request. For a full house, it was missing to add that it was Orochimaru. After leaving the house, Sarutobi and Uzumaki went to the training ground. As they walked, the villagers cast a look of hatred at Naruto, to which he simply entered the mode of a hollow, and he didn't care about anything. They reached the training ground in 15 minutes. During this time, 2 ANBU joined them and began to watch Naruto. Itachi and Shisui became curious about how strong Naruto would become. After all, not everyone can awaken a chakra source in 20 minutes at the age of 6. "Okay, Naruto, let's begin. Run 3 laps around the training ground, do 25 squats, 20 push-ups, and 20 sit-ups," Asuma began listing, smoking his cigarette. Is it just me, or did you increase the load to develop my muscles? Naruto asked, raising one eyebrow. You're smart. Yes, it's for developing your physical form, Asuma said, stroking Naruto's head. Naruto just sighed and started running. I thought he was going to complain, Itachi said, looking at Naruto. He's only 6 years old, but he already has character, Shisui said. Naruto finished all the exercises in 2 hours. After a short rest, he began to meditate and disperse chakra through the chakra channels. Asuma and 2 Uchiha watched all this. Driving chakra through the channels, the odd-eyed man tried to enter his subconscious, and he still succeeded. Entering the subconscious, Naruto found himself in a house. The living room of the house was still filled with light. The multicolored windows gave it a vintage look. Everything was made of wood. There was a multicolored carpet underfoot. There were vines or other plants on the walls. Naruto was surprised, because when he changed the subconscious, he did not imagine everything in the house in such detail. There were many rooms in the house, but the albino heard a rather familiar voice. Your mother! How could I lose again? Came the roar. Naruto immediately ran to the door. Opening it, he began to descend the spiral of the twisted wooden staircase. Running out onto the street, one could see that the house where our hero appeared was inside a huge tree. Naruto looked around and looked at the huge fox holding his head. Opposite him sat Naruto's second personality with waist-length hair. Between them was a shogi board. The board also had a scoreboard where the score was 50-10, and below it was 5. What's going on here? Naruto asked, glaring at the 2 tenants. Oh, hello, other me. It's just that Kurama and I decided to play shogi, and he got mad because I won 40 times in a row. Yeah, did you see how I changed the design of the house a little? Kyokyu said with a smile. How can this be? I can't lose like this. More! I demand more! Kurama whined at first, and then began to shout, demanding a rematch. Okay, Kyokyu said, snapping his fingers, and the shogi began to levitate, after which they moved to their original places. Naruto looked at what the other him had done and lit up. Kyokuyu, will you teach me how to do this? Naruto asked. What makes you think you'll succeed? He asked. Kurama didn't risk interfering in their conversation. If you can do it, then so can I, because we are one and the same person, said Uzumaki. I see you haven't forgotten. Well done, I give you a 5, Kyokyu said, giving a thumbs up. Yes, you can easily learn this. This is one of the capabilities of your void genome. After finishing speaking, Kyokyu looked at Naruto. What else is this genome capable of? Asked Albino Jr. A lot, Kyokyu answered briefly. Well, it looks like you can absorb someone else's chakra and some abilities and dispel techniques, Kurama said. Really? That's cool. But how does Kurama know that? Said the odd-eyed man. And Kyokyu simply waved his hand, and he already had a cup of something hot in his hands. When I tried to kill you, forgive me for that. I was being devoured by the dragons that formed from your aura. These dragons were absorbing my chakra, and when I tried to use a technique to get out, I couldn't, the fox explained. I see. Thanks for telling me. And I'm not mad at you, Naruto said. It's just like Kurama said. This is one of the genome's possibilities, Kyokyu said. We don't have much time, so listen, Naruto. Focus on the energy that is deep inside you. Feel this energy and connect it with chakra, Kyokyu explained, and Naruto listened carefully. Naruto went back into meditation and began to concentrate on himself, trying to look into his soul. A purple-black aura began to fly around Naruto. Rav Naruto. After Kyokyu's explanation, I began to meditate. I can't say it was easy for me. What exactly should I concentrate on? I can't figure out. I tried to do at least something. Wait, Kyokyu said. Is this energy of emptiness deep inside me? Doesn't it mean that it's like my soul? Slowly concentrating on the soul. Looking deep inside, I saw the light. When I opened my eyes, I saw something like a film that surrounded me. It had a purple color. but there was also blue and red on a black background. Well done. That's your aura of emptiness. I can explain the abilities, but we'll teach them later, Kyokyu said. Well, now at least I will know something about my genome. Okay, I agree, I said. Great. Listen here, the void genome is capable of creation and destruction, and there are several other abilities. Create and destroy? I think I've already used destruction twice. Ah, my holy head. I completely forgot about empathy, although this is Kurama's ability, so he will explain. I looked at Kurama and waited for an explanation. Okay, I'll tell you what empathy is. It's my sensor ability. It allows me to feel the emotions of others as well as their intentions, Kurama said. Then why do I feel only fear? I asked the question that interested me. When we received this ability, the strongest emotion around us was fear, so we feel it more clearly. Kyokyu inserted his 3 ryo. I see. Thanks for the explanation, I said. Naruto, I will teach you how to use our power later, but I don't know everything about the genome myself, so I will teach you what I know, and then you will master it yourself, Kyokyu said. Okay. Bye. I'll come by later. End Pov Naruto. In the subconscious, only the boy and the fox remained in the clearing. What about Kurama? I have 50 wins, 10 losses, and 5 draws, Kyokuyu said, smiling from ear to ear. So now tell me, why are you helping Naruto and just saying your name? Kyokuyu said in a non-human voice, covered in a black substance, and purple. Clots of energy began to appear behind his back. One of the clots became an 8-headed dragon, and the rest became masks of Oni demons. I just wanted to survive at first. At first, after you ate me, I was scared. I couldn't sleep. And when Naruto came, I cowered in fear. But I still have the pride of the Biju, and then you came. I thought you would just kill me. But Naruto saw me as a potential friend, not a weapon, not a monster, but a friend. And you saw me as an equal. I just want to help Naruto, since we became friends. I see, Kyokyu said, dispelling the masks and the Hydra, and becoming his former self. Another game? He asked the fox. You ask, said Kurama, moving his knight. In the real world. Naruto has been meditating for an hour already. I didn't expect this from him, Asuma thought. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura began to emanate from Uzumaki. Shisui and Itachi came out of hiding and drew their tanto. Did the Kyuubi take over Naruto's body? Itachi asked. After a few seconds, the aura disappeared and Naruto opened his eyes. He liked this picture. 2 ANBU in raven and weasel masks standing in front of him, with Asuma next to them. Not understanding anything, Naruto tried to use empathy and surprisingly, he succeeded. Chapter 11. There was a child with white hair sitting on the training ground, and in front of him stood 3 adult men, 2 of whom were wearing ANBU masks. Naruto didn't understand what happened and why Anbu and Asuma were so careful, as if they felt their death. I'll try to use empathy, our hero thought. And surprisingly, he succeeded without any particular problems. Naruto began to feel emotions such as fear, anxiety, confusion, and a desire to save. Did the Nine Tails take over Naruto's mind? Or is Naruto unknowingly using the Kyuubi's chakra? But if it is the Kyuubi's chakra, why is it dark in color? Itachi made his guesses. How could we have missed the moment when Naruto was covered in this strange chakra? But why did it disappear so quickly? Not about that. Now we need to knock Naruto out before he hurts himself or goes to destroy the village, Shisui concluded. I hope Naruto is okay. But this chakra that was there now is not quite like the chakra of a Biju. From my experience, I can say that this chakra is probably much more terrible, Asuma thought. So many emotions, but there is no hatred in all of them, but a desire to save someone. Who? Me? Naruto thought and began to get up. The onlookers tensed. Itachi and Shisui raised their tanto. Asuma took a stance. I probably don't understand something, but what the hell is going on here? Naruto said. breaking the silence. The three shinobi just stared blankly. Naruto approached them and started snapping his finger. "Hey, can you hear me?" Naruto shouted. "Naruto, how are you?" Asuma woke up and began to examine Naruto. "Exhale, are you okay?" exhaled Sarutobi. "I'm fine. What about you?" Naruto asked. "And is it really true that the ANBU don't give a damn about me anymore, that they don't even hide?" the albino said, glaring at the two shinobi in the raven and weasel masks. "Sorry, we were just worried about you," Shisui began to say. "Worried about me? I believe you. I believe you," Naruto interrupted Shisui. "Wait, Naruto, so you knew that Anbu were watching you?" Itachi asked. "Yes, I knew," Naruto replied. "Who told you?" Asuma asked. "Oh, no one. I just saw people in masks once after the beating. They were so happy that you could see it even through the masks," Naruto said. They almost shouted, "I hope the demon dies this time." After which they left and kicked me a couple of times, saying, "I'm so tired of watching him, but at least we get money. You won't complain. We didn't really watch him," Naruto said, quoting those Anbu. All three were in shock. Shisui and Asuma were about to kill those Anbu. Itachi wondered what Danzo would do to them. "You're a good boy. You've endured so much. Not even every adult can endure something like that." Itachi took off his mask and squatted down to be the same height as Naruto and put his hand on his shoulder. "What kind of masks were they wearing?" Itachi asked. Mouse and rat," Naruto said. Shisui felt very sorry for Naruto because he had no one who could help him. "Naruto, do you want me to train you?" Shisui asked, also removing his mask. "Yes, if Asuma-sensei doesn't mind," Naruto said, looking at Sarutobi with some hope. "Of course, I'm going on a mission soon anyway. I was already thinking of finding you a teacher," Asuma said. "Thank you," Naruto said, smiling widely. "But still, what kind of chakra was that?" Itachi asked. "I don't have the slightest idea," Naruto said. "But lying is not good," Shisui said, looking at Naruto with his Sharingan. "Kurama, Kyokyu for help." Naruto began to ask for help, sweating. "Tell me that you sensed my chakra and started taking it. And somehow you managed to keep it under control," Kurama said. "Okay, thank you," the albino said in his thoughts. "Please. And we have a new party, so we'll disconnect. And yes, ask to know the elements of your chakra," Kurama said, thinking about his next move. As soon as the fox cut the connection, Naruto began to calm down and began to look at the three shinobi. "So what do you say?" Itachi asked, and also flashed his Sharingan. "Okay. When I was meditating and chakra driving, I felt some other one and tried to hire it too." He began to hang noodles on the ears of his interlocutors. "Stop, Naruto! Did you feel any scary thoughts or a voice that was pushing you to do something?" Asuma started asking. Itachi and Shisui were thinking and listening at the same time. "No, I didn't hear. I just felt incredible power and something else, as if my chakra began to flow quickly like water. Then it began to burn, and then it became hard. And lastly, it seemed to disappear and reappear," Naruto said. Now he was not lying. "Did you feel like your chakra was changing?" Shisui asked. "Let's test your chakra," Itachi said. "Hey, I kind of need to see Orochimaru-sensei," Uzumaki said. "Then we'll check with him," Itachi suggested, and everyone supported him. 4 people were walking along the path that led from the edge of the village to the abandoned training ground number 20. Or rather, 3 people, with Naruto riding on Asuma's shoulders. Sarutobi tried to persuade him to go with the 2 of them, but as it became clear, Naruto had inherited the Uzumaki's stubbornness. Arriving at the lair of one of the Sannin and going into the living room, Itachi and Shisui knelt down on one knee because Danzo was sitting on one of the sofas. "Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama," the Uchihas said at the same time. "Hello, Grandpa Danzo," Naruto said, sitting down on the knees of the root's head. "Ha ha ha, you have a lot of impudence, just like Hiruzen," said a smiling Danzo. Asuma, Itachi, and Shisui were taken aback when they saw Shimura's smile. "No, Danzo smiled seriously, and he smiled like an old man. It's strange that Itachi and Shisui came with Naruto without hiding. It seems like something happened. I hope they'll report to me, Shimura thought. 5 minutes later, Orochimaru came out. Oh, Naruto-kun, glad you came. Let's test your knowledge. Tell me what Bukijutsu is and everything you know about it. The Sannin asked the question right away. Our albino didn't lose his composure and answered immediately. Bukijutsu is the art of wielding weapons. Weapons are always useful, both in direct use in combat and in combination with techniques. Some weapons are made of chakra-conducting steel, which makes it easier to pour chakra into them, and the direct pouring of chakra into a weapon is called chakra flow. There is also the art of creating weapons that have special properties, the so-called artifacts, as an example. I can cite the 7 swords of the mist, Naruto said proudly, which amazed everyone. Some wondered if he really had 6. Well done, Naruto-kun. And what subcategories? The snake said, pouring tea for everyone present, except for Naruto, for whom he poured apple juice. Subcategories of Bukijutsu. Shuriken Jutsu includes the ability to throw kunai and shuriken. Kenjutsu, swordsmanship. Kyakujutsu, the use of explosive seals in a variety of ways. Bojutsu, staff mastery. Puppet techniques. Kyujitsu, archery. Kusarigama Jutsu, mastery of Kusarigama. These are the most used, Naruto finished, exhaling. Everyone was absolutely shocked, even Orochimaru a little. How could a 6-year-old remember so much information? You're a genius, Naruto-kun. Did any of this interest you? The Sannin asked an interesting question. I want to learn Shuriken Jutsu, Kenjutsu, Bojutsu, Sojutsu, and Kyakujutsu, Naruto said with a smile. And considering our hero's appearance. What the hell kind of demon is an angel? Flashed through everyone's minds as they saw that smile. And Orochimaru-sama, Danzo-sama, we have something to tell you, may I speak to you? Shisui asked. Danzo stood up, lifting Naruto up and sitting him on the couch. Sit here until we get back soon, Danzo said, patting Naruto on the head. Naruto just nodded. Everyone stood up and began to go into the next room. Shisui's pav. We left Naruto and went to the next room. Damn, why doesn't Orochimaru-sama have proper lighting? After walking a little more, we stopped. So what did you want to tell me? Danzo said in his usual manner. The first and most important thing. During training with Asuma-san, Naruto was driving chakra through the chakra channels, and it seems he was using the Kyuubi's chakra, Shisui said seriously, and Danzo seemed to have a breakdown at the last word. But it quickly disappeared. It seems Naruto can control the Biju's chakra without any problems. He says it doesn't have any negative effects on him, Itachi quickly said, reassuring Shimura. That's good. Thank God he's okay, said Danzo. He had already begun to see his grandson in this boy. But there's something else, right? Orochimaru said, glancing at Asuma. Perhaps there was something else besides the Kyuubi chakra. I experienced the Biju chakra on my own skin, and I can say with confidence that Naruto's chakra is much denser and more terrible, Asuma began to say, remembering how Kushina got carried away during team missions. I have information that Naruto may have a genome. It seems like you felt this chakra, said Mummy. Where did you get this information? The snake showed off. There is a reliable person who does good to Naruto, Danzo said. I'll assume he's Uzumaki, Orochimaru said, and walked back. Yeah, Naruto is something extraordinary. First, he awakened the chakra center in 30 minutes. Then, without much effort, he started to drive it. He harnessed the Kyuubi chakra. And the icing on the cake is the genome. No, I definitely need to introduce him to my sister. After all, she has a clan ability in addition to the Uchiha Sharingan, which everyone is afraid of. Well, I think I'll tell you about those ANBU later. And perhaps I'll ask you to train Naruto together with his sister. End Pav Shisui. Arriving back at the hideout's living room, where Naruto was sitting and sipping juice, everyone sat back down in their seats. Naruto, I want to tell you something. It's about that chakra, Danzo began. Everyone immediately understood what he was talking about. Uzumaki looked a little interested. Naruto, you are the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox Kyuubi. But Yoko? Danzo said. I see. That explains a lot, Naruto said. Everyone was in shock. No fucking way. What? When everyone hates you, you want to find a reason for it. I read about Baiju and Jinchuriki in the library, and I just put 2 and 2 together, Naruto began to explain. Now no one doubted that he really was a genius. Hey Naruto, are you serious right now? A familiar growl sounded in Naruto's head. Well, partly before that I didn't give a damn about hatred. But somehow, by chance, when I was reading a book in the shelter I came across a book with pictures of Baiju. I became interested, and then I had a guess, but I wasn't 100% sure. I didn't really notice it the first time we met. Okay, I'll go. Kyokyu and I also wanted to play Reversi. Have a good game, Naruto finished speaking and looked at everyone else. They still had surprised looks. Orochimaru-sensei, can you check what elements I have? Naruto decided to change the subject. Of course you can, said the snake, recovering from the shock. I wonder what kind of gene my student has, thought the snake Sanin. Orochimaru left and came back very quickly, with several chakra sheets in his hands. Now, Naruto, I think you know what to do, the snake said. Everyone began to watch Naruto. The albino took 6 chakra leaves, 3 in his right hand and 3 in his left. He began pouring chakra into the leaves, and something happened that shocked everyone for the umpteenth time that day. The first leaf got wet, and water ran onto the floor. The second one burned in a big flame. The third one was cut into 4 pieces. The fourth one crumpled up, and electric sparks started running through it. The fifth one rotted. Everyone was surprised that Naruto had all 5 basic elemental transformations. As Naruto poured chakra into the last piece of paper, his eyes began to shine, and the last chakra-conducting sheet was covered with a black-violet substance, after which dots began to sparkle in places on this substance. The substance itself looked like a thick haze of dark violet color, although at the same time, after that, the paper simply disappeared. No one understood what just happened. One thing was clear. Naruto had an unusual, complex, and hitherto unseen genome. Chapter 12. On the outskirts of Konoha, there was an underground shelter. It is not to say that there was only one in Konoha, but it belonged to one person. This person was one of the 3 legendary Sannin, the snake, Sannin Orochimaru. But what was most interesting was that in the shelter, there were 2 geniuses of the Uchiha clan, Itachi and Shisui, and also the head of the Sarutobi clan, a former ninja protector of the country of fire, who were the personal bodyguards of the daimyo, and also the son of the 3rd Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi, and the last one of the elders of Konoha, the head of the Anbyu division route, and the living mummy Shimura Danso. What do these people have in common at this moment, other than the room? That all 4 were amazed at the peculiarities of one boy, a white-haired boy with a vertical pupil and heterochromia, whose one eye is blood red, and the other is like an alpine violet, purple. Everyone had their own thoughts. Orochimaru. This child never ceases to amaze me. Itachi. At that age, having all 5 elements is unheard of. Shisui. Does Naruto even have a limit? Asuma. Just like my father, all 5 elements, not counting the fact that my father mastered them throughout his life, and here right away. Danzo. Well, now I've definitely seen everything in this life. If you ask any shinobi, is it possible to master all 5 elements? They will only look at you skeptically. They will simply answer this. It is possible to master all 5 basic elements, but at the same time, it will be possible to fully use only the innate ones. The fact is that anyone who has awakened chakra has a predisposition to a certain element. And in the entire history of the shinobi world, not a single one has had a predisposition to all 5 elements. Even the 3 shinobi gods who founded Konoha had a predisposition to only two. Uchiha Madara had Futon and Keiton. Tobirama Senju had Suiton and Reiten. And the first Hokage had Doton and Suiton, as well as the enhanced Wood Genkai, Mokuton. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was called Professor, and the strongest Kage of his generation. He was one of the few who mastered all the elements, but had a predisposition to Dutton and Keiton. In the case of the other elements, they were weaker, much weaker. And here stands a kid who has a predisposition to all the elements and, if that's not enough, an unknown genome. This is what amazed Orochimaru, Itachi, Shisui, Asuma, and Danzo. So what? I have 5 elements and a genome. That's super cool. Yeah, Uzumaki shouted, because he knew from textbooks that there are only 5 chakra transformations, and he has them all. Yeah, that's super cool. Naruto, you're definitely going to be a great shinobi, Shisui said, smiling and giving a thumbs up. Naruto felt very pleased by these words. As long as he could remember, no one cared about him. And now, he could only smile, the most sincere one. Well, even though you, Naruto-kun, have mastered all 5 elements, you shouldn't get cocky. I've known many shinobi who died because of pride, Orochimaru said, giving sound advice. But it's still amazing, Shimura said, stroking the albino's head. Shisui, Itachi, you will teach Naruto Keiton, Asuma, you will teach Futon, and I will find teachers Reiten and Dayton, said Danzo. No one objected to such an arrangement. What about Suiton and my genome? Naruto asked with cat-like eyes. You will learn Suiton from the scrolls, or from Orochimaru. Having said this, Danzo took out a small green scroll. Naruto had a slightly skeptical look, until the moment the mummy opened it. Smoke poured out of the scroll, and as soon as it cleared, there was a mountain of scrolls. In addition to the Suiton techniques, there are also the techniques of your grandfather, Tobirama Senju, said Danzo, and at the last words, everyone had a questioning expression on their faces. Danzo, don't think that I'm butting in where it's none of my business. But how did you get them? The snake hissed. Shimura left the question unanswered. Naruto, you will have to master your genome yourself. Since, as far as I can tell, you are the first owner of this genome, Danzo said, letting someone know that he should not try to find information about this Keiki Genkai. Okay, Naruto said, yawning. It looks like this day was too tiring for you, Naruto-kun. Tomorrow the training will continue. But now, it's better for you to eat, Orochimaru said. Well, allow me to take my leave, Asuma said, and took Naruto onto his shoulders. Goodbye, Orochimaru-sensei, Uncle Danzo. Itachi, Shisui, I'm waiting for our training, Naruto said, waving his hand. Well, I'll go too, said Shimura, getting ready to leave. Danzo-sama, there is something we must report, Itachi took the initiative to say. What's happened? Shisui and Itachi spent the last 5 minutes telling them what Naruto had told them, about how the ANBU, who were supposed to protect him, were beating him up. And what's more, they weren't even monitoring him and were giving him false information about the Jinchuriki's condition. From this, Danzo began to release his ki. Only by it one can say that although Danzo is old, he can easily compete with any ninja of the village, even with the Hokage. After a couple of minutes, his ki disappeared. Report this to the Hokage. Minato, I must know, Shimura said. Hi, they both said, and went to report. Orochimaru sat calmly and listened to everything, but when everyone left, he smiled sarcastically. Minato's pav. As always, I was sitting in my office, covered with a pile of papers. No, seriously, why are there so many of them? Oh, you can't envy me. Hokage-sama, we have important information, said 2 ANBU, appearing in my office. I was so tired that I didn't even look at the masks, but judging by the voice, it sounded like Itachi. I'm listening, was all I could say. We have learned that some ANBU are not carrying out their missions and are providing false information, Shisui said. Let's go into more detail, I said. Failing to complete missions is one thing, but misinformation is something completely different. It could very well be considered treason. The two ANBU who were supposed to watch and protect the Jinchuriki were not doing their job, and they were harming him themselves. They were also giving false information about his condition, Itachi reported, and my heart was breaking with every word. Naruto had almost died recently. Who are these bitches? Who? Who are these creatures? I said, my voice filled with rage. I tried to calm it down, but it was no use. We know that Rat and Mouse did it, Shisui said. Send them to Ibiki and then to prison for treason against the village. And let Inoichi check all the ANBU who were monitoring the Jinchuriki before, I shouted. All this time, my own subordinates were lying to me. Hokage-sama, will you allow us to keep an eye on the Jinchuriki from now on? Shisui asked. Yes, it would be better if the Uchihas were to keep an eye on Naruto, because if the Kyuubi started to break out, they would be able to stop it. I agree, but first, tell me everything that is happening with the Jinchuriki. I said, I need it. Now one of the Sannin Orochimaru has taken custody of the Jinchuriki. He is training him. Orochimaru also became interested in Uzumaki Naruto and took him as a student, Itachi said. I was curious why Orochimaru decided to take custody of Naruto, but the fact that my son interested this snake as a student. Naruto has already awakened the chakra center, Shisui added. What? To awaken the chakra center at the age of 6? No, the world, of course, knew such geniuses, but they all appeared in wartime, and now there is a conditional peace, although it looks like it will soon end. I began to remember the spy's reports. Okay, you can go. After my words, Itachi and Shisui disappeared. I began to think about that day, about that fear and that power. If Nagato's story is to be believed, Naruto in the future can be equal to Hashirama Senju, and maybe even surpass him. End Minato's POV. Naruto's POV, Asuma and I were walking through the evening Konoha. I kept thinking about Kyokyu's words, about what my void genome destroys and creates. If everything is perfectly clear to me with destruction, then there is a snag with creation. How exactly to create? What to create? These thoughts will lead to nothing, I concluded. Practice and only practice will give me an answer to this question. As we walked, Asuma often patted my head. I felt pleased, and at the same time, I remembered Shisui's words about me becoming a great shinobi. These words made me think, do I need this? No, ninja skills and chakra will definitely come in handy. But should I become a Konoha shinobi? I don't care about this village, I just live in it, and I was more likely surviving before meeting Asuma. Asuma-sensei, can I ask you a question? I said, looking at him. What is it, Naruto? Asuma asked, taking out another cigarette. What is it like to be a shinobi? I asked, puzzling Asuma. Well, if you want my opinion, it is a dangerous job, where you risk your life. Sometimes you have to give your life for the village, and sometimes the lives of your comrades. I will not say that it is wrong, but I do not approve of it. However, in this world, strength is important, and the strong must protect the weak. That is why hidden villages were built on this principle, that is my opinion. But there are people, like your teacher. For them, the work of a shinobi helps them do what they love, and no one will say a word about it, Asuma said. Yes, the world revolves around power, but many act on the principle of, I am stronger, I am right, I thought, and I say this not without reason. After all, Orochimaru-sensei has a bunch of philosophical books, and I like to read them before. Why such a question? Asked Asuma-sensei. Well, Shisui said that I would become a great shinobi. I was wondering if I should become a Konoha shinobi, I said. Tsui, don't worry. The answer will come with time. Many great shinobi were tied to a certain village. And the fact that you doubt the formation of Konoha shinobi is normal. But you are Naruto Jinchuriki. If there is no you, then this village will weaken, Asuma said. Yes, for the residents, I am a demon. and the top brass of Konoha are a weapon. This made me very sad. We walked a couple more meters and felt a hand on my shoulder. Naruto, even if you are a Jinchuriki, I think you will find friends who will not care about this. And whether you become a shinobi of Konoha, you can decide with time. But I will say this, if you side with the village, then you will definitely find something for which you can forgive the residents and protect, Asuma-sensei said. What is the point of forgiving the villagers? Afterwards we walked in silence, and when we got home we ate and went to bed. As soon as I lay down and began to fall asleep, some sound began to penetrate my eardrums. Hurrah. Hurrah. Please don't tell me that Asuma snores. Asuma's snoring continued for about 10 minutes, and as soon as it stopped, I was finally able to fall asleep. But 2 hours. 2 fucking hours, Carl. Okay, I'll check them, I said, and entered my subconscious. As soon as I entered my subconscious, I found myself in the same clearing. For some reason, even in my subconscious, it was night. And unlike this village, in my subconscious, the stars are brighter, and there are lines between the stars that help distinguish constellations. I looked around and saw a red spot in the moonlight, and next to it was a tree with windows in its trunk. Kurama, hello, I shouted. And the fox's state was indicated by the eyes of the dead fish. Hey Kurama, how are you? I said worriedly, but the fox didn't hear anything. I tried to shout to this animal for about 30 minutes. Well, it's time for radical measures, I said, with what I thought was a cheeky smile. I climbed up to the fox's face along his fur, and now I'm on the fox's face, and these dead fish eyes are so damn big. I passed the eyes. My goal is the ear. As soon as I approached him, I shouted at the top of my voice. Wake up, damn you, I shouted, directing my chakra into my voice. I don't understand how it's possible to use chakra in the subconscious, but the scream became so loud that even Kurama's fur stood on end. Ah! Kyuubi's scream was heard, and I fell off of him from my butt. If this were reality, I would have been guaranteed a fracture. What are you doing? The fox barked. Me? You're the one who didn't react to my screams for half an hour, Naruto retorted. What even happened to you? I asked. Kurama just turned away from me. Well, no, I won't recognize him. Just talk already. Say it. Say it. Say it, I repeated, trying to get on his nerves. Lisan blew me away in reversi, my voice said behind me. Kyokuyu! Just because of a loss? I was perplexed. Because of a loss, I became almost a corpse. Well, he is the great Kyuubi, said Kyokyu. Kurama covered himself with his tails from our conversation. What an offended person he is. Okay, since you're here, Naruto, let's start training the genome with creation and destruction, Kyokyu said. Yes. Come back to the real world, sit in the lotus position and follow my instructions, said the other me, the real me, coming out of the subconscious. Rav Naruto. As soon as Naruto came out of his subconscious, he threw off the blanket. He sat in the lotus position on the bed while opening the window, and now the room is illuminated by moonlight. Naruto, try to imagine a kunai in your hands, and imagine it very clearly. Otherwise, instead of a kunai, there will be something else, Kyokyu said in the albino's thoughts. Naruto did as his schizophrenia told him to. Now, direct the void chakra from your hand and release it, Kyokyu continued to instruct. Naruto did as he was told. First he felt the chakra, then he directed it, and now the hands of the odd-eyed man had a purple glow. The light slowly dimmed, and a kunai appeared, although it was more of a hook, since the blade was slightly curved. Well, not bad. But try to bend it, muttered Kyokyu. Naruto took the crooked blade, and it turned out that it was also dull. Without much effort, Naruto broke the kunai he had made. As you can see, you need to practice. Your products are very fragile now, so you are as far from creating artifacts as the moon is from you, said Kyokyu. Creating artifacts? Naruto asked. Chapter 13. "You're as far away from creating artifacts as you are from the moon," said Kyokyu, looking at the fragments of the unfinished dish with Naruto's eyes. "Creating artifacts?" the albino repeated, his ears not missing the words. Naruto closed his eyes, and at the same moment he descended into his subconscious. Kurama was still lying there, pouting like a child. A little further from the fox, the white-haired man saw his adult copy. "Kyokyu, what did you say about artifacts?" Naruto asked, looking at his schizophrenia. "Oh, I let it slip," Kyokyu said, pretending to cover his mouth with his hand. Naruto just continued to stare, although now he was glaring. Okay, I forgot to say that you can give certain abilities to the things you create. And the things you create are completely in your power," explained Kyokyu, creating 5 small metal balls. They were floating in his hand. "So that shogi board was also created by creation?" Naruto confirmed, rather than asked, remembering the board on which Kyokyu played with Kurama. "Yes, you understood quickly," Kyokyu answered. "What exactly can I create?" Naruto asked Kyokyu. "You can create absolutely everything, from weapons to essential items and food. And as I said, you can easily control what you create," said Schizophrenia. "I see. But why was the kunai I created so crooked and fragile?" asked the albino, remembering his creation. "You're just not very good at it yet. To create something, you need to clearly imagine the object and concentrate. If you lose concentration even a little, or imagine something unclearly, then what you create will be just like that kunai. In addition, the durability of what you create depends on your level of creation. In short, the more you create, the better it will be," explained Kyokyu, creating a katana in my hand. The creation was accompanied by a light purple-black color. The katana was made entirely of metal, with only the handle tied with rope. There was no guard or wooden handle. Kyokuyu swung the katana. As he swung it, the blade began to shine red and yellow. Flames erupted from the blade, taking the shape of an arc. Naruto's jaw almost dropped at these actions, and Kurama had been watching with interested eyes since the very beginning of the conversation. However, this was only the beginning. After the flames burst forth, Kyokuyu threw the previously created balls at it. After passing through the fire, the balls quickly turned red and dispersed. The fire went out, but the balls remained levitating in place. Kyokuyu looked at the tree. At the same second, the balls flew into the tree and destroyed it. At the same time, the remaining stump and wood chips caught fire. "This is how the creation works, Sars, and how the artifacts work with your control," said Kyokyu, turning around. Turning around, he saw his childish and dumbfounded face, and in the background, a stricken fox. It is understandable because even an 800-year-old creation saw something like this for the first time. "This is cool! Simply amazing abilities!" "I can do exactly the same," shouted the albino. Stars sparkled in Naruto's eyes. "Tsuwayi." This once again proved that he was still a child. "No," Kyokyu answered briefly, with his eyes closed. Naruto was very upset about this, but he noticed something was wrong. Kurama was slightly puzzled by the answer, but quickly figured it out. "You'll do even better," said Kyokyu, with a slightly upset face. After all, he wanted to tease his copy, but empathy ruined everything. Don't forget what I said. I don't know everything about the genome. I'm just a restraining mechanism," the second personality explained. "And I believed it a little," Naruto said, at which Kurama and Kyokyu began to laugh. Naruto thought for a bit. "Okay, I'll go design the creation." Hey, healthy sleep is also important. The fox put in his 5. No matter how you look at it, the fox cares about Naruto. "Okay, Kurama," the albino shouted, disappearing from the subconscious. As soon as Naruto left, Kyokyu fell to one knee. The fox quickly reacted and caught Kyokyu with his red tails. "Hey, how are you?" Kurama asked worriedly. "It's fine. I just need to get some sleep," the white-haired man answered and went towards the tree with the house inside. Kurama watched him go. He felt that Kyokyu was lying, but he also felt that there was a reason for it, and it was quite serious. "I don't know what's wrong with you, but my gut tells me not to interfere," the fox said into thin air. Kurama simply didn't know what to do. He went to the tree with windows, looked and found Kyokyu sleeping in one of the windows, and calmed down a little. Naruto's POV. Soon as I came out of my subconscious, I looked at the clock. Exactly 2 o'clock in the morning. When I entered the subconscious, it was 10 to 2, 1:50, so I spent about 10 minutes in it. Well, a little more practice wouldn't hurt. I sat in the same lotus position and began to concentrate. I drove my chakras, added the energy of emptiness, mixed and directed. Again, and again, and again. I stretched out my hands and directed chakra into them, concentrating. This time, I created a great kunai. A light hit my closed eyes. Opening my eyes, I saw failure. This weapon could hardly be called a piece of iron. Let's try again. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I said to myself. I did the same thing. And this time, it was a failure. Damn. More. Failure, more, 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 failure. And once again, did I succeed this time? Did I succeed? The 11th time I succeeded. Yes, it worked, I shouted, completely forgetting that it was night. This time, it was a perfect kunai, indistinguishable from the real thing. I should know, because I still have a scar on my side. Looking at the clock, it was 3:30. 3:30. Okay, there's still time, I said, and put the kunai in front of me on the bed. I closed my eyes and concentrated, imagining the kunai flying. Opening my eyes slightly, I saw that the kunai was hovering a little, and it was falling and rising. Closing my eyes again, I was so tense that sweat started pouring off me. Opening my eyes, my own kunai flew at me. It was only thanks to my reflexes that I dodged. The kunai flew out of the open window. I think that's enough for today, I said, falling onto the pillow. In a few moments, I was already in the arms of Morpheus. End POV Naruto. A couple of days had passed since the creation training. All this time, Naruto either studied theory with Orochimaru or did physical exercises with Asuma. Naruto also began to study the scrolls with the techniques of the second Hokage. They mainly contained Sutan techniques, and a couple more created personally by Tobirama. At night, the albino trained in creating and controlling what was created. All this in order to automatically create without errors. As Kyokyu said, practice is needed. The ANBU, who had been watching Naruto before and had not fulfilled their duties, that is, protecting the Jinchuriki, were killed. What's most interesting is that they were killed without any physical injuries. This hinted at either poison or a powerful genjutsu. And the second one is immediately out of the question, because there aren't many genjutsu masters who can kill with an illusion. The most obvious option was the Kurama clan, who were famous for their talent for illusions. However, they had a lot of trouble within the clan. Plus, the guards didn't see anyone entering the prison, and these ANBU died a couple of hours after they were brought to the prison. There was only one clue. The bodies of the killed ANBU rats and mice had bite marks. Flashback. It was 8 in the morning. Minato was sitting in his office, covered with a pile of papers. When will this paper hell end? Minato groaned. It was clear from his eyes that he didn't get enough sleep and often stayed overnight at work. Suddenly, 2 people burst into the Hokage's office. Both Chunin. They were yelling at the same time, so it was impossible to understand them. Minato just started massaging his eyes and left his fingers on the bridge of his nose. "One at a time, please," Minato said tiredly. "Hokage-sama, the ANBU that you sent yesterday?" "They are dead," the Chunin said hesitantly. "How did this happen?" asked a puzzled Minato. Of course, he didn't care about them, because they didn't protect his son. Although Minato understood that he was to blame for everything, Because he was afraid of a newborn child? We don't know. I did a morning check of the prisoners. I found them dead, and it looks like they were poisoned. After checking, we found snake bites on their bodies, the Chunin reported. Snakes? Orochimaru is the one that's popping into my head right now. However, those two became traitors, so it can wait. Besides, Orochimaru is now Naruto's teacher, Minato thought, realizing that he was a terrible father, and he thought about it for the millionth time. These Anbuu have become traitors, so leave it, Minato said, and looked at the other Chunin. And what about you? There is a rumor that a bear has appeared near Konoha, the second Chunin began. That's it? Bear. Minato looked skeptically. It looks like this bear is a chakra beast, the Chunin said, with a little fear. Minato shuddered at the last word. You may be free. Monkey, Minato commanded, and an Anbuu appeared in the middle of the room. Investigate this matter with the chakra bear. If it is confirmed, hand over the elimination case to Raven, Weasel, and Dog, Minato commanded. A chakra beast is bad, especially one as big as a bear. Of course, chakra beasts can't compare with Biju, but they can compete with a summoned beast, thought the fourth. End flashback. Naruto was currently on his way to training with Shisui. He was wearing black shorts, a gray t-shirt with fire on it, and shinobi sandals. These clothes were bought by Orochimaru. The albino had just moved in with him. Shisui said that his sister would also be at the training. Naruto recalled his sensei's words. Now he was heading to the farthest training ground of Konoha. Walking through the streets of Konoha, everyone looked at him with hatred and fear. Naruto was walking in the empty mode, so he didn't care about these looks. While passing by the site, Naruto hears a voice. What did you say there? She quickly took her words back. And you're still an Uchiha? More like an ugly one, out of a little curiosity, which is not typical for him in an empty form. He saw 3 children bullying a girl his age. When Naruto saw the girl, his soul felt somehow calm, and his heart started beating faster. Black hair below the shoulders and to the shoulder blades, black eyes, cute face, milky skin. On the right side, a long curl. From the conversation, it became clear that this girl is from the Uchiha clan. The 3 boys who were picking on her were about a year or 2 older than her. They all had black hair and eyes, marking them as Uchiha. I said it again. You ugly thing can't be called Uchiha. Listen, ugly thing. Apologize immediately. Well, what if you refuse? The Uchihas were talking, and one of them wanted to hit the girl. However, the fist was caught from behind. Hey, leave her alone, Naruto said in an empty manner. The empty voice and the way he appeared out of nowhere scared all 3 of them, and the girl braced herself. Hey, it's a demon! Get ready to… Naruto's fist didn't let the Uchiha finish. Training with a sumo was not in vain. Besides, I had fought off children my age before, Naruto reasoned. The girl looked with admiration at the boy who had just saved her. Oh, you! Shouted another boy. Naruto dodged the running Uchiha, and the girl kicked him in the face. 2 are ready, the albino said emotionlessly. Ha! I'm not that weak, said the last Uchiha of the 3, and pulled out a kunai. The girl stood in front of Naruto. There was a sense of oppression coming from her. Her hair started to rise up and started to turn white. Eyes appeared at the ends of her hair, and her hair opened mouths. Naruto looked at it, mesmerized. In front of him stood a girl with snake-like hair that wriggled in different directions. The last Uchiha boy began to back away. No, don't come near, you ugly thing, he shouted. This was the last drop of Naruto's patience. He ran at full speed towards the Uchiha and kicked him in the jaw. Don't you dare call her an ugly piece of trash. As for me, she's the most beautiful. Naruto said all this in empty mode, so he didn't really understand what he said. All 3 Uchiha stood up and ran away. Naruto looked at the girl. Her hair was still snakes. The albino tried to come closer, but the snakes did not let him. The girl was red. It was not clear why. Having moved away, Naruto closed his eyes and opened them again. "Hello, my name is Naruto," Naruto said with emotions. "Kiyomi? Kiyomi Uchiha." Chapter 14. There were 2 children of 6 to 8 years old standing by the forest. A black-haired girl with onyx eyes and a white-haired boy with multicolored eyes. The boy stood 3 meters away. He could, of course, come closer, but the snakes that appeared from the girl's hair did not let him. Or to be more precise, the snakes were her hair. "Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto," said the albino with a smile. The girl was surprised by this, because a second ago, Naruto's face did not express any emotions. However, she quickly accepted such a sharp change in mood. Kiyomi Uchiha," she said almost in a whisper, but the boy heard. Kiyomi was blushing from the words of the interlocutor, spoken at most a minute ago. Plus, she found the albino damn handsome. "Nice to meet you," said Uzumaki, Kiyomi's pav. "I went to the planned training in a good mood. I wonder if it was because my brother decided to train me? Well, he's always busy, and he's the only one who cares about me. No, his best friend is also kind to me." You ask, what about my parents? I don't have any, I'll tell you. As far as I can remember, my only relative was my brother. And even at an early age, he began serving in onbus with his friend and part-time son of the head of the Uchiha clan. And my brother's name is Shisui Uchiha. Even though my brother was busy, he almost always had time for me, not counting long missions. As my brother Shisui told me, our parents loved each other, but they were from different clans. I only saw my dad and mom in photos. Dad was an Uchiha, and mom was from some other clan. Because of this, some members of the Uchiha clan began to dislike us. They recognized my brother, because he is a genius of his generation, but not me. You may also ask, what about friends? Well, it's complicated, I'll answer. I'm different from other Uchiha. As Itachi said, in my opinion, my appearance inside and out. All Uchiha are proud of their Sharingan and rely on it. It's their greatest strength. Well, I don't think so. I think that strength is something that can't be just stolen or obtained in an instant. As my brother told me, some shinobi who were able to defeat a member of the Uchiha clan can take away his Sharingan. The same story with the Hyuga. So the Sharingan is a power that is easy to take away and appropriate. I expressed this opinion to the children I tried to befriend. They almost started throwing stones at me. And the second son of the clan leader, Uchiha Sasuke, damn him, caused me problems. And then Mom's strength appeared. Flashback. Today, my brother and Itachi went on a secret mission. My brother can't keep secrets, at least not from me. I still remember how he resisted my mug. Foo. Damn, that weird laugh again. Although Itachi finds it funny. At the moment, I was walking around Konoha, not the neighborhood. I was wearing a beige skirt and ribbons of the same color, a long t-shirt with a high collar with the clan crest. I don't know why, but I really liked cute clothes. Any clothes, sometimes I even dress up my brother. As I walked, I saw different people, benches, and occasionally noticed shinobi. I hope I can become a first-class kunoichi. A little further, I saw a platform and ran there. There were a lot of kids my age and older on the playground. I already want to meet them. "Hi, can I play with you?" I said with a smile that captivated hearts. Well, that's what my brother said. I was allowed to join the game. On the playground, everyone was playing shinobi. I had a lot of fun. But all good things come to an end. Several children from my clan came to the playground. As soon as these boys arrived, they began bragging about how strong and famous their clan was. I felt a little ashamed of them. A little later, Sasuke came too. As soon as the girls I was talking to saw him, they started screaming. Ouch! 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 I thought I was going deaf. The loudest screamers were 2 girls the same age as me. One had pink hair and green eyes, and the other was a blonde with blue eyes without pupils. They were Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. They were both good friends, and I became friends with them. And why did this Sasuke come like his brother and Itachi tolerate him, since he left almost immediately. But before that, he looked at me with some strange look, from which all the girls almost pounced on me. And Ueno and Sakura pretended that we didn't know each other, and then it started. The boys and girls from my clan started bragging that they would soon awaken the Sharingan, and that they were already learning the art of shinobi. One of the boys asked me about it. "Hey, you're an Uchiha too. Tell me that the Uchiha clan is the greatest," said this boy. I think his name is Kisu. Are we really that great? We are practically no different from other clans, except for the Sharingan. And even that, you can't really call it a power. I said what I thought, which surprised all my clanmates who were on the playground, and the children from other clans and the classless began to laugh. "You even dare to call yourself an Uchiha?" Kizi shouted. I gracefully dodged. A fight is a fight, but I'm a girl. Kize continued to attack. Another one joined him. I don't remember his name. In the end, I just got out of the line of attack of these two. But after about 5 minutes, I got tired of it. Kisei was on my left and his friend on my right. None of the onlookers wanted to interfere. Kisu and his friend ran at me at the same time, and I jumped in response. And these two boys met in a strange kiss. Everyone laughed at them later. Well, I went home in a more or less normal mood. When I came home, I didn't find my brother. That means he won't be back today either. I don't like being alone. "Kiyomi, I'm home." A familiar and dear voice was heard in the hallway. "Brother," I screamed, throwing myself into his arms. "Sorry for being late, but I have something for you," says my brother, taking something out. It was a package. Looking inside, I saw dark blue clothes. "Thank you," I shouted, because I really love different clothes. Afterwards, we talked about how our day went. I told him about today's incident, and I expected my brother to get angry. He just hugged Mummy. "La, Kiyomi, no matter what they say about the Sharingan, but you're right. What my brother said surprised me. Sharingan is a power. I don't argue, but there is a very high price for this power. Our clan is cursed, and this curse is the Sharingan," he said, stroking my head. 2 days have passed since the incident on the playground. I still haven't communicated with the other kids from the clan. Plus, they started looking at me with some kind of incomprehensible look, as if they were judging me. I was walking near the Sakura alleys. Now it's autumn, and they've become even more beautiful. Suddenly, Kisu came out to meet me. "Hey, traitor!" Kaisa shouted at me. "Traitor," that's what they call me now. "What do you want, Kisu?" I said. He alone is not my opponent. And as if reading my thoughts, someone else came out after Kisu. "Hey, is that her?" The guy who came out asked Kisu. Damn, he has a blue headband with the Uchiha crest on his forehead. This means he is training in a clan under the guidance of former shinobi. Moreover, the headband is blue, which means he is in 3rd place in his group. Itachi and Shisui told him. "Yes, it's her. The traitor claims that without the Sharingan, we are nothing," Kisu screamed. It seemed he had embellished the truth a little. "Well, watch out," the guy with the bandage said calmly and ran at me. I dodged by, jumping to the right, though with difficulty. The guy, it seems, did not expect this from me. He turned towards me and ran at me again, much faster now. This time I didn't have time to avoid the blow. His fist hit me in the stomach, damn. It hurt. I grabbed my stomach, and the guy with the bandage grabbed me by the hair. "Ha! You got it? Serves you right." Kisu started shouting as if he had hit me. "And you're still an Uchiha?" said the guy with the headband, a single-volume Sharingan glowing in his eyes. Now it's clear why I lost. To beat a girl, I see that the Uchihas have no sense of dignity at all, I quipped, although I am also an Uchiha. "Bitch!" he shouted and took out a kunai. "You are not worthy of our eyes." He swung his kunai and aimed it at my eyes. Even though I didn't even have those damn eyes, I closed my eyes in fear and prepared myself for pain. But there was nothing. Ah! I heard a very loud scream, so loud that it seemed to me that they were yelling in my ear. Opening my eyes, I saw that the guy no longer had a kunai. Several white snakes had wrapped around him, and one had bitten his hand, where the kunai should have been. Looking back, I saw Kisa, who looked at me with fear and, sitting on the ground, began to crawl away a little. And in the end, he ran away, as if he had seen Shinigami. Saw! Another snake rubbed against me. I didn't understand where it came from. The snake had, not that, a kunai in its mouth. Let go, let go. Damn it, it burns, how it burns. Help! Shouted the one who attacked me. Quick steps became audible. Someone came running to the screams. What the? Kiyomi, what's wrong with you? A familiar voice asked worriedly. The owner of the voice was Itachi. The snakes let go of the boy. The marks from their bites looked more like burns. There were blisters around the burn and the skin was red. The guy grabbed his hand and passed out. Kiyomi, how are you? What happened to you? Why do you have snakes instead of hair? And the Sharingan? Itachi asked and gave me a mirror with a pink ribbon. Looking in the mirror, I saw that 4 snakes were connected to my locks and smoothly transitioned from white scales to black hair. The snakes also looked at the mirror, sticking out their tongues, and in their eyes was a Sharingan. In my eyes, there was also a single-volume red eye. Ah! I screamed in fear. And then darkness. End flashback. I woke up then in my house. My brother was next to me. He pounced on me with hugs. Itachi was also nearby. Itachi said that when I lost consciousness, he took the guy with the bandage to the hospital. They said he had a 2nd-degree burn, and the snakes turned back into hair. Afterwards, Itachi started asking what happened to my hair. I didn't know how to say it. This is a feature of our mother's clan, my brother interrupted me, his head down. A clan feature? Shisui, I trust you, of course, but you can tell me more. And so you will calm Kiyomi down? Itachi asked, and he noticed that I was shivering as if I was in the cold. Kiyomi, you probably remember that our father was from the Uchiha, and our mother from another clan. But I didn't tell you which one. Our mother was from a clan that was an expert on snakes, the Naga clan, said the brother. So, Mom is from the Naga clan, but this is the first time I hear about it. Shisui, I understand you and I will not go into all the details for now. What you said is enough for me to convince my father, Itachi said with a smile, and he poked his finger at my forehead. About a month has passed since the awakening of the Naga clan's power. I began to understand my snakes better. They are, as it were, a part of my body, a part of me. Brother began to train me a little in using the Sharingan, of course. He taught me not to rely only on my eyes. Brother said that I was a genius, because I quickly learned almost everything that I was taught. And it took me several days to feel the center of chakra. My relations with other members of the clan became even more strained, and many people started to bully me. Apparently, they didn't believe Kisa. Brother and Itachi made me promise that I wouldn't give in to provocations and that I wouldn't use my girlfriends, even though they understand me well, although I rather support myself. One day, my brother and Itachi told me to go to training ground number 20. They said that some Uzumaki Naruto would be training with me. They said that he had a hard fate and he was also a genius. And so, near the forest, 3 boys from my clan approached me and began to say that I was not worthy of being called Uchiha, and that I was a disgrace to the clan. Look, it's that snake-haired one of them shouted. Hey, that's enough. Did you believe that weakling Kisu's stories? The third one said calmly. However, she defeated Shiro, so we won't let her go just like that. I thought about Shiro's name for a bit, but I realized that it was the one with the blue headband. The boys opposite had gray and green headbands, so the gray one seems to be higher than the blue one, and the green ones are lower, unless, of course, I'm not mixing anything up. Hey, quickly take back what you said about the Sharingan. And you're also an Uchiha, more like an ugly one. I just endured, although regarding the ugly one, I was already ready to release the snakes. You ugly thing can't be called Uchiha, he continued. Listen, ugly woman, apologize immediately. Well, and if you refuse, they were talking, and one of them wanted to hit me. He swung, but the fist was grabbed from behind. Hey, leave her alone, said a white-haired guy who looked about my age, but the way he said it made me tense up. I have to admit, he's not bad. Hey, it's a demon! Get ready for… It seemed like they recognized the white-haired guy. Wait, that's the one the other kids on the playground told me about. The white-haired guy punched the boy with the green armband. I looked at him, and suddenly I had a strange feeling, as if I had known this white-haired man for a long time, but I had just met him. How handsome he was. And those eyes. Stop! Another boy with a green bandage ran at him, but the white-haired one easily dodged. I kicked the face with the green bandage. Two are ready, the white-haired man said emotionlessly. Ha, I'm not as weak as they are, said the last one with the gray bandage, and he took out a kunai. I'm tired of this. I passed the white-haired one when I was opposite the gray bandage. I released my snakes into the wild. No, don't come near. Don't come near, ugly thing. He started shouting as soon as my girlfriend scared him. How many times have they called me ugly? Why? It seems like I'm not inferior to other girls in beauty. Shut up! Don't you dare call her ugly trash. As for me, she's the most beautiful in the world. The white-haired guy said this, and my girlfriends and I felt very pleased with these words. All three boys ran away in fear. The one with the gray bandage even had a wet spot on his pants. The white-haired one turned to me and wanted to come closer, but my snakes didn't let him. Although they understood my emotions, they also protect me, and now they bought me time. He walked away. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, he said with a smile. This smile made my heart feel so good. Oh, he's so handsome, and he has such eyes. He's just an angel. Stop! Naruto. Wasn't he the one I was told about? Kiyomi. Kiyomi Uchiha, I said worriedly. My snakes disappeared, and now we are standing alone and looking into each other's eyes. What is this? A feeling that is both familiar and new at the same time. End Pav Kiyomi. Nice to meet you, Naruto said, smiling. Me too. Do you happen to know Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha? Kiyomi asked casually. Yes, I know. I meet them at the 20th training ground. And you probably are Shisui's sister? Naruto said, making logical conclusions. But he had a strange feeling, and he did not understand why he just came out of the empty mode. After all, he had just met her. How did you know? Uchiha Naga asked. She was curious about how he knew. Well, Shisui told me about you. He said that you and I are the same age. And I just figured, what would a 6-year-old girl do in a place like this, especially on the road to the most remote and abandoned training ground? The albino Sherlock said. Wow. Well then, let's go together, Kiyomi suggested. Yes, let's go. The odd-eyed man agreed without hesitation. They decided to take a shortcut through the forest. While they were walking, they talked about a variety of things. Naruto was pleased that Kiyomi didn't look at him like he was a demon, and Kiyomi remembered that she had seen Naruto before. How they addressed him. And she was surprised, because if she were in his place, she would have already broken down. Yes, and what kind of tech? Kiyomi, wait, I feel a large source of chakra from the country. Naruto stopped his new acquaintance. Crack. What is it? It's like something broke a branch, said the snake-haired one. The two child geniuses stood alert, ready for a surprise attack. This chakra, it doesn't belong to a human, and I feel strange emotions and intentions towards us, Naruto thought. It's become suspiciously quiet. I'll have to use the Sharingan. Kiyomi reluctantly activated the Sharingan, and even with it, she found nothing. Grrrr! They heard a growl mixed with a rumbling sound. Naruto felt a colossal killing intent. Turning around, they saw a giant bear. The brown fur with dried blood on it spoke volumes. The bear stood on its 2 paws. It was 2.5 meters tall, almost 3 meters high. For children like Naruto and Kiyomi, this bear was like a mountain. There were huge fangs in its mouth. The black claws on its hands were slightly shiny. Clubfoot did not take his eyes off his prey. Naruto and Kiyomi stood still. They didn't dare move a single muscle. They didn't dare make even the tiniest movement. They couldn't even breathe. This effect was caused by the bloodlust of the beast in front of them. A colossal bear stood before the children. Its brown fur was stained with something black, which made the fur seem to stick together. If you look closely, you can see that these black spots were stuck to the fur and looked more like pebbles, and the color was dark crimson, from which you could understand that these were spots of dried blood. The claws were also painted in this crimson color. The bear's gaze never left the children. Its eyes were staring intently at its new victim. The children looked at the bear with horror. Naruto and Kiyomi understood that they were no match for this beast, but they had not yet guessed that this was not just a beast. 10 seconds had passed since the start of this staring contest. Neither the 2 babies nor the animal had made their move. If it is clear with Naruto and Kiyomi, they were numb with fear and were afraid to make any move, while hoping that the bear did not care about them, like other animals. Then with the bear it is more difficult. In his gaze, there was a certain superiority. He was specifically waiting for the human cubs to start running away. This beast patiently waited for the beginning of his performance. Naruto's head was currently racing with 100 escape ideas, but all he could see was that he and the girl he had met 10 minutes ago would be torn apart and eaten. These prospects were not encouraging. However, Uzumaki remembered the text of a book. Bears are excellent tree climbers when they are young, when they are smaller and lighter. However, as they age, climbing trees and other vertical surfaces becomes more difficult for them. This was the text of the book, which described the animals and their habits, behavior, features, and anatomy. The albino thanked Orochimaru for urging him to read. Uzumaki quickly began to look for a suitable tree. He noticed that a little further to the left, there was a tree with low and thick branches. Having marked it as a target, Naruto looked at the clubfoot. The bear was still standing like a statue. Then he fixed his gaze on the Uchiha. She stood in a daze. So I found a tree that I can climb. Kiyomi, as Shisui said, is strong, so she should be able to handle it. If anything, I'll help. The tree looks strong, and not rotten. And now, the problem itself, the bear. The book said that bears run 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. It won't be difficult for him to catch up with us, but his eyes are familiar to me. These are the eyes of someone who mocks those who are weaker. Drunk Shinobi always looked at me like that when they beat me. He can underestimate us, which is good for us. But as a backup, Naruto thought over his plan. While thinking over the details, he bent down a little, very slowly, and scooped up some sand from the path in his hand. Kiyomi, as soon as I say so, run to the tree that's at 6 o'clock, Uzumaki said, still struggling with the feeling of danger and hoping that his plan wouldn't fail. Naruto, wait. Maybe this bear won't hurt us? Kiyomi said, stuttering. She was smart, but now the girl was under pressure from a beast, and not just any beast, but a chakra beast. No, he won't let go. This bear is waiting for our turn to catch and tear apart. This is not just a bear, said the albino, with the utmost seriousness. He managed to weaken the influence of the bear's kai by driving chakra, and for greater effect, he switched to the empty mode, which was ignorant of emotions, including fear. Looking at the Uchiha, Naruto noticed that she had not overcome her thirst for the beast's blood. But the bear seemed to be running out of patience as he began to bare his fangs, urging at least some action. Uzumaki grabbed the snake-haired girl's hand and poured his chakra into it. Thanks to his nightly training in creation, Naruto could move and pour chakra without much difficulty. Kiyomi's pav now, I was unable to move in any way. No matter how hard I tried to make any movement, I just couldn't. I was not just afraid, but terrified. This numbing dread was produced in me by the bear standing before me. Just looking at him took my breath away. His fur and claws were stained with dried blood. "Kiyomi, as soon as I say so, run to the tree that's at 6 o'clock, Naruto told me. How can he stay calm when that beast is standing in front of him? But maybe this bear won't pay attention to us. No, it's an animal. But maybe we still won't win. Naruto, wait, maybe this bear won't hurt us? I said. Now I hated myself for being a coward. I knew this bear wouldn't let us go, but fighting him for us kids was suicide. I didn't even believe that my girlfriends would be able to bite through his skin. No, he won't let go. This bear is waiting for our turn to catch and tear apart. This is not just a bear. Yes, he is right. This bear is unusual. Of course, I have not seen bears before, but my brother told me how he encountered wild animals on missions. I have to do as Naruto said. The bear, who had been standing there doing nothing until now bared his fangs, his fur stood on end, and he began to growl. I can't back down. What? Should I not move? What? It seems to me, or the bear has become bigger. No, it has become scarier. I can't move. I can't do anything. They were right. If I had activated the Sharingan, maybe things would have been different. What is this? I feel so much better. It's like water is flowing through me, so fast, like a river. And this river is washing away my worries and anxieties. And someone is holding my hand? I looked at my hand and saw that Naruto was holding me. Kiyomi, are you okay now? Naruto asked me. He was the same now when he helped with those three. Is it just me? Or is he just kind of cute in some way? Stop not now. Yes, I'm fine, I replied. I'm fine now, but there's still some tension left. Naruto has amazing chakra, but is this bear really going to cast genjutsu on us? Animals can't use techniques or chakra. End Pav Kiyomi. I was able to bring Kiyomi to his senses after all. But how can a bear release so much ki? And I feel a huge amount of chakra from him. How can animals have chakra? But that's not the point now. With empathy, I can feel his desire to kill. This desire is so strong. At the same time, he wants to kill us, not so much because of hunger, but just to feel the blood, the albino thought. Naruto, run or follow your plan. However, you need to be careful. This is a chakra beast, and a mad one at that. Kurama warned his Jinchuriki. There was concern in the fox's voice, since Baju share emotions with Jinchuriki, and Naruto's emotions were now understandable even to a fool. A mad chakra beast? Naruto shouted. Kiyomi heard this, and the bear had completely run out of patience. "Urgh!" the beast growled, hitting with its clawed paw the place where the two children were standing. But they jumped back in time, Naruto to the right, and Kiyomi back. "Kiyomi, get ready to run!" Naruto shouted, and ran towards the bear. What is he planning? Kiyomi didn't understand. The albino approached the causal paw. Naruto jumped up, found himself on the same level with the bear's head, and threw sand into his eyes. "Roar!" The bear growled with joy, and suddenly grabbed his eyes with his paws. The animal made terrible sounds and hysterics due to the pain in his eyes. As soon as Naruto got sand in his eyes, he ran towards the tree. "Kiyomi, let's run!" Naruto shouted. "Got it!" Uchiha shouted back. The two children ran to the thick tree. The bear ignored the irritation and ran towards the sound of screams. The clubfoot began to catch up with Uzumaki and Uchiha. As soon as the children were a couple of meters away, the bear swung its paw and began to strike blindly, mainly towards Naruto. Kiyomi practically did not dodge, since all the blows were directed to the side. However, the beast almost hit them a couple of times, but the children lived up to their status as geniuses and easily avoided the blows. And then, 2 meters from the tree, Naruto used creation, and a black-purple haze appeared in his hand, which took the form of a kunai and became this very object. The kunai that the albino created were a little crooked, but sharp, so when Uzumaki threw them at the tree, they went in without much trouble. Kiyomi watched as Naruto pulled out curved kunai from nowhere and threw them at the tree. As soon as the iron hit the tree trunk, Naruto sped up and began to overtake Kiyomi. The bear did not lag behind. There were 2 kunai stuck into the tree the children were running towards, one higher and one lower, with a distance of a meter between them. "Kiyomi, do as I do," the albino said over his shoulder. Naruto jumped up and landed on the kunai with his foot, then jumped up again and landed on the kunai again, but this time on the one that was higher. After that, he pushed off the weapon and grabbed a thick tree branch with his hands. Quickly climbing onto the branch, Naruto began to look at Kiyomi. There was a Sharingan in her eyes, so Uzumaki was sure that the Uchiha copied his movements. And so it happened. As soon as Kiyomi approached the tree, she jumped and, just like the white-haired man, landed on one kunai, then on another, and finally on a branch. But as soon as Kiyomi began to push off from the last kunai, it treacherously fell to the ground under the Uchiha's weight. And Kiyomi was hanging from a branch. Naruto managed to grab her hands. He helped her climb up, and just in time. After all, a bear could have grabbed her, but instead, the animal crashed into a tree. The tree that Uzumaki and Uchiha were sitting on shook, and Kiyomi fell on Naruto. "Are you okay?" the albino asked in an indifferent voice. His eyes looked like they had been shot, and now these glass beads were looking into the Uchiha's Sharingan. Kiyomi was embarrassed. She quickly stood up and moved away from Naruto. "I'm fine. Thanks for helping me up," she said. "No problem. But what should we do with him?" said the albino, looking at the bear, who quickly recovered from the blow. The beast began to rub his eyes, trying to bring his vision back to normal. Uzumaki was thinking of an escape route. Although empathy was useless now, thanks to it, Naruto realized that the bear would pursue them until he killed them. "Why the hell a chakra beast?" the albino asked the heavens. Uchiha, hearing about what kind of beast was beneath them, remembered her brother's stories about his missions, where a chakra beast was once mentioned. Flashback a year ago. Shisui had returned from a long mission to protect merchants. He wondered how rich or important this merchant was that he had ANBU assigned to protect him. "Brother, you're home!" Kiyomi shouted, jumping on Shisui. "Hello, Kiyomi. Have you been good while I was gone?" Uchiha asked his little sister. "Yeah, brother, tell me what happened on the mission, please?" asked Kiyomi, making puppy eyes. "Okay, but first, I'll change my clothes." After these words, Shisui went to his room. After he changed his clothes, Shisui began to tell his sister how the mission went. "And on the last day of the journey, we ran into a giant boar, which attacked us. I used a fireball, but the boar simply did not sense it. A couple of times it tried to hit me or the customer, and at one point this boar released a stream of fire from its heel." "Brother, can animals do that?" Kiyomi interrupted. "It wasn't an ordinary boar, but a chakra beast. It wouldn't be difficult for them to do something like that." "Wow, tell me more." Shisui continued the story by saying that he caught boar in a genjutsu and pierced his head with a katana. End flashback. "Naruto, is this a chakra beast?" Kiyomi asked. "Yes. As far as I know, chakra beasts are animals that can use and sense chakra. Chakra strengthens them, and they differ from ordinary beasts in size and strength. Such beasts are something between a ninken and a summoned beast, but taming them is not easy, even almost impossible. Also, chakra beasts can use some elemental techniques, mainly offensive ones." Naruto told all the information he knew from the books. They are also very smart and strong, and become stronger with age. Also, their growth depends on their habitat. The fact is that chakra beasts are born where there is a high density or amount of chakra, or the beast must live for many years in such places of chakra, but these will be significantly inferior to the first. By the way, this bear belongs to the second category. Usually these beasts do not care about people unless they enter its territory or anger it. However, there are some that just want to kill, Kurama added, but only Naruto heard him. I see, so what should we do? Just wait until he leaves? Uchiha asked a logical question. No. Chakra beasts don't like to let their victim go, and we provoked him, Uzumaki answered in a normal manner. He emphasized the word victim, because almost no one could survive if they met a furious chakra beast. The exception was strong shinobi, whose level was at least Tokobetsu Jonin, but in their cases the beast was most likely from the first category rather than the second. While Naruto and Kiyomi sat quietly, the bear regained its sight. Seeing the children on the branch, the beast approached the tree trunk on all fours. Standing on its hind legs, it swung its front left paw and hit the tree. With one blow, the tree began to shake, and from a powerful stream of wind emanated from the blow itself. There was no bark at the place of the blow, as if someone had struck that place with a sword 100 times. As soon as the tree shook, the children noticed that the bear was hitting the tree, and streams of wind emanated from his blows. What should we do? A couple more hits and he'll knock this tree down, Kiyomi screamed, looking at Naruto. Uzumaki tried to predict the outcome of different scenarios. Kurama, give me strength, the Jinchuriki said mentally. The fox didn't answer, but only filled the carrier with chakra. Damn it, Kyokyu, how can you sleep now? Kurama cursed. He was counting on at least verbal support from this sleepy monster. Crackling, the sound of wood cracking was heard. The tree began to fall, and Naruto and Kiyomi, who were sitting on its branches, fell with it. The bear rejoiced and anticipated the tender baby meat softened by fear. A red-black spot flew out of the foliage. This spot flew several meters and landed in the middle of a clearing surrounded by trees. The sound of a fallen tree. The fallen tree raised a cloud of dust. As soon as the dust settled, it was possible to see that a boy, who looked to be about 6 or 7 years old, had appeared in a clearing a few meters away from the fallen tree. In his arms was a girl of the same age with long black hair. What was most interesting was that the boy was surrounded by a red aura that began to take the form of a tail. The boy's nails began to resemble claws. His teeth? Fangs? His snow-white hair was slightly floating, and his eyes had not changed much, although the vertical pupil had already narrowed. This is what Kiyomi saw. Uchiha Kiyomi had always been different from her clanmates and from people in general. She was beautiful on the outside, and a bit strange on the inside. Snakes seemed cute to her. Fire was beautiful, and she couldn't stand the cold while other children loved to play in the snow. And now, when any normal person would have run away from the Jinchuriki covered in Biju chakra, she continued to lie in his arms, admiring the beautiful face on which dangerous features appeared. She would, now Kiyomi probably won't want to have anything to do with me, and we could get along well. What? She's not afraid? Naruto thought, but noticed with empathy that the girl wasn't afraid of him at all. Why did the albino look at Uchiha with his narrowed pupil? She was very embarrassed by this. Naruto, please put me down, she said. Uzumaki fulfilled the request and also did not forget to ask. Aren't you afraid of me? Naruto asked. Why would a snake-haired girl be afraid of anything? She quipped with a smile. And thank you for saving me. I doubt I would have been able to get out of the falling tree without getting hurt, she added. Naruto just smiled a fanged smile, and Kiyomi, now with her snakes, smiled back at him. The bear growled, drawing attention to himself. He was doubly furious. First sand in his eyes, and now his prey was not paying attention to him and was chatting nicely. Naruto was as tired of this as the bear, and they agreed with each other on this. Kiyomi, stand behind me. Naruto said, No, he growled in an inhuman voice. The Uchiha did not argue and did as asked. Uzumaki got on all fours. Don't get carried away, Naruto. Now you can only withstand one tail, and if this limit is exceeded, you can die. But there is a risk for me too. Because my chakra can start to be absorbed by your genome, Kyuubi warned. Got it, Naruto said mentally. Kiyomi, do you know any offensive techniques? The albino asked. Yes, I know a couple of techniques. One of them is an attacking fire technique, she answered. As soon as I say use it, the boy said. To which Uchiha nodded. Now there were two monsters standing in the forest clearing. On one side was a chakra bear, on the other, a Jinchuriki in a shroud. It was hard to say who would be worse in a one-on-one encounter. Vrrt, frrr. The bear and Naruto growled at each other. The roar was so loud that it sent out a small sound wave, shaking the leaves of the trees and the grass. Kiyomi stood behind Naruto, covering her ears from the wave. Her hair became snakes, ready to protect its owner at any moment. The Uchiha looked at Naruto, praying that he would not be hurt, because, as it turned out, they were very similar. Naruto rushed forward on all fours, like a wild animal, which he was at the moment. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the bear. Uzumaki raised his clawed hand and struck the bear. However, the bear defended itself with its paw. After the albino's blow was blocked, the beast tried to bite its opponent. Naruto punched the bear in the nose, causing it to grab him and retreat. The bear lowered its paws and took a deep breath, then spat out air bullets one after another. But these bullets couldn't keep up with the speed of the Jinchuriki. The bear approached and intended to bite again. This beast aimed at the neck. It wanted to bite through a vein or trachea. Naruto dodged this deadly bite and, with the agility of a fox, found himself behind the Misha. This time the claw strike passed, but the clubfoot didn't care. As a result, the Jinchuriki remained on the clubfoot's back and began to scratch the beast's back with fury. The bear couldn't reach Naruto. "Kiyomi, come on!" the albino shouted. "What? I can hook him. What is he thinking about?" "No, I can't. I found a person who doesn't think I'm ugly, doesn't think I'm useless." Kiyomi thought. She couldn't do it. The bear began to beat its back against the tree, causing Naruto to barely hold on. One of the snakes looked into Kiyomi's eyes. In her eyes was a single-volume Sharingan. No need to be afraid. I'll do it. My clanmates think I'm worthless, so bite me, Uchiha said to herself and began to make seals. Kaiten, fireball. Kiyomi said the name of the technique, blowing out a fireball 3 by 3 meters. While the Uchiha children at that age could hardly use the technique successfully, while the Genins could release a ball 2 by 2 at most. Kiyomi is a pure genius. This is what Itachi said when he saw the technique being used. A fireball flew at the bear. The beast wanted to dodge, but Naruto didn't let him. He grabbed the bear's neck. The bear opened its mouth and blew a powerful stream of wind towards the ball. As soon as the wind and the fireball touched, the fire absorbed the wind, and now a 6 by 6 fireball was flying towards the bear and Naruto. The place where the fireball hit was ablaze. Dancing tongues of flame were radiating heat, and the sound of the explosion of equipment could be heard 100 meters away. "Naruto! Naruto!" Kiyomi screamed. She hoped that he was okay. A silhouette of a man began to appear in the orange flames. Coming out of the fire, Uchiha's eyes fell upon a living and unharmed Uzumaki. His orange-red cloak looked more like a torn cloak. "I'm fine, Kiyomi. Powerful technique," the albino said, but was immediately sent flying. Kiyomi, who was watching this, first saw Naruto, then a silhouette of something big appeared behind him. This silhouette swung its thick arm and with a powerful blow sent the albino flying, and he crashed into a tree. As soon as the flames died down, Uchiha's eyes filled with horror again, but even more than before, in front of her stood the same bear that tried to kill them. The bear's fur was half burnt or very, very badly scorched. Now it was more of a black bear than a brown one. "Graaaaah!" The bear growled, looking at Kiyomi with hatred in his eyes. She was the one who ruined his skin, the one who almost killed him, and the beast was not going to let it go. He even threw out the boy who dared to blind him and then growl at him. The beast was getting closer and closer to Uchiha. She couldn't move again. And when the chakra beast was very close, 6 snakes that were connected to the girl's hair released streams of fire from their mouths. However, the bear didn't give a damn, which is why 2 snakes grabbed him with tenacious bites. But the result was a hole from a donut. The bear swung his black paw and hit Kiyomi, not hard, but she flew about 3 meters from the blow. The beast began to slowly approach on his hind legs. He was going to enjoy the girl's suffering. And then the paw was raised again. Blood was spilled, but the bear's paw remained raised above his head, and some iron was sticking out of it. "Who dared to wake me up?" a multi-toned voice sounded. This voice subconsciously made everyone who heard it fear the owner of the voice. The bear looked to the right and sent the albino there. He saw the same cheeky boy by the tree. His white hair floated as if unaware of gravity. His eyes with animal-like pupils glowed with a bright light. One eye glowed blood red, and the other a bright purple. Kiyomi, hearing the voice, looked in the same direction as the bear and saw Naruto. I asked again. "Who woke me up?" Uzumaki asked. After these words, a wave of power passed through the entire forest. All the animals began to run away. The only exception was the bear. Chapter Monet Konsin. I ask again, "Who woke me up?" These words were like the grinding sound of approaching death. Naruto said them in an inhuman voice that made the heart freeze and freeze. After these words, a wave of power passed through the forest. The wave was so powerful that it shook the trees, causing many leaves to fall. In the forest, absolutely everyone felt this wave. The inhabitants of the forest had been alarmed by the battle between the 2 monsters, but now their instincts were saying, screaming that this power did not belong to a beast or a man or any other monster. It belonged to God. The chakra beast, who had been acting arrogantly until now, also realized that he had crossed the wrong person. The bear's fur stood on end from the wave emitted alone. Now the bear was experiencing the same feeling as his victims. Horror. That's what was read in the beast's eyes, which looked straight at the source of incredible power. Bears have poor color discrimination, but now he clearly saw the purple-black aura that surrounded the boy. "Naruto?" Kiyomi whispered. She was glad that maybe her friend was alive, but she also felt his aura. No, she didn't just feel it. She saw it with her Sharingan. She couldn't say a word. Even her friend's name was hard for her to say. The white-haired man stood in the same place, a slight glow emanating from his eyes, a purple haze from the left eye, and a red one from the right. Although there was indifference to everything in his eyes, the pressure from just one look spoke of discontent. After looking at Uchiha, Uzumaki turned his gaze to the bear that stood next to her. "Is it because of you that I woke up?" the white-haired man said. His voice was cold, which made goosebumps run down Kiyomi's spine. The bear stood rooted to the spot. For the first time in his life, he experienced such horror. Naruto's POV. After Kiyomi's technique hit me and the bear, I was stunned for a few moments. As soon as I came to my senses, I saw that everything around me was ablaze with fire. "This is Kiyomi with one technique?" I said in shock. Kurama's chakra that had covered me before now looked like torn fabric. Small pieces of chakra fell off and disappeared. Turning around, I saw the chakra bear. It was lying on its belly. Its fur was burnt in places. "I don't think he survived that," I said, but felt alarm through empathy. This anxiety came from Kiyomi. Coming out of the flames, I saw her. She was very worried. "Naruto! Naruto!" she screamed. For the first time, someone was so worried about me, which made my heart feel so warm. "I'm fine, Kiyomi. Powerful technique," I said, coughing slightly from the smoke. After she saw me, she smiled. From this smile, my heart skipped 5 times in a row. But the smile was replaced by quiet horror. I didn't understand why Kiyomi was looking at me like that. "Naruto, watch out! Behind you!" Kurama shouted from the subconscious. I heard him, but didn't have time to turn around. Something hit me from behind. No, something hit me hard from behind, causing me to fly into a tree. Crack! That's the sound I made when I crashed into a tree, and I spat out blood, and a trickle of something warm ran down my face. After that, I remembered everything rather vaguely. The world in front of my eyes was fading in and out, and my name was constantly being heard. Damn! How painful! I tried to get up with all my strength. The bear gave me a good beating. Looking up, I saw the chakra bear heading towards Kiyomi, who was frozen in terror. "No, he'll kill her! Move! Come on, get up!" No matter how hard I tried, my body wouldn't obey me. I began to focus the chakra in my hand, after which it was enveloped in a purple light. I clearly imagined the kunai and began to give this shape to the void and gave chakra. Doing these actions at the same time, my head began to hurt badly, but I did not intend to stop. And now the kunai appeared, but I did not have the strength to throw it. I saw how the bear swings his paw. And then darkness. Subconscious. "Naruto, come to your senses!" the fox shouted at the entire subconscious. Damn, what a bad time the veil fell. And if I give more chakra, then either Naruto will die or I will disappear, Kurama said under his breath. In the sky that was in the subconscious, a huge black-violet cloud began to appear. No, rather, the entire sky changed color to these colors. The sun also changed color. Now it was a black hole with a golden ring. Oh, what happened to Naruto's subconscious? And what is this weakness? Is this black sun sucking chakra out of me? The fox spoke in a pained voice, perplexed. The Baiju's chakra was indeed being absorbed by the black sun. Inside the tree where Kyokyu slept, Naruto's second personality opened his eyes and looked out the window, seeing a black and purple sky and a black sun. He ran out onto the street and saw that the black sun hole was sucking out the Kyuubi's chakra, because of which Kurama lay almost at death's door. As soon as the white-haired man saw this, he ran up to the fox. "Kurama, what's wrong with you? And what happened to your subconscious?" Kyokyu asked. He didn't know what happened. "Ha! I finally woke up. I would like to know myself. Naruto was attacked by a chakra beast, and after that, his subconscious changed. I looked at what was happening in the real world, and something strange happened to Naruto." "Okay," said Kurama, summing up the whole situation to the limit. "A chakra beast attacked? That means the brain activated the genome again. And this power begins to absorb Naruto's consciousness, and us into the bargain," Kyokyu suggested. "So what should we do? If I knew what to do. Think, Kyokyu said, clutching his head. "An idea. I'll try to take control of Naruto. But it's not a fact that it will work, and if I fail, this power will absorb me and my entire subconscious, along with you much faster." Kyokyu explained his plan. What do we have to lose? "Act," said Kurama, closing his eyes, his strength almost completely leaving him. He said these words with great difficulty. The second albino smiled at this, remembering his recent game of shogi and reversi. Taking risks again? Although you're right, this may be our last conversation. After these words, Kyokyu dissolved into the fog. He didn't say that even if he managed, he could still disappear as a second personality. Real-world Naruto stood in front of the bear, who was shaking like an aspen leaf. Uzumaki looked at him with indifference, but at the same time, he was squeezing out a deadly ki in his direction. Birds that simply flew past fell dead, and the chakra beast began to be even more afraid. Uchiha simply watched as the monster from one menacing look turned into a puppy with its tail between its legs. Naruto scares the bear so much with just his gaze. What? The birds just fell from the sky. Are they dead? I can feel the chill of death, and it's stronger than the bears. But I have a feeling that I don't need to worry. These were Kiyomi's thoughts. This staring match lasted for about 5 minutes. Every few seconds, the bear took a small step back. Naruto also took a step. This way, he showed that he was not going to let the beast go. Unable to bear this empty but deadly ki any longer, the bear began to run away into the depths of the forest. Uzumaki watched this puppy run away and simply dissolved into space. He disappeared, although his presence had not been felt before. Kiyomi, who was watching everything, was once again in shock. The bear continued to run away, passing the trees. He wanted to forget that horror as soon as possible, but suddenly the ground rose in his path. The bear managed to stop and looked at the high hill that had formed, but this one was terribly narrow. There was still grass on the raised ground, and the trees that had fallen into the raised zone were now standing horizontally. Without seeing it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. And the bear also did not believe what was before his eyes. The raised earth with grass and trees were simply raised up. Whistling. The chakra beast heard the whistle and felt death approaching. He stood up on his hind legs and prepared to fight. He felt something pierce his forearm. Looking at the place, he saw a pool of blood. His paw was lying on the ground, and blood was flowing from the wound like a river. Whoa! The bear roared in pain, in hellish pain. Covering the wound with his remaining paw, he looked forward and saw the instrument that had taken his hand. A bloody spear was sticking out of the hill. Drops of blood were dripping from it. Mist came from behind the bear. Turning around, the chakra beast saw no one, but the overwhelming aura was still there. And then, raising his head up, the clubfoot saw that same child, and he was standing in the air with no support underneath him. The boy began to descend and landed on the ground. Suddenly, the space around him began to stir and float. The bear was confused as to what was happening. What kind of drug addiction is this? What did I smoke? It was as if a bottle of water had been poured onto a picture that had just been painted, or as if a strong river current washed away all obstacles. That was how the space around him floated. The boy stood as if he did not notice what was happening. The bear didn't know where to go. He tried to run to the right, but as soon as he turned, another spear flew past him. Looking again at Naruto, who stood with his hand outstretched, from which a small glow emanated. Ra! The cornered beast growled and released a powerful stream of wind at Uzumaki. The albino extended his hand towards the flying stream. As soon as the stream reached his hand, Naruto abruptly moved it to the right side. From these actions, the released stream of wind disappeared, as if it had never existed. After that, the bear's eyes were filled with despair. "Disappear!" Naruto whispered, and used 2 fingers to cut the air in front of him from the bottom left corner to the top right corner at a 30-degree angle. At the same time, the lower part of the bear disappeared. It simply disappeared, as if it had been cut, but there was no blood. The upper part of the body, which had the remaining paw, chest, and head, fell to the ground with a dull sound. Blood was flowing from the cut, and the eyes of the animal were dead. The albino stared at what was left of his opponent with empty eyes, and suddenly, he stood behind his head. "Ah!" Naruto screamed, feeling incredible pain in his head. At this cry, 2 people in masks and ANBU gear ran out of the bushes. The masks depicted a raven and a dog. "Naruto, are you okay?" one of them said. To which Uzumaki stopped screaming and fell to the grassy ground. Itachi's Pav, me, Shisui, and Kakashi stood in front of Hokage-sama. We were informed that there was a mission for us. "Weasel, Raven, Dog, I have a mission for you near the village," said Minato-sama. "Would rank and mission objective?" Kakashi asked, straight to the point as always. "The mission rank is questionable, but definitely in the AS region. The mission objective, they say that a chakra beast has been spotted in the vicinity. Your task is to verify this. If it turns out to be true, then act according to the situation but neutralize it." Chakra beast. Then it's not surprising that the ranks are so high. After all, they are dangerous and unstudied creatures. It seems they can compete with summoning. I remember Shisui telling me how he fought a chakra boar. I heard that some chakra beasts do not leave their territory, but there are exceptions. We need to study them and study them, I said to myself, realizing that no normal scientist would risk studying these animals, although Orochimaru-san is interested in this. But he can't be called normal either. Some have already tried to study these mysterious animals, and they managed to learn a few facts about them. But these daredevils ended up in the belly of their research. What kind of beast is it? I asked. The strength, and in our case the danger, also depends on the type of beast. A bear, Hokage-sama answered briefly. We all tensed up. We had met chakra beasts before, of course, but if it was a bear, then it was serious. We received the coordinates where he was seen for the last and at the same time the first time. Hi, Hokage-sama, we said, and disappeared from the office. 3 hours later, we've been exploring the forest for 3 hours now in search of the chakra bear. Damn, I need a Byakugan user here, Shisui complained, and I understand and support him very much. After all, the Sharingan is not able to see chakra as clearly as the Byakugan. I agree, I said. Are you sure you're Uchiha? Kakashi asked. Our clan is famous not so much for our eyes, but for our arrogance. Any Uchiha does not admit their weaknesses and puts themselves above others. I sometimes ask myself this question, answered a smiling Shisui. No, by the way, we wanted to conduct a joint training for Naruto and Kiyomi. I remembered, and began to imagine their angry but cute faces. Oh, why isn't Sasuke like this? Exactly. Today. Damn, my little sister will give me something to do, Shisui said with pain. I don't envy him. Kiyomi has a strong-willed character after all, and in combination with her snakes. Naruto? You mean the Jinchuriki? Kakashi asked. I wonder if he knows. Yes, Orochimaru-san sort of adopted him, although he simply took on the task of teaching and looking after him, Shisui said. I see. So how are these two doing? Hatake asked. They are geniuses. And how are things with Anko? I answered and asked. She's a femme fatale, so we were slaves. Yes, Naruto definitely needs practice in the lightning element, Shisui said. And that's an idea. He has lightning? Well, I'll think about it, said Kakashi-san. At this point, our conversation ended, and we continued to look for traces. Suddenly, I felt an incredible burst of chakra. We ran in that direction, moving from branch to branch. I noticed 2 birds in the sky that fell from the sky. Having run to the clearing, we noticed a fallen tree and a burnt mark on the grass. And a little further away, the body of a girl. Wait, it's Kiyomi. You're like a little sister. What happened to you? Shisui quickly reacted when he saw the body. Brother, please help Naruto. There's a chakra beast, Kiyomi asked, pointing into the depths of the forest. Shisui, stay with Kiyomi, I said. Kakashi and I ran through the trees until we heard a scream. Ah! Naruto, how are you? I said. Hearing this cry, we quickened our pace and ran out of the forest into a small clearing. The first thing I saw was Naruto, who was clutching his head and screaming. But his appearance made me wary. His white hair was shiny and pointed upwards, and his eyes were glowing in different red and purple. But after my words, Naruto calmed down and passed out. Kakashi kept looking forward and couldn't look away. It was the first time he'd seen something like this. Looking ahead, I saw that the piece of land with the trees was pointing upwards. The trees on it were now growing horizontally and the height of the hill, and a bloody spear was stuck into the hill. And a little further, there was another spear. Near the hill, in a pool of blood, lay a paw with burnt fur, and next to it was half a bear. Only its head and part of its chest remained. The lower part was nowhere to be found. Blood was still flowing from its wounds, which formed a huge pool of blood. Kakashi's eye spoke for itself. It was the first time he and I had seen something like this, and we won't soon forget it. Naruto, you didn't do this? I looked at Naruto. Chapter 17, Unknown Space. Where am I? our albino hero asked himself. Naruto woke up in an empty space where there was nothing. At least that's what he thought. The unknown space was filled with purple fog that periodically changed colors. Light fell on his white-haired crown, and this light, as strange as it may sound, exuded power. Raising his head, Naruto saw the source of the light. What is this? He asked himself, looking at the only source of light. Above him was a huge sphere, around which purple energy was spinning, forming a funnel. All the energy was going into the sphere. No, rather, the sphere was sucking in all the purple energy, similar to fog. But the energy filling the space did not become less. The sphere itself was completely dark and seemed bottomless. Looking at the black ball, Naruto thought that the ball was looking back at him. Looking closely, the albino noticed that there was some kind of white dot in the center of the ball. "What's that shining white light over there?" he said under his breath. Suddenly, the whole fog became orange-red, and the black sphere began to suck in the fog even more strongly, and our hero as well. Naruto couldn't stay on his feet and had nothing to grab onto, which is why he flew towards the funnel. Having approached the black sphere quite quickly, it became clear that its center and, in addition, the source of light, was a small ball spinning around its axis. Looking closely, one could see that there was a small crack with a chip on the ball, as if the ball had been dropped on the ground and a very small piece had broken off. And when Naruto closed his eyes and almost resigned himself to disappearing into the abyss of the dark sphere, a small stone appeared next to him. The stone was quite small and had a sharp end, edges, and one smooth side. "Grab hold of it!" sounded in Naruto's head. Without further ado, our hero reached out and grabbed the pebble. As soon as the pebble was grabbed, a black substance similar to liquid burst out of it and enveloped Naruto, while shrinking until it completely disappeared. Subconscious. As soon as the black substance absorbed Naruto, he found himself in a flower valley, which was inside his subconscious. The subconscious returned to normal. The sky was blue again and without cracks. The sun was normal and did not absorb everything. Not far away lay a fox, unconscious. The albino was not lying on the grass, but on the body of his adult version, while squeezing his clothes with his hands. Naruto opened his eyes and saw that he was no longer in that dark place, but in his subconscious, while sitting astride Kyokyu. "Hey Naruto, can you please get off me? Even though it's subconscious, you're heavy, you know?" The second personality suddenly said, his eyes showing fatigue and suffering, but his face showing indifference. "Yes, good," Naruto said, and got off his schizophrenia, which made her smile. A black hand lay on Uzumaki's white head. "I'm glad you're okay," Kyokyu said, with a smile that made his soul feel calm. After that, he began to look around his subconscious. Your subconscious has returned to normal, so I managed and stayed alive. Although, it won't be for long," said Kyokyu, but only the first part was voiced out loud. At the same time, he smiled bitterly. "What do you mean, returned to normal? And what does it mean that you remained alive?" The odd-eyed man did not understand. Looking around the clearing, he saw Kurama lying unconscious. Naruto did not attach any importance to this, because the fox liked to take a nap, but Kyokyu's words alerted him. Naruto ran to the nine-tailed fox in a hurry. "Kurama, are you okay? Wake up!" Naruto shouted, trying to bring the fox to his senses. Not knowing what to do, he began to hit the fox on his nose. Tears appeared on the child's face. "Yes, everything is fine with him." "Look," said the second Naruto, approaching the fox's face and forcefully ripping out his whisker. Foxes have whiskers like a cat, and in my FF, Kurama has them too. "Aye, you damn small insects!" Kurama screamed, first from the slight pain and then from rage, because no one had ever dared to pull out the great Kyuubi's whiskers, and even if such daredevils were found, they ended their lives in his stomach. Would Beta's note, Kinkaku and Jinkaku will disagree with this, because if you were swallowed, you have at least two options. Without thinking, the fox formed a small bijudama, tailed bomb, and launched it at Naruto and Kyokyu. When Kurama realized what he had done, the bijudama had almost caught up with the two. Naruto closed his eyes in fear and covered himself with his hands, hoping to somehow protect himself. Kyokyu stood calmly. 3 pairs of golden eyes appeared behind him. These golden eyes folded, and they had bodies. Now behind Kyokyu, there were 3 eastern dragons with open mouths. Their necks stretched out, and they flew straight into the tailed bomb. The dragons instantly absorbed the bijudama, or to be more precise, they simply ate it. "What are you doing, Furball? And if it hit Naruto, he wouldn't be able to defend himself," asked Kyokyu, looking angrily at the fox. 3 eastern dragons, having absorbed the technique, began to look at the one who used it. Kurama perked up. The events of 6 years ago flashed in his head. The dragons were very reminiscent of a hydra, which made the fox's fur stand on end, but he quickly came to his senses and realized what he had done. "I admit, I'm guilty. But why the fuck are you going to do this?" "Ha ha ha, I see you did it." The Biju spoke first with a guilty voice, then with a rough one, remembering the nice method of waking him up, and then rubbing the place where his mustache used to be, and finally decided to change the subject. "And you doubted it," Kyokyu said with a cheeky grin. "Although to be honest, I almost disappeared myself." After these words, Kurama and Naruto had a questioning expression on their faces. "What are you talking about?" Naruto asked, not understanding what was going on. "Shall we tell you?" Kurama asked, glancing at Kyokyu. "There's no point in hiding it," Schizophrenia answered briefly. "Naruto, what's the last thing you remember?" he asked Naruto. "I was hit by a chakra bear, and it wanted to hurt Kiyomi. I wanted to stop it, but I saw the bear approaching her. At that moment, I cursed my weakness. I forced myself to get up. I wanted power," Naruto said, realizing how helpless he was then. After all, Kiyomi did not run away from him, did not insult or throw stones. She wanted to be friends with him. This is what made our hero feel bitter. "I see. Naruto, you were consumed by your desire and your brain. No, your soul itself responded and released your power of emptiness, but it consumed you. But at the same time, your brain managed to direct the power to a specific goal. Namely, that goal was to kill the bear. As soon as the goal was accomplished, the influence of emptiness weakened a little, thanks to which I was able to intercept control of your body and cut you off." Kyokyu told his vision of the situation, which was absolutely correct. "Why didn't you take control of me earlier? Then you would have been able to kill the bear, and the power wouldn't have consumed me." Uzumaki asked a logical question. "Well," Kyokuyu began to sweat. "I was a little busy, but when the power of the void began to absorb you, I couldn't take control because my body was focused on the goal of killing." "Hey, I get it," Naruto said. "He's lying and not blushing. I have no idea what they were doing, but he's definitely lying about busy," Naruto thought, scanning Schizophrenia with empathy. "You don't know yet what happened here," the fox raised his voice. "When your genome began to absorb you, it almost absorbed us along with your subconscious." "Seriously?" the albino exclaimed. "Yes, you should have seen what was happening here," said Kurama, and began to tell how Naruto's subconscious changed and how the Black Susun began to suck out his chakra. "Sorry," Naruto said guiltily. He realized that he had almost killed his best friends and neighbors. "Forget it. The past is the past. It could have happened to anyone," Kyokyu said, rubbing the top of Naruto's head. "Well, regarding the last one, I doubt it," Kurama added quietly. "Is Kiyomi okay?" asked the odd-eyed man. "Naruto, are you seriously worried about this Uchiha?" Kyubi said in irritation, because he hated the Uchiha with all his being. "She's fine," Kyokyu said. "Okay," Naruto exhaled. "Okay, it's time for you to go back and get some good sleep," said the fox, already lying in a comfortable sleeping position. "Okay, I'll come back later," Naruto said, and disappeared from the subconscious. "I better rest too," Kyokyu said, walking up and disappearing into the door of the tree. After walking a couple of meters up, Kyokyu leaned against the wall. "Ha, ha, damn, it looks like I don't have much time left," Kyokyu said, breathing heavily and looking at his hand, which became transparent for a few seconds. "Yeah, it feels like my heart is about to burst out of me," Kyokyu said, chuckling a little. "I think I have about 5 years left. Cough, cough. Well, I hope I can at least leave gracefully." Orochimaru's lair. Beep, beep, sounded in the white room. The sound of the heart monitor was the only thing that broke the silence of what seemed to be a medical ward. The heart monitor showed a green line jumping up and down. This meant that there was a pulse. The owner of the lair was standing nearby. Orochimaru was checking Uzumaki's condition. "Orochimaru, how is he?" came from the doorway. The owner of the voice turned out to be Asuma. Orochimaru moved away from the patient and led Sarutobi out of the room. Now they were standing by the window, through which the room with Naruto was visible. "The condition is stable. There are a couple of fractures, but nothing serious." Surprisingly, the snake said the last words with a certain smile. "Yeah, to meet a chakra bear, win and get away with a couple of fractures. And to be a child, it's hard to believe," Asuma said, smoking a cigarette. But at that very second, it was not in Sarutobi's mouth. "Asuma-kun, there are places where smoking is prohibited. Sssss. Unless, of course, you want to blow yourself up." Orochimaru said the last sentence with a weak thirst for blood. Got it, Asuma said. "At least let me finish my smoke," he said to himself. Asuma, although he took care of his health, was still the one that helped him relax. And "don't smoke" was what he heard most often. "By the way, what are those seals on him?" Sarutobi asked about the seals that covered the white-haired man. "This is a special fuin. It accumulates chakra and restores the body with it, and also monitors the state of the chakra. Although you can't heal broken bones with it, you can speed up the recovery." The snake explained the principle of the seals. "I anticipate your question." "Danzo gave them. It seems this is from Naruto's benefactor." The snake hissed already, guessing that it was Uzumaki, and even who exactly. "Orochimaru-sama, how is Naruto?" Another voice was heard. Although the snake sensed them, it decided to ignore them for now. "Shisui-kun, Itachi-kun, Naruto-kun is fine," Orochimaru replied, and began to stare intently at the girl next to Shisui, from which she hid behind her brother's back. "Don't be afraid, little one," Orochimaru said, and stretched out his hand, and a white snake crawled out of his sleeve. Kiyomi immediately approached the snake without fear and took it in her arms. Her hair became snakes, and they seemed to communicate with the little snake. "Is Naruto okay?" Kiyomi asked. She was worried about the condition of her savior and friend. "He's fine." Orochimaru didn't finish because Naruto started to emit a purple-blue aura. Something like a seal was also visible in the aura. The snake immediately ran into the room and checked the condition. The broken bones were fine. They looked even stronger than before. And then Naruto opened his eyes. Unknown space. Other. The space was shrouded in golden light and clouds. It was like a beautiful painting painted by the greatest artists of the world. No, 100 worlds. Under the beautiful falling sakura sat a girl. The girl's beauty was unimaginable. Her black hair slightly fluttered in the wind. Her gaze, in which a sparkle sparkled, was directed at the medallion. Suddenly, a vibration was felt from the medallion. "He's reacting. So your power has awakened Kyokyu," the girl said with a smile, and the name of the god of emptiness was pronounced with special tenderness. "It seems you're right, Shinny. I wonder if Seth is also." Chapter 18. Orochimaru ran up to Naruto. He noticed a small, purple-blue haze in which a circular pattern was visible, in which several symbols were depicted on the edges of the circle and 2 arrows in the middle. Not even a second passed, and the snake Sanin stood by the boy's body and checked his pulse, looking at the medical equipment. The 3 Uchiha, as well as the head of the Sarutobi clan, did not dare to disturb Orochimaru. However, the snake could sense with its skin when someone wanted to ask it something. All the wounds have already healed. Not even a scar remains. The bones are intact. Although this point needs to be clarified, Orochimaru hissed. Shh. As the Sanin spoke, his patient opened his eyes, and 2 different eyes were looking at him. Orochimaru-sensei, where am I? The white-haired man asked, getting up and already sitting on the bed. In my lab, Naruto-kun. You were pretty banged up, but you're fine, the snake hissed. I see. So Naruto-kun used his genome again without realizing it. Still, this is the most interesting of all the genomes I have encountered, because it can restore the owner so easily and quickly. And considering what was left of the chakra bear, this Kekkei Genkai is also good at attacking. These were Orochimaru's thoughts. This anisole certainly belonged to the scientist. However, there are things that even a researcher like him cannot explain. For example, the restoration process using the white-haired genome, and where exactly the lower part of the bear disappeared. As Itachi said, when he and Kakashi ran to the scene, only the head and part of the body were left of the bear. They examined the area, but the lower half was never found. I see. Thank you, Naruto said, already about to get up, but the Sanin stopped him. Wait a bit. I still need to do an X-ray, Orochimaru said. Asuma, you can go with him. Everything will be fine. Having said this, the snake patted the odd-eyed man on the white top of his head. I'll leave this matter to the professionals, said Sarutobi, already near the bed. The snake rolled the couch and removed all the seals from the little body. He put the boy on it and rolled it. Kiyomi waved to Naruto as they passed by. He waved back. After all, he could already move normally. For Naruto, such anxiety was new, after all. He spent a couple of hours in the hospital at most, and most of that time he was unconscious, so he always thought that doctors treated only with bitter medicines or pills. And now he saw himself connected to an incomprehensible device and being taken to some kind of X-ray. Naruto, of course, loved to read, and in the orphanage it was the only thing he could do. He read a variety of books, but he could not understand the incomprehensible words in them, and there was no one to explain their meaning. And the books that he began to read when he became Orochimaru's student were still in the main history section. Now they ran past glass tanks with some kind of liquid, where different body parts were floating. Note beta, or bodies. With Orochi it will happen. This created an atmosphere of horror. At first, Naruto was a little scared, and he instinctively entered the empty mode, after which only interest remained. Don't be scared. These are my experiments. They are meant to help people, the snake said with a smile, trying to calm his student and guest. Orochimaru is not only one of the Sannin and a powerful shinobi, all this fades into the background because he is first and foremost a scientist. And as a scientist, he sought to help others with science. For this he conducts, at first glance, ruthless experiments, note beta, and at second glance too, although some are still ruthless. However, Orochimaru conducted such research only on criminals or other trash of the human race. Most of all, he wanted to find a way to completely resurrect the dead and unravel the secret of immortality. He was convinced, or rather believed, that this was possible. Whatever Orochimaru was, the village owed him a lot, because he developed many medicines that saved more than one life. After passing this vivisection exhibit corridor, I made it up, they found themselves in the X-ray room. Here, Orochimaru was checking the results of his experiments on his subjects. There were pictures hanging on the negatoscope, that glowing board where they hang X-rays. These pictures were mostly of rats and other laboratory animals, but human pictures occasionally flashed among the rest, which added to the creepy atmosphere. Naruto was placed on an X-ray machine. The images showed that all 206 bones were normal. What is all this about Naruto-kun? Orochimaru hissed. I put Naruto-kun in the ward. I prepared spare clothes there. Having said the last, the white snake took the odd-eyed man back. The most unpleasant thing was that he had to drive through that horrible corridor again. Without incident, surprisingly, having reached the chamber where the Uchiha trio was no longer, Naruto put on an absolutely black t-shirt and pants with a purple rope as a belt. Of course, he had two more options with his rags that had suffered quite a bit in the battle with the bear and medical clothes, but it was not a camel's eye to walk in them. Having changed their clothes, the Uzumaki came to the hall with sofas. The red-eyed one settled on one, the mummy on the other. Kiyomi was playing with a snake, but one of her friends noticed the white-haired one. Naruto, how are you? Are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? Shibuya. Kiyomi ran up and started asking him questions, to which she received a shake of the head. Woo! Glory to Kami, she said, and looked intently at our hero. Thank you very much, Naruto, she blurted out in one breath, while making a small bow. Uzumaki tilted his head questioningly. For what? He said, causing Uchiha to almost jump, but quickly calmed down. How come you didn't leave me and protected me from that bear? And before that, from those boys. You didn't avoid me, but took my side. And Dan, she began to list. The odd-eyed one thought, then, thank you for not hating me. Let's be friends, he said, at first coldly, but then with warmly and hopefully. Kiyomi just blinked her eyes. Foo, she laughed. Aren't we already friends? She said, which made Uzumaki think. We're probably friends already, Naruto said, with a 32-year-old smile. This scene was observed by one old man, one adult, and two minors. Ahem. Sorry for interrupting the conversation, but Kiyomi, you wanted to show us something, didn't you? Shisui disturbed them, reminding his little sister. Oh, forgive me, brother. Well, look, she said, activating the dojutsu. Kiyomi's irises turned red, and two drunken tomoe were sticking out near the pupil. Seeing this, Shisui didn't believe it at first, so he approached his sister and looked straight into her eyes. Then he grabbed her by the shoulders. Kiyomi, you have awakened the second tomoe of the Sharingan. Do you know what that means? The master of the body flicker asked seriously. No. Well, doesn't that mean that my Sharingan has become stronger? Answered Kiyomi. She was not a fool, but you can't call her a know-it-all either. Although she liked to study, but she studied mostly what might be useful to her in the near future, in Kiyomi's opinion, so she did not delve too deeply into the history of the Uchiha clan and the details about the Sharingan. Of course, she knew what the Sharingan was, how to use it, and that it had stages of development that could be determined by the number of tomoe. But she did not know, or even did not understand the difference between them. Yes, the eyes become stronger, but that's not all. What's worse, she did not know about the social status within the clan. In the Uchiha clan, it is customary that those who awakened or have prospects for awakening the Sharingan are trained mainly in the clan. Plus, those who awakened the dojutsus with one tomoe at a fairly early age, 7 to 10 years old, become worth their weight in gold. Yes, you are partly right, but now you will have to train within the clan, and going outside of it without permission will be prohibited, Shisui said. Maybe this seems like a good prospect considering that she is almost an outcast. What? This is nonsense. This is a restriction of freedom, Naruto objected. After all, he and Kiyomi had only recently become friends, and now he would lose a friend. I don't agree either. Brother, can't you do anything? Kiyomi asked with a face that was impossible to resist. I don't know, Shisui answered. He didn't want to upset his sister, but he simply couldn't lie to her. After all, she was the most precious thing he had left. Can I intervene? Danzo, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Danzo-sama? Shisui, I can make you become the Jinchuriki's permanent caretakers, the mummy said. Jinchuriki? Kiyomi asked questioningly. "Who's that?" "It's me," said the white-haired man. He didn't know how his girlfriend would react to this. Kiyomi looked at him with some delight, didn't she? "Do you agree to this?" Shimura asked. "Yes," the Uchihas said at the same time. Kiyomi was thinking how it would help that they would now be watching Naruto. Uzumaki himself did not fully understand what would change. Danzo noticed their questioning expressions. "The surveillance will be only on paper, but in reality they will train Naruto and you at the same time, Kiyomi," Danzo said, but did not finish. "That means I won't have to study in the clan because my brother will train me," she shouted, smiling, and took her friend by the hands and began to spin. "But this is only until you enter the academy," the mummy added. "Why do I have this feeling that you are seeing the future Danzo-sama?" Asuma said, stroking his father's shiny lighter with his thumb. "Just a precaution," Shimura replied, smiling. "Foresight? Seriously?" Orochimaru quipped as he entered. "Where have you been?" Danzo asked. "Examining the remains of the bear," he answered, glancing at Naruto. "By the way, what happened to the chakra beast?" asked the snake-haired one. "And indeed, I don't remember much after the blow," said the albino, drawing everyone's attention to himself. "Well, technically, I'm not lying. I really do remember everything foggily. If Kyokyu and Kurama hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known," the odd-eyed man thought. "Itachi-kun, Shisui-kun, and Kakashi-kun dealt with the bear," Orochimaru said, drawing attention to himself and stunning the two Uchiha. "It is better for Naruto-kun not to know that it was he who killed the bear with his genome. Otherwise, he might subconsciously become afraid of him or become very proud, and pride does not lead to anything good," thought the snake. And in part, he was right. Any other child would really become afraid of himself or become very proud. However, not in Naruto's case. But it is not necessary to know this. "I see," the Jinchuriki replied. "Oh, and also Naru. What was that glow and then you threw kunai out of nowhere?" asked Uchiha. This question attracted the attention of the elders again. Noticing their glances, he mentally asked for help from Schizophrenia or the fox. However, both were fast asleep. "Oh, I couldn't hide it for long anyway. And besides, they know about the genome," thought Naru, and smiling, extended his right hand forward. Concentrating, a purple glow appeared in his hand, surprising everyone present. The light began to dim a little and change shape. A second later, a kunai appeared in Naruto's hands. And it was even. "This is my void genome," Naruto said boldly. And then he unclenched his hand, and the kunai began to float in the air. "Wow, that's cool," Kiyomi said admiringly. "A kunai appeared out of thin air," Itachi said in bewilderment. "So this is the power of the genome," said Asuma. "Quite convenient," Danzo noted. At these words, Uzumaki blushed and was very pleased. "And this is only the beginning of his capabilities," Naruto said with a cheeky smile and punched the air. The kunai created for this action flew straight at a decent speed and almost pierced Orochimaru's stomach. However, he managed to grasp the flying kunai. Not bad at all. However, the kunai is dull, and it won't be easy to cut yourself with it, Orochimaru hissed. The kunai was uneven, noting that it was no different from a normal one, except for the dull blade. "Forgive me, Orochimaru-sensei?" Naruto bowed his head. "Nothing. You're still learning to control your powers and then you got into trouble," Orochimaru said, putting his hand on the white crown. "Okay, enough surprises for today, and it's too late anyway," Danzo said in the tone of a caring grandfather. Danzo stood up and left first. "Okay, we'll go. Kiyomi, let's go with Naruto. You'll see each other tomorrow," Shisui said in a tone that made it clear that refusal would not be accepted. Damn. "Okay, bye, Naru," said Kiyomi, and went after her brother. "We'll go too. Let's go, Naruto," said Asuma, putting the lighter in the pocket of his green vest. "I'm coming. Goodbye, Orochimaru-sensei," said smiling Naruto, and ran after Sarutobi. And so in the lair, there remained only Itachi and Orochimaru, who was examining the kunai. "Very interesting, isn't it, Itachi-kun?" said the snake, studying the kunai. What name? Itachi did not finish. Orochimaru attacked the Uchiha with a kunai created by his student. Chapter 19. One of the 3 legendary Sannin attacked the genius of the Uchiha clan with a kunai created by his student. Orochimaru killed many, and most often the death was quick and accurate because he attacked like a snake in vital organs. And if the victim survived, it was finished off with poison, which he often lubricated his weapons with. But reflexes coupled with the Sharingan helped Itachi block the cutting blow of the kunai with his ninjato. However, when the blade of the kunai and the blade of the sword touched, sparks appeared, and the grinding of metal was heard. And then, Itachi stood with a dumbfounded face, and the end of the kunai was presented to his throat. The ninja that he held in his hands was now just trash, because the blade was several meters away, and the handle without a tsuba, guard, remained in his hands. "What can we finish?" Orochimaru said in a cold voice, and put away the kunai. Now for Itachi, this voice was like the breath of Shinigami. However, I automatically managed to activate the Sharingan. Now I saw everything in slow motion. I could clearly see the blade of the kunai. It was indeed blunt. But now, Orochimaru's bloodlust was pressing on me, and all that ki was concentrated on the tip of the kunai. I simply couldn't think straight. So like on the assassination missions, I reached for my ninjato. I barely managed to pull out my sword and put it on the line of attack. But with the same Sharingan, I noticed that instead of a thrusting blow, Orochimaru moved his hand to the right. Could it really be a cutting blow? And so my sword and kunai meet in a blow. From the sharp blow, sparks flew out. But the kunai simply broke the blade of the sword. There was a little resistance, and I felt the blow with my hand. And then I noticed a growing crack, and here, the blade and a couple of small fragments fly a couple more meters. A kunai, with a huge thirst for blood, is right now presented to my throat. My whole life flashes before my eyes. Birth, meeting Shisui, entering the academy, Sasuke's birth. The attack of the 9-tailed fox, meeting my love, the end of the academy, the first missions, games with Sasuke, entering the Anbu, and that aura of Naruto, and that corpse of the chakra bear, and what happened to the earth. All the recent and very distant events flashed before my eyes, whether bright or sad. They all flashed past me like a film strip, although it was fast, but I saw every frame, every moment. It's a pity that I didn't confess to her, and now I'm standing here waiting for death. But instead, what can I finish? These were the words I heard. Even though Orochimaru's voice gives me goosebumps now, I am sure that I heard finish correctly. What does this mean? I asked, confused. Oh, did I scare you, Itachi-kun? He said. And he sure did. Although you shouldn't let your guard down with him, he's capable of any tricks. Relax. I just checked my guess about this kunai created by Naruto-kun. Orochimaru-sama said, waving this incredibly durable thing. I looked at the handle of my former sword. There was a piece of the blade a couple of centimeters long left on it. I repelled many kunai and shuriken with this ninjato, and also fought in close combat, crossing it with other blades. And now it is broken by a kunai. And this is definitely not a coincidence because I always check my equipment and the sword is in perfect order. Plus, recently there was a full check of the equipment by specialists. Then why did it break? Orochimaru-sama, can you explain? How did this kunai break my sword? I asked, hoping that I could at least understand something. To this, Orochimaru pointed his finger at the kunai with a smile. Look carefully, he said. I focused my Sharingan's gaze on the kunai and noticed that the kunai was emitting chakra. That's why it broke my sword so easily. But there is one thing. Naruto only recently awakened his chakra center and has only just begun to develop it. It seems you got it. This kunai emits chakra as if it is charged with chakra, but you can immediately tell that it is not made of chakra-conducting metal and is not charged with chakra. And for this, I formed a theory. although it is not confirmed. I can assume that Naruto-kun's genome creates something through his special chakra, and since this kunai is made of chakra, it is stronger than it seems. Orochimaru-sama explained, "Yes, this all makes sense." "And you wanted to check this?" I asked. "Yes." The answer would be quite short. "You can go, Itachi-kun, but I want to warn you when you teach Naruto-kun Kotonu. Watch him like a hawk," he said, turning his back to me. "What? But why?" I asked. Of course, I understand that Naruto needs to be watched like a hawk now. I noticed something I hadn't noticed before. "What did you notice?" I asked. "I noticed that Naruto-kun's body seemed to be covered by an invisible and intangible barrier. This barrier can be described as an area in which his body absorbs the chakra around him," Orochimaru replied. "Absorbing chakra from the environment, but that's it. No, it's not senjutsu, although it's pretty close," he answered as if reading my thoughts. "Naruto-kun's body only absorbs the surrounding chakra, but he most likely cannot use it. In addition, in his body, it does not increase or decrease and does not mix with his own chakra," Orochimaru said. "Then what is it?" I asked. "It absorbs chakra, but its volume does not change, as if this chakra simply disappears." "I have no idea, but that only makes it more interesting for me to study it. And you know, Naruto-kun chose a suitable name for his genome. Although I would call it the Abyss," Orochimaru-sama said. "It seems he is intrigued as a scientist and researcher." "I agree," I said, and left the snake's lair, leaving Orochimaru-sama alone with his thoughts. I can never understand what he is thinking, although he understands what others are thinking, and it is a little annoying. And yet the genome of emptiness. "A good name," I said, looking at the endless sky. And this sky is also something like emptiness. With this thought, I went towards the Uchi quarter, towards the house where my unbearable brother was waiting for me. End POV, Itachi. Now, Itachi was walking along a forest path. The sky was painted the fiery orange of the setting sun. A quiet wind was driving the golden leaves. "But the wind is cool," Itachi said to himself as he walked past the benches and onto the park path. And why didn't Orochimaru-sama settle right in the Konoha Research Center? Although he often goes on long missions, or as he calls it, collecting material. But still, why so far away? Tsunade-sama, for example, almost lives in a hospital excluding her hobby. And Jiraiya-sama? I know practically nothing about him, except that he is a writer, and that he released one bestseller that I like to read with Sasuke and Maya. The Tale of the Fearless Shinobi is definitely a masterpiece, but still, his other book is for a certain audience. Damn it, I remember. After all, my mother and she almost killed me when they saw it with me. I still don't remember Kakashi-san, Uchiha thought while walking along the park road. And right now he realized that the expression, "mention a yukai and he's right there," is truer than ever. Against the orange sky and the rays of the setting sun stood a young girl. She looked to be 17, the same age as Itachi. Brown hair tied in a ponytail with a red ribbon. 2 curls hung down on either side of her face. There was a mole under her left eye. She was dressed like Itachi in standard ANBU gear. A gray vest, wrist plates, gloves, and black gear underneath. The only thing she noted was that she did not carry a sword, although it was a fairly common ANBU item. On the back of her head was a marten mask. Hey, you mention it, and here it is. Although I am glad, sighing, Itachi went to meet his friend. "Hello, Itachi. Where have you been with Shisui?" asked the girl with a sweet smile. "Hello, Izumi. Yes, we were on a mission," he greeted, and then answered the question, he said without changing his step speed, and began to walk past Izumi. To which she quickly turned around, and now she is already walking on par with Itachi. "Will you tell me?" she asked, with hope in her dark eyes. But not for long. Itachi just smiled and came closer to her face. What's wrong?" Izumi asked, blushing like the hair of an Uzumaki clan member. As luck would have it, he approached her even closer. She closed her eyes and was already preparing for more, but… "Secret information?" he said, with a smile right in her ear. After such actions, Izumi stood in a stupor for several more minutes. "Itachi!" she screamed and beat her fists into Itachi's chest. He was laughing. "She's so cute when she's angry," Itachi said to himself. "You could have said so instead of being like that," Izumi said in a calm voice. Sorry, but maybe you should tell me. You're still a member of ANBU even though you are new?" He apologized and then spoke thoughtfully. "Your jokes again," she said. "We and the dog were arranging a chakra beast," Itachi said unexpectedly for her. "Chakra beast? How are you? Are you hurt?" Izumi first shouted and then began to examine him with concern, from which he had already become the color of a tomato. That's it, I'm fine." It's better for her not to know that it was a bear, and now Mom will probably find out, Itachi said, and then thought. Once Izumi had calmed down, they walked the rest of the way in silence. As they walked, she felt someone take her left hand. Looking, she saw Itachi's hand, and he himself turned away. And now, they walk in the darkness holding hands, enjoying this moment. After about 30 minutes of their personal happiness, they were already at the house of the head of the Uchiha clan, although it was more like a 2-story mansion, not counting the basement and attic. The roof was blue, and the whole house was in the traditional Japanese style, which was quite popular among noble clans, although in modern times, most people prefer the modern style, and the Uchihas were no exception. But the leaders of the clans are obliged to follow the traditions, so they have to live in such mansions. Let them imagine their inconveniences. Now, Itachi and Izumi stood at the gate of the mansion, on which was the clan's crest. "Okay, I'm going home," Izumi said, which surprised Itachi quite a bit, since she never missed an opportunity to get closer to his parents. "And you won't even say hello?" "I already saw Makoto-san today, plus I'm really tired from training, and tomorrow I have an important mission," she said. "Okay, good luck," Itachi said as he watched her leave. House of the Uchiha clan head. "I'm home!" Itachi shouted, announcing his arrival to all members of the family. "Nisan-sama!" shouted 2 children, running towards Itachi at the same time. "Hey Sasuke, Maya, how are you today?" he asked, poking his brother and sister in the forehead and then stroking their heads. Sasuke was glad that his brother had returned. Maya was also glad, but now she was rubbing her forehead. "Oh, Itachi, you're just in time," said a woman of about 30 to 25 years old. In her hands was a saucepan with steam coming out from under the lid. Just by the smell alone, one could understand what was in this saucepan. "Hi, Mom. Is it really Kari today?" Itachi stated rather than asked. "Hooray, Kari!" Maya shouted with joy. "Nisan, tell me what missions you were given today," Sasuke asked his brother. Tell me, the smallest resident of the house encouraged. "Maybe after eating?" Itachi quickly confirmed again and went to his room. On his way to his personal space, Itachi passed the living room where he saw his father reading his newspaper. Fugaku immediately noticed Itachi standing at the entrance to the living room. "Itachi is back already. How are you today?" Fugaku asked. It may seem that he was not interested in this at all, but in fact, he wanted to know how his son was doing. But alas, the position of the head of the clan, especially one as famous as Uchiha, deprived a person of the ability to show positive emotions. But Fugaku did not completely lose this skill thanks to his wife and children. Itachi understood this perfectly well, so he answered with a smile. "Yes, everything is fine." Such short but warm words warmed Fugaku's soul. And he felt very sorry for his friend, who had lost one of his lights. 40 minutes later, during which Itachi had time to take off his gear, take a bath, and put on his home clothes, the entire Uchiha family was already sitting at the table. Dinner was quiet. Everyone was enjoying the curry. After dinner, Makoto began to clear the table, and Maya helped her. Itachi and Fugaku sat in front of the altar. The altar was red with himentali of black and yellow. These colors on the altar depicted fire. On the altar were candles and incense. In the middle was hung a picture of a beautiful black-haired maiden dressed in a kimono, surrounded by flames. Itachi and Fugaku bowed 3 times and then began to say a prayer. May your flame continue to burn. May it continue to flare up with new strength. May it continue to warm our hearts and give warmth to our neighbors. May it continue to give us strength. Thank you for your fire, Amatera-sama. Dad, Nisan, what are you doing? You bow to this altar every night. And say this prayer, asked Sasuke, not understanding their actions. Mikoto walked up to Sasuke and hugged him from behind. Sasuke, you may not understand now, but this prayer is a tradition of our clan. The head of the clan and his successor but must read it. This is how they express their gratitude to the goddess who blessed us. Mikoto began to say, stroking the children. On the head. And who do they pray to? Maya asked, climbing into Mikoto's arms. They pray to the goddess of fire, Amaterasu, Mikoto said, lifting Mayu up. Itachi and Fugaku had already finished praying, and the entire Uchiha family went to bed. Chapter 20. It was a beautiful autumn day outside. The trees, which had changed their usual green clothes for golden red leaves, swayed slightly in the wind. It was quite warm outside, even though it was the end of October, and this was a feature of the land of fire. All seasons here are warm. Even in winter, severe frosts or snowstorms were very rare, so rare that a biju would rather attack. Yellow and red leaves danced in the wind, and slowly and gracefully they fell onto the surface of the rather wide Naka River, leaving ripples. This leaf fall did not think of ending. It was a beautiful day in Konoha, and nothing could spoil it. It's been a couple of weeks since the incident with the chakra beast. Kato, fireball! The girl shouted the name of the technique. And at the same moment, she exhaled a rather large fireball. The fire consumed all the leaves that did not fall into the river, and even touched those that were already floating in the river. From the leaves that were in the air, only ash remained, which scattered in the wind, and those that were in the water slowly burned until they were extinguished by water. What did I say? Nothing will ruin this day? Okay, forget my words. It's normal for a hidden village to have some shinobi practicing such techniques. But this technique was used by a girl who isn't even an academy student yet. Well, how is it, brother? Asked the girl, who had used such a strong technique. Very good, Kiyomi. Your fireball is twice as big as mine. At your age, Shisui praised her. He was bursting with pride for his sister, and there was a reason for it. A little further from the brother and sister sat 2 more people. A boy with white hair and one red and one purple eye. Next to him sat a relaxed young man with long black hair and eyes of the same color. Naruto sat and watched attentively as his girlfriend performed the technique. After all, he wanted to achieve the same result. Itachi noticed this look. Naruto, you want to use Keiton as much as Kiyomi, right? Itachi asked, even though the answer wasn't needed. Hey, how did you understand Itachi-san? Asked the albino, because since he was not in empty mode, he could not hide his surprise. Well, I just had the same look when I was practicing this technique. And I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter how many times you were able to apply the technique perfectly, it's how many times you failed, the teenager said, leaving a puzzled look on the boy's face. Why is failure important and not progress? Naruto asked logically. Well, I think that it is precisely from failures that we learn. Judge for yourself. Even if you were able to use the technique once, it does not mean that the result will be the same the next time. Let's say you used the technique, but you need to hone it to understand how much chakra it takes from you and whether you will be able to use it again. And also, the more often you fail, the clearer your mistakes are to you, and in the future you will not make them, and you will use the technique without failure. Itachi tried to explain his point of view, and he was right, because people and animals learn either from their own or from others' mistakes. But not everyone can understand this. I understand. It's very similar to my creation. The more I practice it, the better I become. But failure is inevitable if I lose concentration, said the odd-eyed, creating a kunai in his hand. which appeared shrouded in a dim purple light. And then he created another one, but this one was crooked, while the first was smooth and sharp. Having thrown away the crooked kunai, Naruto began to spin the first created one in his hand and continue to watch Kiyomi. By the way, he spun it quite skillfully. First he spun it by the handle, then by the ring, and in the end, he spun the kunai around his palm, passing its backside. Itachi watched the hypnotic spinning, then Kiyomi, while being surprised by Naruto's dexterity. And yet she is talented, Uchiha's voice was heard. Even how talented you are. Itachi thought about this question. After a minute of silence, he answered, I don't know about Shisui, but she's definitely superior to me, Itachi replied. I see. So Shisui is superior to you? The white-haired man asked the next question. Well, he is the grandson of Uchiha Kagami, who surpassed the third Hokage, said the son of the clan head, not mentioning the very strong genjutsu. Although Itachi's genjutsu was not weaker, it had a narrower focus. Wow, was all Naruto could say, because he had read a lot in Orochimaru's library, and it surpasses Konoha's library in size and in the amount of information provided. The snake himself claims that his library can compete with Konoha's archive. Naruto learned a lot about Sarutobi Hiruzun from the library, and he respected him as the one thanks to whom he was able to meet Kurama. Meanwhile, Kiyomi and Shisui had already finished and left the platform where they were standing and walked towards Naruto and Itachi, who were sitting on the grass. Naru, it's your turn, Kiyomi shouted as she approached. Lately, she had started shortening our hero's name. Some might be offended, but not him. Itachi and Naruto stood up and walked onto the wooden platform, while the siblings took their place on the grass. Okay, now you will need to make certain seals and direct chakra to Tenketsu. You also need to imagine the effect of the technique and transform the chakra into elemental chakra. For this, you will need good chakra control, which you trained. Since you have all the elements, concentrate on fire as much as possible, and then accumulate and direct chakra to the lungs. And exhale. Itachi explained the principle of action. Naruto formed seals and sent chakra into the Tenketsu, then transformed it. Finally, gathering chakra in his lungs, he exhaled the technique. Kaiten? Fireball. Naruto said the name of the technique, not even understanding why. However, no ball or fire followed. Itachi came closer to the albino and put his hand in front of his face. I feel warm air, he said, because Itachi saw with the Sharingan that Naruto had directed and accumulated chakra correctly, but the technique did not follow. Try again. You did everything right, but use more chakra and accumulate it in greater volume. Okay, said the odd-eyed man. He was a little disappointed that the technique hadn't worked, because all those weeks after it was decided that he and Kiyomi would train together, he had been practicing chakra control. First, holding the leaf with his chakra, and each time he had to hold more and more leaves. But Naruto had also become excited, which made him try again with more dedication. 3 hours later. For 3 hours, Naruto still hadn't managed to exhale a ball. It was mostly warm air, or a few sparks. Now Naruto, Kiyomi, Itachi, and Shisui were sitting on the grass and eating bento. Damn, why can't I do anything? Naruto said, while eating onigiri rice balls. Oh, come on, you can still do Naru. Remember what Orochimaru-sensei said, that nothing comes easy. You just have to try. Besides, you have a predisposition to all the elements. Just try another one. Kiyomi encouraged her friend, holding a bento box on her lap. Thank you. Kiyomi, you had the same thing with fire, right? No, I got it almost immediately. Oh, these words made the white-haired man lose heart. Everything is fine with you. It's just that my little sister is abnormal. And you are doing well. Personally, I couldn't even breathe out a spark for 2 days, Shisui said. Who's the crazy one here? Kiyomi said, and turned away, puffing out her cheeks. Plus, we train by the river, and there is high humidity here, which complicates the use of fire techniques, Itachi said. Itachi, where did you get this bento? My brother and I brought it with us, but you and Naruto didn't." "I didn't think we'd be delayed for so long," the albino said guiltily. "My mother prepared the bento, and I sat down in the seal," Itachi explained, showing the seal on his armband. "This is Fuinjutsu, right?" "Yes. You're right. It was put there by a family friend." Uchiha answered the odd-eyed man's question. "I bet it's Kushina Uzumaki. After all, your families are friends." "Yondame's wife? What is she like?" Kiyomi asked. Naruto's ears perked up because he still remembered what her son had done. "She is strong-willed, like any Uzumaki. But at the same time, she is very kind and caring, but it is better not to see her angry," Itachi answered briefly, turning a little pale. "Wow," Kiyomi said, "because Kushina Uzumaki is an idol for many kunoichi. So this blonde jerk is like his father," the albino said with irritation. "No, he didn't despise the Hokage's son or hate him, but he irritated him because he, firstly, used a weapon in their fight, and secondly, he forced his lackeys to grab him. Naruto himself and his two neighbors are sure that if he hadn't been wounded then, he would have been able to at least escape and give those 3 black eyes and abrasions, and at most knock them out. But he himself would have gotten it then." Having analyzed past memories, Kurama said that the albino fights best against a crowd or one-on-one. "I'm sorry that my brother was involved in that back then," Itachi said, asking for forgiveness for Sasuke. "Come on, Itachi-san, you already apologized for that, duck-ass." "Fu-fu-fu-fu." "Ha ha ha," Kiyomi laughed at Sasuke's nickname. Shisui also giggled. Itachi was ashamed of his brother, but he found it funny how Naruto called him. "Okay, we have to go. But first, Naruto, maybe you want to try something else?" Shisui asked. "Yes, Naru, try it. You and Orochimaru-sensei created 2 techniques for your genome," Kiyomi said. Itachi and Shisui looked at the last one with interest. At this, Naruto grabbed her hands and they walked away from the older Uchiha. "Who even told you? Orochimaru-sensei's snake? Okay, but I have one idea. Listen." Then Uzumaki whispered his plan into Uchiha's ear, which made her blush, but she listened carefully. "And you, I see, are a joker." At this, Naruto smiled a cute smile, which made her heart skip a beat. Meanwhile, Itachi and Shisui were discussing what they were saying, and then they were called to the stage. All 4 of them stood by the river. Naruto began to concentrate. Repeating the fireball seals again, he gathered chakra in his lungs and exhaled. This time, Naruto managed to hatch a small ball of fire, which flew about the 10 meters and went out. "Well done, Naru!" Kiyomi shouted, hugging the boy. "Wow, you can already use it." "Not bad." "This is just the beginning," Naruto said, and began to use the void. Passing the energy of the void through his hands began to glow. Raising his hand up and then sharply lowering it, he released a purple arc-shaped slash. Beta note, no, not god-awful yaoi. This clot cut through the water and leaves that were in the way. Everyone who saw it was surprised as hell. Naruto noticed it and smiled. This is just the beginning. Having said that, Naruto once again cut the air with his hand. But this time, there was no cut. Everyone already wanted to cheer the white-haired man up because the technique didn't work. However, at the same moment, a trace of a blow appeared on the tree that was on the other bank. On the trunk, there was a horizontal trace of a blow that destroyed the bark of the tree. Then, our hero drew a circle in the air, and a cut-out circle appeared on the tree over the trace of the blow. "This is my new technique of emptiness. I haven't come up with a name yet, but I can cut the air with my hand, thus sending flying attacks. I can make them visible or invisible, and also decide what they will cut and what kind of strike it will be." Naruto explained the principle of operation. Your technique is similar to the wind elemental technique, air sickle." Itachi noted the obvious similarity. "Cool, and very convenient," Shisui said his opinion. "Very cool technique. What's the second one?" Kiyomi said, winking at Naruto, which didn't go unnoticed. The two Uchiha didn't understand such actions, but they became wary. At that time, the white-haired man was already preparing a new technique. The Uchihas were watching him with their Sharingan. Taking more air into his lungs, Naruto exhaled a thick mist that was white at the base and purple at the edges. The mist spread and covered everything within a radius of 10 meters. "It's strange. Even with the Sharingan, I can't see through this fog," Itachi said. Naruto raised his hand, and at that moment all the fog began to direct itself to one point and fly as a cloud above them. The fog took on a spherical shape over the platform. "I can control the fog with the direction of my hands, and it also muffles sound. That's all I know for now. Not bad technique." "Kiyomi, now!" Naruto shouted and abruptly lowered his hand. The fog that was a cloud above the heroes also abruptly fell and surrounded the platform. "Naruto! Kiyomi, where are you?" Shisui shouted in frustration. The white-haired man and the snake-haired woman disappeared from their place. "Shisui, calm down. They are not here, or at least we simply cannot see them because of Naruto's mist." There was a sound of something falling into the water. At that moment, something pushed the Uchiha, and they both fell into the river. When they emerged from the water, they saw Naruto and Kiyomi standing on the platform. "Have a nice swim," they said before running away. "Oh, you little ones!" Shisui gritted his teeth in irritation. "Oh, come on! They really outsmarted us," Itachi said in their defense. The red-eyed ones jumped out of the water, right onto the platform. The children were already on solid ground. "I forgot to tell you, I cut a couple of holes in the bridge," Naruto shouted. And as soon as Itachi and Shisui heard this, they fell through the named holes back into the water, and the two jokers had already run away into the forest. The Uchihas, having escaped, began to pursue them, but the forest also began to become covered in fog. "You can't see anything, and you can't find it by sound," Shisui grumbled. "He's already found a great use for this technique. He's talented, just like Kiyomi," Itachi said. The fog covered an area of 20 meters and began to move in the direction of Konoha. "Look, this fog is moving, which means it doesn't cover too large of an area. They're definitely there," Shisui concluded, and followed the fog, followed by Itachi. As the Uchiha geniuses followed the bait, the pranksters emerged from the bushes. "Naru, you're a genius. Where did you direct the technique?" Uchiha Naga asked. "I'm trying, in the direction of Konoha, but it will soon dissipate, as if it never existed," Uzumaki answered. "Okay, let's go for a walk?" Come on. Asuma is busy with paperwork today anyway, and Orochimaru-sensei is dissecting the remains of the chakra bear and won't let us see it, much less play in the lab," Naruto said, recalling the events of a week ago. Then he wanted to help the snake, but accidentally ruined one of the samples, which the snake got angry about, but not too much, since he had a spare one. However, Orochimaru is now afraid to let him into the lab. The Uchiha elders were chasing the fog, which was already near the village. However, Itachi and Shisui dove into the fog and began looking for Naruto and Kiyomi, who were not there. And suddenly, the fog completely disappeared. "What? They're not here? But I was sure they were hiding in it," Shisui said in bewilderment. Itachi was wondering when they could lose them. "Exactly. Naruto said that he controls it not by movement, but by the direction of his hands. The fog was moving straight the whole time." "Damn, how did we miss this?" "Here you are!" A female voice interrupted the conversation. Turning their heads to the right, they saw Izumi approaching them. "Itachi! Shisui! Lord Hokage is calling us!" Izumi continued to shout, approaching her Anbu colleagues. "Why are you wet?" Izumi asked, approaching them. "We've moved on," they said simultaneously. 10 minutes later, all three were in front of Minato's desk. "Itachi, Shisui, Izumi. Sorry if I disturbed your rest, but everyone else is on other missions." "It's okay," Shisui said, having dried off well, although some places were still a little wet, and Itachi was the same. "Your mission is to escort an important merchant. If all goes well, we will be able to establish trade relations with the land of hot springs, Minato said, and then began to explain the details of the mission. Naruto and Kiyomi were walking in the Konoha Park. They were discussing Orochimaru's classes, as he was quite a strict teacher. On the way, they bought sweets. More precisely, Kiyomi bought them, but Naruto gave her money for his share. And the thing is that even though Naruto was in empty mode, and the contempt of the residents was a no-brainer for him, he didn't want to be kicked out of the store, so only Kiyomi went. Now they were sitting on a bench and eating sweets. Kiyomi was giving dango, and some more food to her snake hair, and Naruto was giving mochi. Having finished, they were about to leave when they heard a rather nasty voice. "Oh, well, come on, show me your eyes." "Well, they are scary." The boys who surrounded two children younger than them spoke. The first girl was frightened and closed her eyes, and the second boy snapped at their words. "Leave us alone." Naruto and Kiyomi were watching this. "So, should we help them?" Kiyomi asked. "Judging by the eyes, this guy is a Hyuga, and the girl is most likely too," Naruto said in an empty voice, noticing the completely white eyes. "Your brother Neji is too arrogant, so you'll have to apologize," said one of the boys. "Go to hell. We don't have to apologize for being weak," said the boy, Hyuga, which surprised everyone. "Hey, Kiyomi, let's kick some ass," Naruto said with a cheeky grin, mimicking Orochimaru's bloodthirsty grin. Konohagakure, but Sato was covered in a sunset as red as a young cherry. The red sky was covered with equally red clouds, and the setting sun was pleasing to the eye. At this time, the students of the Shinobi Academy are already at home having dinner. However, not our hero. Naruto was sitting in a fairly wide alley between two houses. His hair, white as the first snow, covered his eyes. Sweat was running down his forehead, and blood was running down his hands. In one of his hands, he was twirling a wavy knife. Around him, 10 boys of about 9 years old were lying and writhing in pain, and on another one, our albino was sitting. He was older than all the others, about 12 or 13 years old, and on his head was a bandana covering his hair. What was most interesting was that this bandana had a plate sewn on with the Konoha sign. All the boys were beaten until they bled. Some now had a black eye under one or both eyes. Some had teeth knocked out. Others had scratched faces. Some had a broken arm or leg. Someone was holding their stomach. Everyone had wounds, and everyone had varying degrees of severity. The genin was especially badly beaten. And Naruto, compared to them, was clean, not counting a couple of bruises and bumps that he received in the battle with the crane. I went to see what kind of wave woke me up, and I see this. A voice sounded, but only one person heard it. Naruto was silent. He just looked at the red sky. But what's strange is that a dark-colored circle was hovering above him, from which a haze of that color emanated. The white-haired man didn't pay any attention to it. "Kyokuyu, you missed all the fun," said the fox, and it was as if he was watching a movie. "What kind of day is this? This damn day has consisted of nothing but fights," Naruto whispered in a frighteningly cold and lifeless voice. "Well, let's go back a couple of hours, or to the place where we left off last time." "Kiyomi, let's kick some ass," Naruto said with a cocky smile. This smile was similar to Orochimaru's bloodthirsty smile. He raised his hand, which was enveloped in a dim light. "Come on, I'm sick of these guys," Kiyomi said, and 2 of her locks of hair turned into snakes. The 4 guys became even more indignant at the words of the wrong Hyuga. "You've completely lost your mind, Huey," said one of the boys, approaching the children who were younger and smaller than him. The Hyuga girl became even more frightened. The boy saw this, but was not going to stop. "If you dare touch her, I'll shove your hands up your ass," Hyuga said, approaching in a threateningly cold voice. From his tone, it was clear that the boy was not joking. "Ha! You, Huey, are just pretending to be tough," said the boy, trying to hit his interlocutor in the face, but he managed to grab the offender's hand and throw him over himself, although the boy was not small. "Damn, he's useless," said the second of the 4, and ran at Hyuga. who didn't have time to react and block the blow. But the fist didn't reach its target. The attacker was carried away by something. All that was seen was a purple flash and the second boy flying and crashing into a tree. The sound the boy made was clear that he was in a lot of pain. He wheezed a little and then passed out. "Hey, Naru, didn't you knock him out too quickly?" asked a girl's voice. But everyone watching the flight started to get goosebumps. "Well, I'm still working on this technique. Although I can adjust the power and type of attack, there is still something to work on." At that moment, a light bulb literally appeared above Naruto's head, entangled in purple smoke. Perhaps I'll call it Space Cut. Author's note. The name is from Backthink. Beta note. Hello. The white-haired man said the name of the technique in a lifelessly empty voice, which made everyone except Kiyomi feel uneasy, especially the Hyuga's offenders. "So you were thinking about naming the technique all this time?" the Keiton master asked skeptically. It seemed to her that she could burn someone with just one look, and now that was the look she was directing at Uzumaki. "Oh, and I know you!" The white-haired man changed the subject, switching from his empty ton. The three remaining ones did not immediately, but recognized Naruto. "Demon," said one of them. His voice was visibly shaking, and he looked like an aspen leaf. "Hey, how are your tits? Considering the state you were in, I thought you rats had learned your lesson. But I see you're either brave or brainless." After these words, 3 out of 4 began to boil. "Foul-mouthed," Hyuga commented. "Do you know them?" Kiyomi asked. "Yes, these rats once attacked me, from under my hood," Uzumaki said, looking at the back of his head. "And if in more detail, I lived with them in the same shelter. Well, how is life at the academy? Have you managed to become good shinobi? Or are you still kissing your Koshinoke-sama's ass?" The trinity who listened to this boiled like a kettle. Their eyes and faces glowed red, and their teeth gnashed. Even their breathing became like a whistle. "Shut up, demon! You yourself were running away and licking your wounds all the time. That's called a strategic retreat, idiot. And for your information, I wasn't running from you," Naruto corrected him, changing his tone again at the last words. "Hey, has the demon ever behaved like this before?" "I don't remember him being so accommodating," said one of the hooligans. "Yes, I don't remember him speaking at all." "Well, I didn't say that I'm mute. It's just that I have nothing to do with people like you," our hero interjected. "Who cares? A demon is a demon. Let's beat him up together and finish off Hyuga." "Hey, are you sure you forgot what happened last time? We barely managed to hit him after we hit him with that rock." "Have you forgotten that he ran away then?" "He must have been scared then." "You're right," said the two hooligans at the same time. "You are still brainless," Naruto said, throwing up his hands. "Hey you, why are you bothering with this demon? Come take a walk with me after we finish," the leader said, turning to Kiyomi. "Naru, let's finish this quickly," Kiyomi said. "You bitch. Cough," the leader began. But at the same moment he began to fall to his knees. Kiyomi quickly closed the distance and hit the boy in the stomach, causing him to bend over. "Well, now I have something to say," said. "No!" hissed Uchiha. Her hair gathered into a snake and began to hiss in the direction of 2 more hooligans. The boys began to shake with fear again from the sight of the snakes, and a moment later, they were already running away. But Uzumaki and Hyuga appeared on their way. After exchanging glances and seeming to understand each other without words, Naruto kicked the right one in the head and slammed him into the ground, while Hyuga kicked the left one in the chest with his knee and then finished him off with a punch to the face. All 4 were lying on the ground unconscious. The one who was knocked out, Kiyomi, had something wet on his shorts. The Hyuga boy looked at his saviors. "Thank you," he said, bowing. "Oh, come on," Uchiha said, visibly embarrassed, and her snakes nodded their heads. "It's not worth it," came from Uzumaki, who once again changed his behavior. Hyuga turned around and walked up to the girl who was hiding behind him. "Hinata, are you okay?" "Yes, Nisan," Hinata said embarrassedly and hid behind her knee again. "Thank you," she said, My name is Yusei Hyuga. Nice to meet you." Yusei was a tall boy for his age with slightly pale skin, but it was more rich compared to other Hyuga. Black short hair that was disheveled. It could be concluded that the guy did not care about his own hair. There was a long fringe, but it was hidden by a bandage on his forehead. "Hinata Hyuga," the daughter of the head of the Hyuga clan said just as timidly. "Kiyomi Uchiha." As soon as Yusei heard the name Uchiha, he tensed up and began to look at Kiyomi somehow differently. "Naruto Uzumaki." Hyuga shuddered again as soon as he heard the guy. Yusei extended his hand to Naruto, who shook it without hesitation. "Thanks again. I've wanted to meet the one called Demon for a long time now," Hyuga said with enthusiasm and a short pause. And you could see that he began to squeeze his interlocutor's hand tighter. "Am I really popular even in one of the great clans of Konoha?" Naruto asked, also tightening his grip. But he began to squeeze so hard that a grimace of pain appeared on Yusei's face. The girls looked at this, but did nothing. Damn, it's hard for me to read this guy. Although I can feel his emotions and intentions, he's kind of weird. He doesn't feel any hatred or aggression towards me, but I feel curious about my person. Where the hell are Kurama and Kyokyu when they're needed so much? Naruto thought. And with what? It's hard to say. Naruto tensed up at these words, and Kiyomi and Hinata decided to move away and were now talking about their girly topics. "Yusei-sama, Hinata-sama." "I found you," a female voice was heard. Looking in the direction of the voice, the guys saw a girl running in their direction. "Natsu? You found it after all." Yusei exhaled with some irritation. "Yusei-sama, Hinata-sama? Why did you run away?" "You! What are you doing here with a demon?" asked Natsu as soon as she saw the white Mokushka with two different eyes. "Get out, demon." "Hinata-sama, Yusei-sama, did he harm you?" Natsu began to ask with concern. I don't. Hinata, who was standing next to Kiyomi, tried to utter at least a word. "It's none of your business, and he didn't do any harm," came from Yusei. Excuse me, Yusei-sama? It was the demon who made you say that, wasn't it?" Natsu said, which made Kiyomi very angry. "I said he didn't harm us, he helped. If you understand, then go away," Yusei shouted, filling the atmosphere. "Yusei yourself, you are one of the heirs of the main branch. You cannot communicate with people like this demon." Natsu began to talk about who Yusei is. "I don't give a damn about this main branch," Yusei shouted, hatred and disgust clearly audible in his voice. "Oh, he's not having it easy," thought the albino. Watching this scene, I feel this emotional storm from all three Hyuga. From the boy, anger, rage, and disgust. From the girl, fear and anxiety. And from the woman, misunderstanding. "Bro," came from Hinata. "Hina, go with Natsu and I'll talk to them," Yusei said, and looked at Naruto and then at Kiyomi. After that, Natsu took Hinata away. She went reluctantly, but did not resist. Yusei looked at Uzumaki and Uchiha. As soon as both Hyugas disappeared from the trio's sight, Kiyomi approached the guy. "Listen, aren't you too much of a her?" Kiyomi asked, wondering why he yelled at the girl who came for him. "Go away, fucking Uchiha," Yusei said, the cold hatred and pride in his voice. "You didn't need empathy to understand that. Right now, this is the wrong Hyugo. He was like his clanmates." Kiyomi, who hadn't expected this, was taken aback by the change in Hyuga's tone. She might have expected this from Uzumaki, but not from anyone else. Naruto, who heard these words, was furious. And so much so that a purple-red haze began to form around him. It could be seen with the naked eye. A huge kai fell on Yusei. Hyuga was sweating profusely from such an abnormal thirst for blood. Any other child would have fainted, but Hyuga was as abnormal as the Uchiha and Uzumaki. "Heh, I'm not surprised that they call you a demon with such power," Yusei said, swallowing hard. There was a bit of fear in his voice, but even more so was anticipation. "Naru, are you okay? Please tell me it was you," Uchiha asked with concern. After all, She remembered that feeling, that fear, from which even the chakra beast ran away like a whining puppy. Deep sigh. Yes, I'm fine. Sorry if I scared you. Yusei, you better apologize to Kiyomi, or I'll beat you up. I know how to do that, Naruto said, calming down. I'm not going to apologize to Uchiha, but I want to fight you, the brunette said. What's wrong with this guy? Just a moment ago I felt his fear, and now fear has become anticipation? Or, no, seriously, he's crazy. How could fear become excitement? The albino thought, and was shocked by what he felt with empathy. Now, boys, no need to fight. Let's live in peace, Kiyomi intervened, trying to stop the two boys, although her thoughts were completely different. Go away, fucking Uchiha. Naruto, let's make a bet. If you win, I'll apologize to Uchiha, Yusei suggested, noticing that the odd-eyed one wasn't really eager to fight. Kiyomi remained silent at this, but her anger heated up the air around her. She had always been a hot-tempered girl, and if you angered her, expect trouble. Pav Yusi. Once Natsu took away my sister Hinata, I was finally able to speak normally. But damn, how did this Natsu find me again? She has nothing better to do. She'd be better off training her Byakugan. That's exactly why the main branch rules the clan. How annoying. But what's more annoying is that Uchiha helped me. Uchiha, motherfucker. These arrogant, haughty, greedy, illogical, sarcastic, hypocritical, murky. Like the one I've heard so much about, the demon of the hidden leaf communicates with the Uchiha. I heard that the demon shows no emotion, never and not in front of anyone. Someone said that he knows when to attack and when to retreat, as if he acts based on pure logic. At least that's what I heard, and rumors cannot be trusted unconditionally. Suddenly, purple-red smoke or something similar started appearing around Uzumaki. What is this feeling? As if Uzumaki could kill me right here and now. I'm scared, but this fear is so sweet. I want to fight him, to find out who's stronger. Fight! So you say, calm down. Calm down. If I fight him with a drunken head, I will definitely lose, in the blink of an eye. But still, he really is a demon. He made me tremble with just one look. Come on, boys, no need to fight. Let's live in peace, she said. This doesn't sound like the Uchiha. Usually if they try to stop a conflict, they resort to their Sharingan or as a third party. And she does it with words. It seems she is also a black sheep. Looks like they are close friends. I'll use it against this foul-mouthed guy. Go away, fucking Uchiha. Naruto, let's make a bet. If you win, I'll apologize to Uchiha, I said. After my words, Kiyomi, or whatever her name was, quickly changed her position and began to incite Naruto to fight me. And if I lose, but you're more concerned with the battle itself. And Naruto is not stupid like those imbeciles, but is it really written all over my face, or is he reading my mind? We'll think of something, I said, but I doubt my victory. Pav Yusi Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hyuga went out to a more spacious area, since the one they were in had little space. Kiyoma stepped aside, and Naruto and Yusei stood opposite each other. There was a distance of about 15 meters between them. Both looked at each other, analyzing each other. And so Yusei decided to act first. He stood in his fighting stance. It was different from the traditional stance of the Hyuga clan. His arms were spread apart, one forward and one back. He stood sideways and raised one leg. His hands were at a slight angle, and his fingers were pressed and connected at the thumb and four-folded together. Naruto didn't know what kind of style it was, so he decided to wait, like a predator on the hunt. But he also prepared himself, slightly bending his legs, standing on his right side, and holding his hands out in front of him with his fingers clenched into fists. No one moved for about 10 seconds. Yusei expected the albino to attack first, but he waited like a boa constrictor for the right moment. And then Yusei got tired of it. He ran at the odd-eyed man and was going to hit him with his fingers clasped together. His target was the neck, but Naruto moved to the right, and at the same moment he hits Yusei with his fist, but he stops him with his hand. Naruto's fist hit the radius bone. Without wasting time, Yusei grabbed the white-haired man's hand with the same hand that he defended himself with and pulled him towards himself. As soon as the enemy was close enough, Hyuga hit him in the stomach with his knee, but at the same moment he received a juicy blow to the face. The blow was so strong that everything began to double in his vision, and he took 2 steps back. Quickly recovering, Yusei saw that Naruto was swinging for another blow. Having jumped back and thus avoided the blow, Yusei again stood in a stance. However, now his arms were stretched out in different directions, and his leg was raised, but he stood straight. "What kind of style is that?" Naruto said. "This is my own style," Hyuga said with a smile. "It's clear then, his own style. Then it will be more difficult than I thought. If I knew that this is a style, maybe it would be easier for me," our hero said to himself. "You just want to satisfy your curiosity. Yes, well, in that case, I will help you." A familiar voice sounded. "Kurama, you woke up, sleepy face. You've been sleeping with Kyokyu all day." "Hey, I'm trying to help you, actually. And Kyu asked me to remind you who helped you create the void techniques, even though they were simple." "And you're already in trouble," said the fox, making an offensive face. "Okay, sorry. So, do you know what style this is?" Naruto asked. "I know, but then you'll tell me in detail how you got into a fight with Hyuga. The style that this kid uses is called the crane style. This style does not require much strength. This style is based on smooth defense with the hands, the so-called crane wings, and an attack in the form of a crane beak. It is used with fingers gathered together and attacks weak areas such as the neck, eyes, and so on. Dodging occurs with the help of jumps and wings. Keep in mind that this style also uses legs." I noticed about the legs. "Thanks, Kurama. You're a walking encyclopedia with tales," Naruto said. "Shut up and continue the show." So it's your own style. Although you know you look like a crane," Naruto said to Yusei, to which he smiled. "So you noticed?" "Naruto, stop standing on ceremony!" Kiyomi shouted. Naruto quickly ran towards the pale-eyed man and began to attack continuously, but his opponent easily fought back with his wings. The movements of his hands were light and smooth, but at the same time, they easily stopped the blows of our hero, and Naruto's next blow was left, but this time the brunette counterattacked by hitting Naruto in the shoulder with his beak. "Damn," Naruto said, grabbing his shoulder and jumping back. "Naruto!" Kiyomi shouted with concern. At that very moment, the albino, forgetting about the pain, rushed at the brunette again. Everything was the same. Naruto attacked aggressively, and Yusei fought back and parried all the blows. But suddenly, Hyuga lost his balance and began to fall, because Uzumaki kicked his opponent's leg while he was not looking. And now, Yusei flies face down into Naruto's knee. But somehow, he stopped a millimeter away and pushed off in the other direction and began to fall on his back. But he landed on his hands, and now Naruto stops the kick of the opponent with his hands, who was aiming for his jaw after a reverse wheel. Both boys jump away from each other again. "Naruto-san, you are cunning? You distracted me with such an aggressive series of blows, and then you hit my leg so that I lost my balance and landed right on your knee. But alas, I released chakra from my hands, which allowed me to push off and fly in the opposite direction," Yusei said, analyzing the entire fight better than most genin and chunin, which was not typical for a child of his age. "That was the plan. So I released the chakra from my hands and used it as a support. I need to take note. But I didn't expect your blow to my support," our hero said, already thinking about how to use it. "The Hyuga clan can release chakra with their entire body, so I'm adapted to it. And now I know that I won't defeat you so easily." "Byakugan," Yusei said, and activated his dojutsu. "Come on, you can use the Byakugan," Which means you're the same as Kiyomi, Naruto said, but Yusei didn't listen to him anymore and was already standing in his first stance. He looked at his opponent with Byakugan, but a little surprise appeared on his face. How strange. I can see his chakra channels, but not very clearly. It feels like he'll disappear at any moment, thought Yusei. The albino took advantage of this delay, and having reduced the distance, struck the brunette. The blow was stronger and faster than the previous ones, since this time our hero used chakra. Yusei, who had received a blow to the face, was briefly disoriented. When he came to his senses, another kick flew at him in the side, and then a third blow from the white-haired man followed, but this blow was already blocked. So now we're playing for big stakes, Yusei said, to which Naruto beamed with a mischievous smile. Kiyomi, however, was watching the fight the whole time without taking her eyes off. She understood that the enemy was not so simple, and looked with her underdeveloped Sharingan. And the guys hit each other with all their might. Naruto attacked without thinking much about defense, but defended himself in critical moments, while Yusei maintained a balance between defense and attack, and he attacked primarily the joints and ligaments, but only a few blows reached. Oh my wow! And so, after an hour, both boys looked tired. Yusei fell to one knee, and Naruto began to slowly approach him. Uzumaki didn't show any signs of fatigue, but the sweat said otherwise. And when there was a step between him and Hyuga, his opponent struck him in the left shoulder joint, although the initial target was the throat. But the albino reacted and leaned to the right, and the blow landed on his shoulder. In response, Naruto released a purple slash with his index and ring fingers. Hyuga was unable to dodge and flew about 20 meters, landing on his back. Yes, now this is definitely the end for him, thought Kiyomi. Did I win? Uzumaki asked himself. The gazes were riveted to the brunette's body, and he began to rise slowly. He was shaking and barely straightened up. Even just standing straight after that technique was an achievement. His breathing was also knocked down. He was breathing very often and deeply. A trace of the blow was visible on his chest, his clothes were torn, and a red mark was visible on his skin. What? How did he manage to get up? Kiyomi shouted in surprise. Naruto remained unperturbed on the outside, but in his mind he was filled with respect for Yusei's strength and resilience. And here our albino is in a fighting stance again. I admit defeat, Hyuga said, and sat down on the ground. After his words, Naruto and Kiyomi were in some kind of prostration, but they quickly came to their senses. Naruto, you won! Kiyomi shouted and ran up to the white-haired man. Naruto just exhaled and showed that he was as tired as Yusei. Uchiha and Uzumaki approached the lying Hyuga. He looked like he was unconscious. So what should we do with him? The snake-haired girl asked a logical question. Well, you want to help him? Asked the albino. Well, I can't abandon him. Besides, I'm not like the other Uchihas who would abandon him here, the brunette said affirmatively. We should take him to the hospital. But then they'll think that I beat him up, said the odd-eyed man, holding his shoulder. That's the honest truth, Uchiha reproached him, leveling the score. And how will I explain to them that we had a duel? They would rather believe that I attacked him, and now want to fix a broken toy, our hero said with annoyance. And what do you need Orochimaru for? He is better than any doctor, Kurama inserted his tale. We'll definitely take him to Orochimaru-sensei, Naruto said, presenting it as his own idea and mentally thanking the fox. Won't sensei be angry if we bring someone? Kiyomi asked a reasonable question, putting her finger in her cheek. Well, we'll explain the situation, and sensei will probably help. In the worst case, he'll have material for experiments, and he'll somehow get us off the hook, Naruto said, making an unsuccessful joke, but Kiyomi appreciated it. Foo. If anything, I can hear everything, said Yusi, which stunned our couple. His breathing was still deep. It felt like it hurt him to breathe. So you didn't pass out? Naruto asked. I was on the edge, Yusei answered. Okay, Naru, let's take him to sensei already, Kiyomi intervened, extending her hand to the brunette. Hyuga was very surprised by this and looked at the outstretched hand for a long time. He went through all sorts of thoughts, in particular about the Uchiha. He always believed the stories of the clan members that the Uchiha were arrogant bastards, that they were selfish and only wanted strength, while despising the weak. But now he saw the Uchiha who extended a helping hand to him. Would she have done this if the stories were true? Such thoughts were spinning in his head. Uzumaki noticed that Hyuga was in a stupor, and Kiyomi was barely holding on to not hit him. It seems like his previous words about the Uchiha hurt her, Uzumaki thought. You need to learn to understand emotions better. Yes, the boy's words hurt this Uchiha, but only because she is compared to them, the fox said, conveying the omitted details to his Jinchuriki. Our hero thought about his words, and just like Kiyomi, Yusei extended his hand. He blinked his eyes a little more and took both hands. As soon as he stood up, he took a few steps back. I take back my words. I'm sorry, Yusei said, slightly bowing his head and breathing heavily, but he said it dryly. After that, Naruto and Kiyomi took Yusei by the arms and led him to treatment, although the brunette said that he could walk on his own. While they were walking, Hyuga tried to stay close to Uzumaki, since he did not yet fully trust the Uchiha. However, the thinking that was instilled in him was shaken and was full of cracks of doubt. Having come to the Snake Sanin, they explained the whole situation. Well, who won? Orochimaru asked, the question that was bothering him. Naru, of course. Naruto-san Uchiha and Hyuga said at the same time. Well, let it be so, hissed the Sanin and took the brunette with him. But first, he gave the white-haired man a bag of ice. What do you think Sensei is doing? Asked the snake-haired girl. He's probably examining him, Naruto answered. An hour later, Orochimaru and Yusei came out to our couple. Naruto was telling Kurama how he got into this mess. Well, Yusei-kun turned out to be strong, a couple of bruises and fatigue. The snake said his diagnosis. The guys noticeably cheered up. Naruto-kun, can I see you? Orochimaru called his student to him. As soon as the Jinchuriki approached, he got hit on the head and grabbed his head. Ouch! Naruto shouted. Naruto-kun, what did I say about your genome techniques? The white-faced man asked, seasoning his words with a little kai, bloodlust. Kiyomi and Yusei were scared. Naruto was scared too, but he entered his empty mode, and it was so fast, it was like it was instinctive. Ha! Naruto-kun understand that these techniques are not finished. The fact that you can use them does not mean that they can be used left and right, said the snake, reducing his kai. The children calmed down, and our hero became normal again. I understand. I'm sorry, said the albino. And forgive me, it was I who challenged Naruto to a fight, Hyuga intervened. Sensei, what's wrong with Naru using his techniques? I use Keiton or my girlfriends, and they don't tell me anything. Kiyomi butted in. I do not forbid my student to use techniques, but first you need to fully understand how they work. For example, Naruto-kun used his attack technique on Yusei-kun, and now Yusei-kun has a serious bruise on his chest. But if Naruto-kun had put a little more force, then that blow could have broken his ribs, and possibly crushed or stopped his heart, the Sanin explained. Hearing this, Uzumaki did not believe it. So let's first understand the pros and cons of the techniques, as well as their consequences, Orochimaru said. Looking into Naruto's eyes, the Sanin was very serious. Yeah, okay, Naruto said. With some hesitation, he never thought he could kill someone. But today, he was close to it. And he was also glad that he had such a teacher. Naruto-san, you are dangerous. But now, I want to fight again. Yusei diffused the situation and it helped. Okay, it's time for you to go, Orochimaru hissed, looking at the clock on the table. 3 children came out of the tangled corridors. Not only were they like labyrinths, but also it was difficult to navigate them. And everyone wondered, Why would a scientist make a labyrinth around the laboratory? But there was no one to answer this question. "We're finally out," Kiyomi said, stretching, and her snakes were bathed in the rays of the setting sun. Suddenly, Yusei stood in front of Kiyomi. The Uchiha immediately became wary. One of her snakes looked back towards the albino, who also just stood there with his hands behind his head. This made her feel a little calmer, but she didn't understand the situation. Kiyomi-san, forgive me once again for my words, and forgive me for comparing you to other Uchihas. Naruto-san explained the situation to me. The brunette spoke everything as if it were true, and emphasized the words, other Uchihas. And what was especially noticeable was that he apologized. Not like the first time on the clearing after the battle, his apologies then sounded as if he was forced to say it. And now this change was more heartfelt or something? "Okay, I forgive and forget, okay?" Kiyomi said proudly. After that, Yusei walked up to Naruto and extended his left hand to him. Let's be friends," Yusei said hesitantly. It felt like he was saying it for the first time. "With pleasure," the albino said, without a second's hesitation, grabbing the brunette's hand. "Hey, don't forget me," the girl interjected and placed her hand on top of theirs. After that, all three laughed and went towards the village. On the way, Uzumaki and Uchiha asked about the Hyuga style. He answered willingly. In turn, the brunette asked them about techniques. And so they stopped. "Okay, I'll go to the right here," said Yusi. "And I'm going left," said Kiyomi. "Straight to me. See you tomorrow?" Naruto asked. "Of course," said the boy and the girl at the same time, which surprised them. But they laughed again, and everyone walked away with smiles towards their homes. Naruto walked towards Asuma's house. People were staring at him along the way, although he didn't care until some kids started throwing rocks at him. Our hero easily dodged them, but soon he got tired of it and disappeared into an alley. Having walked a decent distance along it, several suicide bombers stood in his way. 4 boys were blocking the passage. "Oh, who do I see? You weren't the ones who wanted to beat up 2 Hyugas today," Naruto said sarcastically, noticing 2 of the 3 guys that he and his friends had beaten up. The 2 remaining ones were standing aside, but one immediately approached. "Hey, demon, what were you saying about me?" the boy said in a slightly squeaky voice that was filled with self-confidence. He was a little shorter than the others, with chestnut-colored hair in a bow-like style and the same eyes, and he also had a long chin. That was all the difference from the others. Naruto looked at the one who came out and made a thoughtful expression, and then took his chin, after which he scratched the top of his head and finally said, "And who are you?" The 2 boys standing behind him widened their eyes and tried not to laugh. The callous one leaning his back against the wall was unperturbed, and the bow-headed one himself widened his eyes and dropped his jaw. "Ha ha 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 ha! Well, you're something. Ha ha! Just look at their faces! Oh, Naruto! Ha ha! Your sense of humor is great!" Kurama laughed, who, unlike the others, could not hold back. "I'm learning," the albino fox answered briefly. He noticed that sometimes his jokes were inappropriate or strange, and sometimes they were just masterpieces. Although he did not understand in what situation it was better to joke. "I am Koshinuki-sama, the great Koshinuki, who will become a great shinobi," the bow-headed man said, first looking angrily at the demon, then praising his beloved person, and he did not shut up. Okay, let's move on." "What do you need, chatty mouth-sama?" Naruto interrupted his interlocutor, realizing that this would take a long time, and Kurama laughed even harder. Hearing the Jinchuriki's words, Koshinuki almost fell over. "We decided to show the demon mongrel where his place is," said the bow-headed one, and the other 2 nodded in agreement. To this, Naruto simply turned around and walked away. Only at the other end of the alley there were 6 more guys, and they were the same ones who started throwing stones. "So they've lured me," our hero muttered, winding his hair around his shoulder. "You're too talkative," said Koshinuki. "Hey, let me get rid of him quickly and go," said the one who had been silent the whole time, from the bow-headed one's side. He was taller and older than the other guys, and he had a bandana with a hidden leaf protector on his head. "He's a genin? I'm stuck," Naruto said mentally. "How can I escape? Maybe I should use my second technique, impenetrable darkness of the void world, and escape while they are blinded." He began to mentally think of an escape plan. "Your ability to name reminds me of someone. But are you sure that running away is the best option?" asked the fox, not forgetting to add a comment. "Yes, is there a better option?" The Jinchuriki mentally answered his Biju. "Yes, fight. Do not retreat from the battle." "I ran away from the battle only once and regretted it. I fought, and with more numerous opponents," said the fox, grinning. "I'm not you. And where is Kyokyu?" "He's sleeping." "Do as you wish," the demon replied. "Ha ha, look, the demon got scared," said the genin, with such venom in his words. Everyone started laughing. Our hero got a little angry but didn't show it, and began to inhale as much air as possible, preparing the technique. Koshinuki was furious about this, until he remembered what his lackeys told him, as he thought, "Hey demon, what about your friends, the Uchiha and Hyuga? Maybe we should beat them up too," said the chestnut-haired man. Hearing this, Uzumaki's eyes went blank. In an instant, he grabbed the bowhead by the head and slammed it to the ground, then kicked him in the face with such force that his victim's teeth flew out. Those who saw this shook with fear. At the sight of the albino, everyone turned from menacing wolves into frightened puppies. Everyone except the genin. He was rather perplexed as the demon passed by him, and he did not notice, and so quickly that a small cloud of dust remained. The genin jumped on the Jinchuriki, but Naruto managed to dodge, after which he continued to dodge, and the genin never hit. Each time, Naruto took only one step back but ended up 4 meters behind. And the genin ran, raised his fist and hit, but missed, and Uzumaki disappeared and appeared 4 meters away. This fight was more of a scene with a script. "Hey, all of you! What are you standing there for? Go and kill this demon!" shouted the bow-headed Kashinuke, who had just come to his senses and saw the scene involving the genin and our albino. The boys who heard this hesitated a bit but ran. One wanted to hit the demon in the face, but instead hit the genin. Another attacked from behind, but Naruto's empty gaze noticed him. Uzumaki stepped out of the line of attack and grabbed his hand, and covered himself with it like a shield from another boy. The one who had just hit him grabbed the empty shield by the hair and slammed him into the wall. And he threw his human shield at the 3 who were standing nearby and running at him. "Take that, demon!" Another victim was approaching with a scream. The albino continued to dodge, but from behind the first one another boy appeared who managed to hit Naruto. Everyone who saw that the demon was hit became bolder. The 2 partners who were able to get our hero continued to use this tactic, while one hit the other, hid behind his back, and with the top, jumped out and hit with the other hand. But this tactic worked only once. Now the Jinchuriki calmly dodged. Noticing this, the partners accelerated with the help of chakra. Now, Naruto missed some blows, and at some point his eyes slightly widened and narrowed again. Naruto jumped up, and 2 guys who wanted to grab the albino from behind flew into the fists of his partners. The odd-eyed one landed on his hand about 6 meters away, after which he pushed off again and did a somersault and landed on his feet. A slight surprise was visible in his eyes. Even his empty mode could not hide it. Looking up, Naruto noticed a purple circle above his head. The other guys did not notice it, and suddenly our hero's pupils twitched again, and the bow-headed one attacked him from behind. "Die, demon!" Koshinuki shouted, and in his hands he had a metal pipe. But at the same moment he received a strong blow to the stomach. From the blow, the attacker dropped the weapon, but it all did not end. Naruto kicked Koshinuki's head. Rove Naruto. As soon as that bastard Koshinuki said that he would harm my friends, I couldn't stand it. Entering the empty mode, I found myself at Koshinuki's in just one step. It was like teleportation. But it wasn't her. At that moment, I didn't think about it. I just wanted to smear that scum. As soon as I hit that bow-headed one, I looked at the others. There was fear in their eyes, but the genin was self-confident. A couple of seconds later, the genin attacked Marui. But again, I took just a step and ended up further than I should have, and so in a circle he attacked, and I dodged the blows. "Hey, all of you! What are you standing there for? Go and kill this demon!" Koshinuki shouted, and I thought I had knocked him out. After that, everyone else pounced on me. One almost hit me, but managed to get away, and he hit the genin. Another came from behind, but I grabbed him and threw him over myself, and then used him as a shield, and finally threw him into the crowd. "Take it, demon!" I heard. I was dodging the blows again, but something unexpected happened. Another one came out from behind the attacker, and now he was able to hit me. Everyone was noticeably inspired by this. These two continued to attack me according to this pattern, but I quickly got used to it and dodged the blows. However, suddenly they sped up and got tired of hitting. I started to miss blows. I stopped some with my hands, but not all, and at some point one of their blows hit me in the left shoulder, exactly where Yusei hit. But Orochimaru-sensei said not to strain my hand for a couple of days. The pain went through my whole body, and different images and hallucinations began to appear before my eyes. In one of the visions, 2 more opponents were rushing at me from behind, and the angle was from above. I automatically jumped and saw that the hallucinations had become true, so it was a vision. But from where? I landed on my hand and once again jumped back with a somersault, standing on my feet. And out of curiosity, I looked up. There was a dark purple haze in the form of a circle, and inside the circle, an eye? And it was an eye, exactly like my right one. The same red with an elongated pupil, but there was a difference. His sclera was black, and mine was normal. "Die, demon!" Koshinuki's scream brought me to my senses and I barely managed to hit him in the stomach. After one blow, he dropped the pipe he was about to hit me with, but I didn't finish and kicked him into the wall. I looked at everyone else. They hesitated again. However, they pulled themselves together and attacked again. End POV Naruto. They rushed at our hero again, but this time the whole crowd. Uzumaki did not retreat. He hit the one in the center and kneed the stomach of the one next to him. One of the guys managed to hit him, but in response, he received an uppercut. And now, again, a fist flies into Naruto's stomach, but the albino intercepts the blow, straightens the opponent's arm and breaks it, hitting the elbow. He grabbed his arm and began to scream because it was bent at an unnatural angle, but he again got it and flew into the wall. Then the battle went according to this scenario. The boys hit, and Naruto dodged and hit back. He hit someone in the jaw and knocked them out, hit someone in the eye, and even knocked out one's teeth. One of the boys kicked the albino's head, but he knocked him down and then hit him in the stomach. But while our hero was dealing with one, several kunai flew at him. The eye that was flying above the albino's head noticed this. At that moment, a purple flash flashed in the hands of the Jinchuriki, and a knife appeared in his hands. It was simple except for the wavy blade. With this knife, our hero cut the kunai flying at him, leaving small sparks. He cut them and didn't reflect them. The one who threw these kunai was a genin, and Naruto began to slowly approach him. The remaining guys who still had strength wanted to attack the albino again. But as soon as Uzumaki simply looked in their direction, they were pressed to the ground. The air became heavy for them, and it was as if it was pressing on them with great force. The space around them began to fall, but remained in place. Everyone who was pressed could not get up. They desperately tried but could not. There was fear in their eyes. Naruto continued walking towards the genin, who threw kunai and shuriken, but the Jinchuriki divided all the weapons thrown at him with just one movement of his knife. Seeing that the weapon did not work against this monster, he began to fold the seals. And now there are 4 genin in front of the white-haired man. "Bite me," said all 4 of them, and ran towards the odd-eyed one. Naruto swung his knife and slashed at 2 of them, who were rushing straight at him. However, instead of blood, his hand went through them. The real Genin ran past him. Some of the conscious guys looked at him with hope for help, but he ran past them too. However, the Genin slowed down. He started walking slowly, very slowly. He bent over. It seemed like he was carrying something very heavy. The space around him also began to press down, and now the Genin was lying pressed to the ground, like the other 10 guys. And Naruto was standing with his back turned, but even so, it seemed like he was looking into their souls, and in that position. Turning around and approaching Koshinuka, the albino said only a few words. "Come close to me or my friends, I will crush you," Naruto whispered, but everyone clearly heard every word. And to confirm his words, Uzumaki raised his hand and began to slowly lower it down. And while he was doing this, the ground on the guys began to crack, and the guys began to be crushed even more. Koshinuki saw this and only nodded convulsively, and at some point the pressure stopped, the space became normal, and the attackers were able to move, and the bow-headed one was unconscious. Uzumaki sat on the Genin's back and began to twist the knife that was in his hands the whole time, and here we are. Back to the beginning. Naruto came home. In the kitchen he was met by Asuma, who was preparing dinner, and the table was decorated as if he was waiting for someone. "Oh, Naruto, sit down and eat," he said, placing the salad bowl on the table. "I won't. I'm going to sleep," the albino said emptily, surprising Asuma. "Maybe you got tired from training?" Sarutobi asked, not knowing who. Uzumaki went to his room and immediately lay down on his bed. "In the inner world, that's how it all happened," said the fox, finishing his story about today. "So that's how it is," Kyokyu thought. "Yes, that's how it all happened." "And do you know what kind of tricks this kid did today?" asked the Biju, his neighboros, about his new power. "Maybe." "I need to check something," said Kyokyu, and walked away towards the tree, but past it. "Church," Kurama tesked, since the elder albino avoided answering, and the great Biju fell into a great sleep. Kyokyu walked straight through the forest, and when he came out of it, he came out onto lush meadows. "It looks like we'll have to take a walk," he said, and walked on. He walked further and further, through rivers, meadows, and hills, and now he came to the edge. Everything that had been before was ending. Kyokyu stood on the edge of the void. Taking a step into the void, he walked, or rather flew further, and after some time he saw a shining light. "I didn't think I'd end up here again," he said, looking at the black hole, in the center of which a small ball was shining. Having flown closer, Kyokyu continued to look. The ball turned out to be a white ball the size of a head, and inside it, 3 more balls were shining. The way they were located resembled a triangle. The first one was purple, it was on top. On the left side, the ball was completely black, with red flashes appearing occasionally. And on the right side, there was a snow-white ball, with blue and yellow tints. "It's okay," said Kyokyu, and disappeared from that place. A month passed after the acquaintance of Juravlev and the fight, or rather the beating. Everyone who participated was in the hospital, with the exception of Genin and Koshinuki. The Genin's protector was taken away, and his rank was revoked, so he would have to go back to the academy. And Koshinuki was suspended from classes. Many did not understand this, but when the incident became known, the Hokage was furious. The bow-headed one was treated gently, because he told everything as it happened, while the others lied that the Jinchuriki attacked first. Our hero was doing just fine. He spent hours in Orochimaru's archives, after which he would go for walks or train with his friends. Naruto, Kiyomi, and Yusei went everywhere together, although there was tension between Uchiha and Hyuga, but Uzumaki swept it away like a broom. He was the brand of this group. Orochimaru liked his students' curiosity, and Kiyomi, of course, learned the material, but it was difficult for her. Yusei began to study with them, and it was hard for him. Hyuga was not stupid, but the snake gave a task in which there were many pitfalls. Even Kiyomi and Naruto did not always find the answer. Itachi and Shisui were surprised that Hyuga was now joining their training, but due to their character, they quickly accepted him. Yusei was often rude to these two, but after a couple of kicks, he kept his mouth shut. He began to respect them, but was still rude. Now they were training, although they were more likely playing. "You won't catch me!" Kiyomi shouted as she ran through the forest. She formed seals and launched many small fireballs at Itachi, which hit their target. But the brunette, engulfed in flames, began to turn into a flock of crows. Yusei found himself under a hail of kunai. There were so many of them that even with the Byakugan, he could barely dodge them. "And how did we agree to this?" The snake-haired one and the crane shouted throughout the forest. Flashback, our heroes were standing on the training ground that was surrounded by the forest. They were waiting for their mentors, doing a warm-up at the same time. 2 Uchiha plus snakes hammered into their poor heads its importance in training, and not only. While warming up, all 3 started talking. Naruto was dressed in a black t-shirt with a sleeveless jacket, shorts below the knees, and shinobi sandals. Kiyomi wore sports shorts and a blouse. She kept her hair constantly loose, and on her feet were shinobi sandals, only white. Yusei came in the traditional clothes of the Hyuga clan, but underneath he had sports tights and a mesh t-shirt, and the same sandals as Naruto. This was the wardrobe of our heroes. Everyone's hair was different. Even their attitude towards it was different. Kiyomi had loose, well-groomed hair. At first glance, it was clear that the owner was proud of it. With Naruto, everything was more complicated. He did not pay much attention to it, but sometimes looked after it. His hair became a little below his shoulders, but he did not intend to cut it. Sometimes there were sticking out ends. Yusei seemed to have forgotten about his head. The ideal definition for her was chaos. "Why do you think Itachi-sensei and Shisui-sensei decided to hold training here?" asked the odd-eyed man, stretching his shoulders. "Do you think I know what they're thinking? But if these 2 said it, then it must be so." Yusei voiced his thoughts while doing squats, and the 2 guys looked at the only girl nearby. "Why are you looking at me? Do you think my brother will share his plan with me?" the brunette said, waving her hands. "You better answer. Isn't your father furious about your AWOL?" Kiyomi asked Yusei rudely. "What do you think?" the crane answered just as rudely, and sparks of lightning began to appear between the boy and the girl. There was a sort of rivalry between these 2. However, one look from Naruto calmed them down. "Of course, he's angry that I'm running away from the clan's territory and not attending training. But he doesn't say anything, because I beat any sparring partner I'm put in with. He's more concerned about the clan and my younger siblings," Hyuga said. "I see. And what about the style?" Uzumaki answered briefly and immediately asked, and as soon as he said style, his eyes sparkled. "No way. I'm developing it, but it's not that easy. Scrolls with it are quite rare." "And how are you with the genome?" asked Yusei. "Little by little," the Jinchuriki replied. "Ahem. Ahem. Haven't forgotten anyone?" Uchiha said with a hint of anger, and her snake's yellow eyes glittered. A chill ran down Yusei's spine. Anyone would have been scared. Anyone but Naruto. "Please, forgive us," Naruto said, and so tenderly and affectionately that the girl's heart skipped a beat and the snakes curled into hearts. "Oh, okay, I forgive you this time," she said embarrassedly and turned away. "Well, there's something you can burn yourself on," Yusei said with a sarcastic smile. And Naruto looked at himself in a mirror that appeared out of nowhere. "Does this seriously work? Could it be a coincidence?" he muttered under his breath. And then 2 figures appeared on the training ground, and the first thing they saw was Uchiha, who was about to strangle Hyuga, and Uzumaki, who was talking under his breath. Clap-a-bang was heard throughout the entire training ground. "So, I see you are energetic today. Then you're ready for training," Itachi said. Shisui, seeing the red Kiyomi, immediately approached the albino. "Well, did it work?" the brunette asked with a smile. "I didn't believe it, but yes," Naruto said, looking into the mirror, not understanding how he caused such a reaction. "And I told you it would work," Shisui whispered, so that only the albino could hear him. Once the Uchiha seniors had done their warm-up exercises, they placed the three of them in front of them. "Today we have an unusual training. We will play one game," Itachi began. "A game?" all three asked again, and Naruto even tilted his head to the side. "Yes, today we will play tag, but not ordinary tag, but tag in the shinobi style," Shisui said happily and enthusiastically. "What's the point?" Yusi asked. "The point is that we will see your abilities as close to combat as possible," Itachi answered seriously. "So we have to fight for real?" Kiyomi asked, putting a finger to her neat chin. "That's right, sister. And as a motivation, if you lose, you will be punished," Shisui said, and the three shuddered at the mention of punishment. One albino remained seemingly unperturbed. "And if we win?" asked the Jinchuriki. "First listen to the rules, but the mood is right. Itachi praise Uzumaki." "Let's if you win, then we will fulfill one of your wishes," Shisui suggested. After these words, Naruto was filled with the desire to win. This enthusiasm was intercepted by the younger Uchiha and Hyuga. Now, with their very appearance, they said that they would win at any cost. "So here are the rules. Shisui and I will be chasing you with the goal of tagging you. Your task is to not let yourself be caught. You can use any techniques or techniques. You are allowed to do everything. We only use taijutsu and throwing weapons. However, if we touch and tag one of you, he is out of the game. And we will tag you with paint. The game is over if we tag all three or you touch our backs. You only need to touch one of us, while we must catch everyone. You can also fight back in taijutsu, because you will be considered tagged. If we tag your head or body, your arms and legs do not count. Is that clear?" Fugaku's son explained the rules in detail. As he finished, Naruto raised his hand. "I'm listening. Can we use kunai and shuriken?" "Yes, ours will be wooden. We will cover ours with paint. Our hands will be in paint too," answered Shisui, showing the bucket. "I understand," Naruto said. "Yeah, looks like it's going to be fun," Kiyomi said. "Don't forget about the punishment," Itachi said, reminding him of the consequences. "Watch your backs," the white-eyed Hyuga answered rudely. "So, we give you time to hide or run as far as possible. The signal that we have started searching will be the cawing of crows," Shisui said, and his partner was already covering the fake kunai and shuriken with red paint and put them in a special pouch, and then he put on gloves and dipped them in a bucket. Our three ran away towards the forest. "I suggest we split up. That way they'll take longer to find us," Yusi said as he ran. "At least in something, I agree with you, Feathered One," Kiyomi answered. Naruto nodded, and everyone split up and ran alone. "Meanwhile, do you think they're far enough?" Shisui asked. "We'll find out now," Itachi said, and put his hand forward, and a black raven immediately landed on it. "Caw-caw," the bird repeated several more times. "Okay," Shisui replied. The raven that sat on Itachi's hand flew as high as possible. "Caw!" sounded throughout the forest, and at that very moment the forest was filled with the cawing of crows. "So they've started," our hero whispered under his breath. End flashback. Naruto ran through the forest, deftly avoiding all the branches and tree posts. Finally, he stopped and decided to rest. "So we need to develop a strategy against them," he said, but there was no one around. "Car!" Hearing the sound, the albino turned and threw a kunai in the direction of the sound. The weapon quickly flew 10 meters and pierced the tree branch on which the crow was sitting. As soon as the kunai pierced, it flew to another branch, but continued to look at the white-haired man. Whoosh! "And I was already scared," Naruto said, after which he closed his eyes and sat in a meditation pose. "Kurama, Kyokyu, do you have any ideas on how we can defeat Shisui-sensei and Itachi-sensei?" the Jinchuriki said, appearing in his subconscious. The first thing he saw was the fox sprawled out, his tail scattered everywhere. The 9-tailed fox only opened his eye and answered, "I don't know. Think for yourself." "Hey, help me a little," The white-haired man began to ask the animal. "This is your training, so think for yourself. And besides, all I could do to help in this situation is to tell them their location," Biju said. "Cool! So tell me," Naruto started shouting happily. The key word here is could, but I can't. Your chakra control is poorly developed, so sensory techniques are too difficult for you. And I can't scan the area around you because your body doesn't let me look outside. I only see what you see. And the genome suppresses my sensor capabilities, with the exception of empathy. And even then, on the condition that I have to look at the one I'm reading, the fox explained the problem. "Why can't you feel what's going on outside of my body?" Naruto asked. "Your body absorbs chakra, and due to the genome erases presence, for sensors you are a blind spot. But it also concerns me. But I don't feel anything except you, because inside your body," the fox tried to explain. "I see." "What I don't understand," said the albino. "In short, I can't help here. But what about that move? Kurama gave the idea, but it doesn't work. I only used it successfully once a month ago, and when I try to repeat it, nothing works," the Jinchuriki said. "I have an idea," said a voice from behind the pair of man and beast. "Kyokuyu," Naruto said. "What? I didn't expect that I wasn't lying in bed," said Schizophrenia artistically. "To be honest, yes," our hero answered mockingly. "Okay, now about that fast movement. This technique is not a space-time technique. As you might think, this technique blurs or even narrows the distance to the intended place, and at the same time accelerates. So you need to direct the energy of the void and chakra to your legs, and focus on reducing the distance as quickly as possible. In short, think as if you are taking a very big step." Kyokyu told his idea. Naruto listened to him and began to direct his chaotic chakra into his feet. But with empty chakra, it was much easier because this peculiar energy is a part of him, a part of his self. For one, after channeling the chakra and the void energy, he looked at a place 10 meters away from his position. And then, he fell and did not move. "Here we go again!" Naruto shouted emotionally, completely forgetting that he was playing, training. Why didn't it work out? Kyokyu thought in his subconscious, floating in the air and turning upside down. "Hey Naru, maybe you should try taking off your shoes," the fox said, looking through the eyes of his Jinchuriki. "And how will that help?" the elder albino, hovering on his back, asked skeptically. "When I had another Jinchuriki, I sometimes watched her training. And in one, she tried to learn how to walk on trees, but she had a large reserve of chakra. And because of this terrible control, Kurama began to delve into not the most pleasant memories, although they were not bad. Naruto listened calmly, taking control of his emotions, although this was not the first outburst. "Closer to the point," said Kyokyu. "In general, she trained barefoot, so she could feel the chakra and the ground better. And then she used less chakra," the fox said. "That makes sense," Kyokyu thought. "Then I'll try," said the albino, taking off his sandals. The raven continued to sit on the branch and stare at Uzumaki. As soon as Naruto took off his shoes, he felt the hard and rough ground, many soft blades of grass, and small stones under his feet, after which he directed chakra and emptiness into his feet. He directed them like a turbulent river that became a stream. And now, taking a step, Uzumaki disappears from the place where he stood just a moment ago, leaving only a blurry spot and a small shell of dust. And after a couple of seconds, claps were heard. "Caw, caw," croaked the raven and flew away from the branch. Itachi's paw. As soon as my raven cawed, I and Shisui slowly went to look for the children. There was a raven sitting on my shoulder and giving me all the information from the other ravens. So they split up. Naruto to the west, Kiyomi to the east, and Yusei to the north. The crow noticed Naruto, and Kiyomi and Yusei hid. I voiced all the information because, as Kakashi-san said, my summoning is ideal for deployment, due to the fact that I was able to teach them Himitsu no Tsupuchi, not an exact translation of Secret speech. They didn't unite? So they'll stall for time, splitting up. Well, at least they won't cover their tracks or run away. Shisui analyzed. We've had many missions, and similar ones too, and he simply hates them, because tracking is not his strong point, which can't be said about pursuit. Kar, my raven told me, the information that the other ravens brought. Naruto-kun disappeared, I said out loud. End Itachi's pav. As soon as the raven relayed the information to its master, Itachi and Shisui ran to that place. With their speed, it took less than 2 minutes. At that place, they found only sandals that belonged to the albino. Sir, what did he come up with? Who would get rid of their shoes and run barefoot unless it was water? Itachi said, analyzing the whole situation based on the experience of Anbao, while Shisui looked around. Itachi, let's find the others. Naruto is not stupid, and you can't call him weak, Shisui said, realizing that they were wasting time here. Okay, you go to the southeast. Yusei-kun is there, and I'll go for Kiyomi-chan, Itachi said. Be careful with my sister, Shisui said, before running off after his target. And so the two Uchiha split up. Kiyomi hid in the tree leaves and waited for something she didn't know. Damn, how boring, she said. At the same moment, a kunai flew past her head and slightly touched her hair with paint. Kiyomi easily noticed and dodged the kunai, and it hit the tree trunk and fell to the ground. However, at the same second, another 10 dummies flew into the brunette's shelter. The Uchiha leapt out of her lair like a snake in attack. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she began performing hand seals and released several embers of fire from her fingers. Itachi easily dodged and closed the distance. In just a few moments, he was already in front of Kiyomi. The girl tried to jump away, but he grabbed her leg. However, as soon as Itachi touched, his hand passed through her body. A clone, Itachi said. Turning around, he saw a girl running away, and he ran after her like a tail. While Kiyomi was running, one of her locks of hair gathered into a snake and looked behind her. As soon as the snake saw Itachi approaching, Kiyomi saw him too. "You won't catch me!" she shouted, and released several fireballs that hit Itachi. But she didn't have to rejoice for long, because Itachi's body began to disintegrate into black crows. Hyuga wasn't doing any better. He had fallen under Shisui's genjutsu when he had fought him, and now he was running around a tree, and Uchiha was watching. Kiyomi ran around the trees and saw Yusei running around one tree. Moreover, he didn't pay any attention to her. "What's wrong with him?" the snake-haired girl asked herself. "Hey, Yusei, what's wrong?" "Wake up!" she shouted, and her brother was still watching the performance from the top of the tree. "What the hell is wrong with him? I hope a good blow will bring him to his senses," she thought. Kiyomi sped up and hit Hugo on the back of the head in mid-air. He fell face down on the ground, and after about 5 seconds he stood up again. "Oi yai yai, what happened to me? I was running away from that damn Shisui." "And why does my head hurt so much?" said the crane, clutching the back of his head with both hands. "Who were you running from? You idiot. You were running around in circles, and I brought you to your senses." She almost shouted at the brunette, forgetting that they were chasing her. She finally came to her senses. But why was that feathered one running around doing nothing? Or maybe genjutsu? I remember Sensei telling me about something like that. "So it was you who hit me, and I—" Yusi started yelling. "I'll try," the snake-haired one interrupted. The snake and the crane were about to start a fight, but they were stopped. A dummy kunai flew between them. Both jumped back and turned to the side from where the throw was made. Itachi and Shisui were standing there. Our heroes were sweating, but they didn't even think about taking a step back. "Hey, feathered one, do you think there's a chance?" Kiyomi asked. Their mentors were just watching the children. "Haha, not thinking. But as I see, you're not going to run away," said the white-eyed one. "I'm tired of it," said the girl. As soon as Hyuga heard this, he immediately activated his dojutsu, and he did it at the same time as Uchiha. The Anbyu members did not activate their eyes. As soon as Kiyomi activated the 2-volume Sharingan, she immediately folded the seals, made a short series of seals from them, and released several fireballs. The fire quickly flew towards the two geniuses. Shisui disappeared from the place of impact, and Itachi remained standing unperturbed. As soon as Itachi was hit by the fireballs, he began to transform into a flock of crows. This sight surprised Yusei and Kiyomi, because they had never seen such techniques before. As soon as the birds flew out from behind the fire, they gathered again into a human figure. And here, Itachi stands before them. Hyuga breaks away from his place and attacks him with a crane beak. But before he could touch him, the Uchiha again disintegrated into crows, and a rain of red pieces of wood flies from the curtain, and high in the sky is Shisui. Yusei began to thicken. From the dummies as quickly as he could, suddenly Shisui appeared next to him and almost touched the boy's TRs. However, he fought back with wings. Kiyomi fought with Itachi using kunai. Although the girls' kunai were real, the clan heir's skill was higher, and so much so that he could beat off iron with wood without any effort. Itachi and Shisui pushed Yusei and Kiyomi until they were back to back. "There are two. It looks like our victory is very close," Shisui said with a grin, holding a dummy to mark these two. The Uchihas throw the dummies at the same time. Kiyomi and Yusei are too tired to dodge, so they decide to hope that Naruto won't lose. However, as they say, mention the devil and he'll be right there. Hyuga and Uchiha, who were standing just a second ago in front of the flying dummies, disappeared, and the dummies flew further, slightly touching each other. Ouch! Uchiha and Hyuga shouted and flew into the nearest tree, from the fact that something crashed into them, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, Itachi and Shisui saw that Naruto was lying on top of Yusei and Kiyomi. "Ouch, oh. "A hard landing," said the albino, stretching his neck. And just a second later, he was thrown face down into the ground. "Naruto-kun! Naru!" It sounded from behind the guy, and he saw his friends. As soon as Uzumaki turned his head, he saw the angry faces of Yusei and Kiyomi. Uchiha was angry because her hair was all dust, leaves, and branches. Yusei was ready to kill his friend because he, although not on purpose, used him as a pillow. "Sorry," he said to his friends with a sweet smile. With such eyes that Kiyomi's hair intertwined in his heart, Yusei forgot about what had happened. Turning around, our hero saw Itachi and Shisui, who were simply watching how it was. "Ha ha ha ha, Itachi, he looks a bit like you." Shisui laughed at the similarity between Itachi and Naruto, but only he saw this similarity. I don't know if it's natural or something else, but Naruto-kun knows how to use his charm. Fugaku's son commented on the situation. "Just like you, I remember Izumi didn't talk to you for a week after that," Shisui said with a laugh, remembering the recent mission. "Shut up," was all the Raven said. His friend knew how to tease him. "Guys, I'm sorry. I couldn't handle the speed," the albino justified himself. "Okay, let's forget about it," said Crane. "I'll forgive you this time," said the red Kiyomi. "Hey, so shall we continue?" Shisui shouted, reminding that he was with Itachi and hadn't gone anywhere. However, in words it is one thing, in reality it is another. After all, neither Shisui nor Itachi noticed or even felt Naruto approaching, and at such a speed. So they were both ready. "Damn, we were counting on you. But it looks like we'll all end up here together," Hyuga said, with the bitterness of defeat in his voice, because he didn't like to lose. "Who said we'll lose?" asked the odd-eared man with a smile and a cheerful voice. "Have you come up with something?" Kiyomi asked. "Yeah, something funny," the albino said with excitement. Making a concentration sign, Naruto said, "The impenetrable darkness of the empty world." And he emitted a large amount of purple fog from his mouth. The fog immediately headed towards the Uchiha, but Itachi and Shisui jumped away. They understood that in this fog, they would go blind. Naruto grabbed Kiyomi and Shisui and boldly dove into the fog. As soon as the three were inside the fog parted around them, forming a circle. They were surrounded by a purple haze, in which silhouettes were sometimes visible. These shadows were either human-like or strange creatures, and the silence that also enveloped them gave them gloom. A nervous sip was heard. "What kind of technology is this? I can't see anything further than a meter," Yusei asked, his voice shaking slightly, and the veins around his eyes bulging. "This is the technique of my genome. Inside the fog, only I can see. The rest are blind. The technique also suppresses sound, and outside, you can't see what's happening inside." The albino explained the principle of the technique. "Well, why did you bring us here? You could have directed her at your brother and Itachi," Kiyomi said. "What's the point?" "I may see, but do you think I can handle them alone?" said the odd-eyed man. "He's right. Your brother is still in Anbo." "Which means Naru brought us here to develop a plan." Hyuga analyzed. Uchiha turned away, making an offended face. "Don't worry, I have a trump card against them. Our plan is this," Naruto said with a grin. For the next few minutes, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Uzumaki discussed their plan for victory. 10 minutes later, all this time, Weasel and Raven stood and looked at the purple fog. They were waiting for their opponents to move. "How long have they been sitting there?" Shisui asked his partner. "About 10 minutes. Most likely they are developing a plan. They took Itachi away. I must admit it's a good idea to use a curtain through which they can't be seen." Shisui assessed the actions of the trio. "We need to worry more about this mist. You remember how they used it last time?" Itachi recalled. "But it was still fun." Before Shisui could finish, a purple flash flew out of the fog towards them. The Anbu agents jumped back, and the flash left an arc-shaped mark on the ground. As soon as the Uchiha landed, another dozen slashes burst out of the veil. Itachi and Shisui had no trouble dodging them, and at some point everything stopped. But the Uchihas did not let their guard down. At one point, a huge horizontal slash flies out of the fog. This time, 2 Uchihas went to the side, Itachi to the left and Shisui to the right. However, this is what our 3 wanted. The fog began to move towards the Raven and the Weasel. Yusei and Kiyomi jump out of the fog onto Shisui and Naruto onto Itachi. The fog began to surround them and hide them. Yusei quickly closed the distance and attacked, but Shisui easily parried all of his attacks until fireballs flew at him. The ANBU dodged each of them and grabbed the snake that was going to decorate him by the neck. This long snake went straight to Kiyomi and connected with her hair. Having formed a seal from the hair of the younger Uchiha, more snakes gathered and headed towards Shisui. He did not dare to harm these scaly ones, and simply grabbed them and then pulled them towards himself, with such force that his sister also flew to meet her brother. But he threw her straight at Hyuga, who was going to hit him from behind. Uchiha knocked Hyuga down. Shisui threw a kunai at them and hit his sister in the back and the crane in the chest. "They chose," said Shisui. At the same time, Itachi and Naruto. As Naruto ran out of the fog, he sent 3 purple flashes with a wave of 2 fingers. Itachi easily dodged, and as Naruto approached him, he slashed with a dummy, which Naruto stopped with a dagger that was dimming with purple light. The dagger that the albino created was black from the tip of the blade to the pommel. The handle was wrapped with a pair of thin cords. The pommel, hilt end of the handle, was pointed, with a hole in the center. There was a fuller almost in the middle, and a heel at the beginning of the blade. The weapon was slightly curved at the end, but it didn't bother me. One could say that it was almost perfect. Itachi was surprised, which the albino took advantage of. He applied all his strength and was able to push away the Uchiha with a wooden kunai and began to attack with a dagger. Itachi parried all the blows, but at the very beginning he missed one, and the odd-eyed man cut his vest. Jumping back, Naruto took a slow step forwards and suddenly found himself next to the Raven. Uzumaki almost touched his chest, but the Uchiha grabbed his hand, to which the boy took the weapon with a back grip and hit the Raven in the head. Itachi managed to move his head away, but the blade touched his protector and cut a couple of hairs. With this move, Naruto pulled his hand out and took another step, but this time backwards, ending up 15 meters away from the Uchiha. Itachi was stunned by how Naruto moved. Body flickering technique? No, then there would be residual images. But he seems to teleport, so it must be something else. Anbu thought about this riddle, and while he was thinking, our hero disappeared again. Naruto disappeared, but did not attack, which greatly alarmed Itachi, as suddenly something hits the Uchiha in the back and knocks him to the ground. Having come to his senses, the Raven realized that he was lying on the ground, and on his back was Naruto. His empty gaze made Itachi tremble with fear. But the last words surprised the Raven. "You lost," Naruto said with a smile. The fog began to clear, and Itachi and Naruto saw Shisui sitting next to Kiyomi and Yusei, whose clothes were covered in paint. "I see you won against the kids," Itachi said with some mockery. "Yeah, and now they're going to be punished," Shisui said, looking at the pale Kiyomi and Yusei. Naruto was thinking whether to sit down or not. "I wouldn't say so," the Raven said dejectedly. "What are you talking about?" "Don't say that you," the Weasel asked incredulously. "Yes, Naruto won," Itachi said, which made Kiyomi and Yusem happy. The two ran up to Naruto and started hugging him. "Where are you going?" Naruto shouted at Shisui, who wanted to sneak away quietly. "Okay, we promised you," Itachi said humbly. An hour later, Naruto and his friends were sitting in a cafe eating dango, and there were also mochi and daifuku on the table. Itachi and Shisui were looking dejectedly at their wallets. "Why the hell did I take him with me?" Shisui said. "Because Naruto wanted to treat them." Although to treat was putting it mildly. If Kyoshi and Yusei had already started, then Naruto was eating the 6th portion. "Naru, won't you burst?" Kiyomi asked. "No. How can you burst from such a delicious thing?" asked the albino, eating another ball of dango. Itachi nodded approvingly. "Aren't you related by any chance?" Yusei said, and Shisui supported him. "Naruto, what technique did you use during our fight?" Itachi changed the subject. "The new technique is called the Step of Emptiness," said the odd-eyed man, sipping his tea. "So it was her you bumped into us with," Kiyomi mentioned with irritation, at which everyone laughed. They spent another 30 minutes in that cafe, and Yusei was the first to leave since it was already sunset, and he went back to the Hyuga clan. After that, Kiyomi and Shisui left, and Naruto and Itachi finished everything the albino ordered. Raven saw the Jinchuriki home, and then went home himself, where he was met by his younger brother and sister with their mother, while Fugaku was at the police station sorting out papers. Naruto returned home, put the created dagger on the window, and immediately went to bed. After some time. I'll list the changes right away. Now, in the story, Naruto doesn't live with Asuma. Sarutobi still saved the boy and treats him with understanding, but in the plot, they are no longer connected in any way. Danzo still treats Naruto the same way, but not because he is the second's grandson. Although he is not, he is more of a distant relative, but because he reminds him of Tobirama. Naruto now lives with Orochimaru. The snake took him in after he cured him. In short, in the scene with Naruto's apartment, Asuma can easily be replaced with Orochimaru. All time is an incomprehensible thing. It goes slowly, unhurriedly, and sometimes it seems to stop at one moment. Then it becomes a rapid flow, and sometimes you do not notice how hours, days, weeks, and months pass. A similar thought was spinning in the head of our main character, who was sitting and looking out the window with an at first glance empty but enchanted look. His different eyes caught on the white clouds that slowly floated across the blue sky, on the only tree nearby that was illuminated by the bright summer sun, and finally on the wind that swayed, the old one swayed. He tried to distract himself from the place in which he was now. "So children, my name is Umino Iruka. I will be teaching you until the end of your course," said a medium-sized, tanned guy in the standard Leaf Shinobi uniform. His distinctive feature was a scar on the bridge of his nose. "Since this is your first day, introduce yourself in turn." And everyone started shouting their names one by one. Our hero didn't listen to it. He didn't care about them. Instead of listening and remembering the names of his classmates, he twirled a pen in his hands and sometimes wrote or sketched something in a notebook. To the right of the albino sat Kiyomi, who was still absorbed in the classroom environment. To the right of the Uchiha sat a bored Yusei. It was obvious that he was bored. Turning his head to Naruto, he began to call him. "Naru! Naru! Naruto!" The crane shouted for the last time, attracting the attention of his friend, who first looked at the notebook in which various drawings were visible, and then at the crane. "Your turn," Kiyomi whispered, pointing at the teacher. The whole class, as well as the teacher, looked at R3, or more precisely, at the white-haired one. "But that demon can't," Kiba said sarcastically. The whole class laughed, to which Ikura began to calm the class down and restore silence. Naruto remained silent. "Okay, since Naruto-kun can't introduce himself then," Umino began with understanding. "I thought Inuzuko bite more than bark, but it looks like all your fangs have fallen out and all you can do is bark," Naruto said, drawing the attention of the entire class. The teacher's mouth dropped open in surprise. Many boys tensed up because they got everything from him, and the girls were surprised not only by his beautiful appearance and beautiful voice, including Misa. "Or Naruto Uzumaki," the Jinchuriki added emotionlessly, after which Kiyomi immediately jumped up. "I'm Kiyomi Uchiha. Nice to meet you," the snake-haired girl added. "You say Hugo," the half-asleep crane muttered. "Okay, let's continue," Iruka said, surprised by our company. The class continued introducing themselves until it came to the Hokage's son. "I am Menma Namikaze. Remember this name of the future Hokage," Menma shouted at the top of his lungs, to which everyone happily shouted in support, and Misa only lowered her head in embarrassment from her brother's actions. "Misa Uzumaki," said the girl, all red like her hair. "Sasuke Uchiha," Sasuke said proudly, to which almost all the girls began to squeal. After them, a few more people introduced themselves. Naruto's group sat in the middle, and Menma in the back stands. When everyone had said their names, there were about 40 people in the class. Okay, and now I'll warn you right away that today there will be the first test, from which it will become clear who will still study at the academy and who will have to wait until next year, Iruka said seriously, picking up a stack of sheets of paper and starting to hand them out to the entire class. "I bet the demon definitely failed," Sasuke said, to which he received the support of some students, in particular female students, and a reproachful look from Misa, as well as a murderous look from Kiyomi. "Stop it! You know that you can't take our flint with that," said the crane, examining the white feather with a black tip in his hands. "Yes, I know. But still, doesn't this Naru irritate you?" asked Kiyomi, looking at the albino who was already reading the sheet of paper while continuing to draw something in his notebook. "I don't care," he said. And on the sheet it was written: 1. Written test. 2. Throwing weapons. 3. Obstacle course. 4. Chakra testing. 5. Interview. Turning the paper over and quickly running his eyes over Naruto said, "Ja, you probably shouldn't be afraid of throwing weapons, because it's just for show. So the obstacle course is to determine the physical fitness of the majority, and the written test is mostly about history." I don't know about the latter. Hearing this, the friends noticeably relaxed. Of course, they knew that they would pass, but the thought that there was a chance that they would have to apply next year was stressful. "So let's begin the written test," said the teacher, and made sure no one copied. The class was given 90 minutes to do everything, some clutching their heads and panicking at some of the questions. The first to finish the test were Misa, Shikamaru, and Naruto. The latter, as soon as he finished, began to spin a pen in his hands, which Iruka noticed. After some time had passed, Umino collected the papers and led the class to the weapons throwing area, where a guy of the same height as Iruka with blue hair was waiting for them. "Hello, my name is Mizuki. I am your second instructor," said the blue-haired man, paying special attention to the children of the Hokage, Uchiha, Hyuga, and stopped his most intent and long gaze on Naruto. So all you need to do is throw the kunai or shuriken placed in front of you into that bag. Mizuki pointed first at the weapon and then at the target. All the children took turns coming up to take their weapons and throw them at the target. Many missed and hit 3 or 4 out of 10. Sasuke and Menma hit 8, with most of them in the center, which surprised everyone. Misa also hit 8, but almost all of them were on the edges. Kiba hit 5. Shikamaru decided not to stand out and also hit 5. And so it went on until it was Kiyomi's turn. Everyone was looking at her with a piercing gaze, and she decided to wipe everyone's nose and jumped up, threw 5 kunai and shurikens. She hit them all. Almost all of them hit the center. The albino and the crane looked at this and decided to compete, but to throw not ordinary kunai and shuriken, but those produced by our hero. Stepping forward, Yusei pulled out feathers from the long sleeves of his haori, but flashing a cold color, he threw them all at once. Hitting the target, they lined up in 2 even rows, going up to the middle of the blade. This action surprised everyone, because at the moment, this is the best result. Yusei-kun, what did you throw? Mizuki asked, pulling out 1 feather from the target. What, you can't use your own knives? Asked a relaxed Hyuga. This is already a pre-graduation level, Iruka thought, and our hero was the last to come out, taking several black knives out of his belt bag. And he brought his own too, thought Mizuki, looking closely at his black knives. He'll definitely hit 0, Menma said. Naruto forward, Kiyomi shouted words of encouragement. With a few smooth movements, Naruto threw 2 knives, and the last one he threw up and did a backflip and kicked the knife that was flying down towards the target, to which it pierced the target through and through, from which everyone's jaw dropped. Well, did I lose? If, of course, we had the same knives, the white-eyed man said the last words barely audibly. Of course they are the same, since everything is different in shape. I've been racking my brains over this for 2 weeks. Do you know how many times the prototypes have broken? Naruto said, pointing his finger at his notebook in response to the accusations against him. Okay, said the crane, putting his hands into the sleeves of his haori. Mizuki and Iruka were surprised at such abilities, but the students did not expect this from a demon. The obstacle course passed quickly because it was incredibly easy. Easy for those who trained since childhood, and these were mainly clan members and our hero. Here, Naruto did not stand out too much. Iruka wrote down the last result and said loudly to all the students, Well, the last 2 tests will be done indoors. After getting the class going, Mizuki brought the ball. Wayart. So this test is that we will show you a simple technique, and you must repeat it, or we can show you our technique, Iruka explained, putting a seal in front of himself, and clouds of smoke appeared, and instead of Umino stood Mizuki. Is everything clear to you? Asked the instructor, to which he received a positive answer. Then who should I explain the technique to? Asked the instructor. Most of them raised their hands, but Kiyomi, Yusei, Sasuke, Misa, Menma, and Naruto decided to show their techniques. The students began to try to repeat the transformation technique one by one. Some succeeded, and some did not. Less than half managed to transform, but at each participant, the instructors looked at the ball and then made some notes. The albino thought about what technique to show. It was Sasuke's turn. He showed a small fireball, and the ball next to the instructors changed the covenant to a slightly reddish color. Misa changed the illusionary cloning, not shadow cloning, do not confuse. Menma released several small sparks from his hand, to which the ball became blue-yellow. The entire class was surprised by these 3, but no one understood what the ball was for. Sakura and Ino shouted after Sasuke, and Hinata wished her brother luck. Now Yusei came out. He made a few light movements with his hand, and a light breeze was felt. The ball flashed again. Now it was Kiyomi's turn. She folded several seals, which surprised the instructors, and exhaled a large fireball, which set fire to several desks. Iruka reacted lightning fast and began to fold seals for a water technique to put out a light fire. Umino harshly scolded Kiyomi for the fire, but praised him for the power of the technique and pointed to the ball that was red hot. Mizuki calmed down the frightened one and noticed Sasuke's harsh gaze. Naruto was the last to come out. Many wanted to see what kind of technique he would use, especially the boys, who began to whisper. "I fought him a month ago. He dealt with the crowd in a few seconds, almost teleporting," said the first one. "They told me that those who attacked him ended up in black smoke, from which they couldn't get out until the smoke cleared 3 hours later," the second whispered. "My brother is a genin. I once asked him to deal with him, but the demon simply waved his hand and my brother flew into the fence," said the third. Menma heard their whispers and became interested in what the demon would show. Naruto simply extended his hand, which became covered in a black and purple haze. "And that's it," everyone thought. As if hearing their thoughts, the albino released several clots similar to tentacles. They grabbed the teacher's desk and raised it several meters to top it off. Naruto twirled the table in his smoky tentacles and slightly squeezed, which caused the table to crack. The ball began to glow purple and at the same time flickered mixed with several colors. The albino put the remains of the table on the floor and approached the instructor, who slightly recoiled from him. "Will it do?" Naruto asked. "Yes." "You walked away," Iruka answered on trembling legs. Walking towards the other children, he saw that everyone began to keep their distance even more, except for his friends. And so the last test remains. All the students were taken to another class, because the one they were in smelled of burning, for which the instructors once again thanked Kiyomi, to which she laughed nervously. The interviews were one at a time, with standard questions like, "What can you say about a shinobi? Why do you want to become one? How do you feel about the village?" and so on. And the answers were always more or less the same. At the end of the interview, the teachers hung a list of everyone who passed in the hallway, and half of them passed. Of course, our heroes were on the list, and it was already evening. The students of the Shinobi Academy were already leaving the building, and their parents met them. Even the Hokage and the head of the Uchiha clan came with their families. The children ran to their families. Our three walked slowly. Sidelong glances fell on them, especially on the white-haired one. Our friends said goodbye. After all, Shisui came for Kiyomi, a nanny came for Yusei and Hinata, but no one came for Naruto. Minato saw this and wanted to come up until he saw a pale man. "You'll be standing there for a long time," Orochimaru hissed, looking at his student with golden eyes. "No," Naruto answered, and went with the snake Sannin, and on the way he begged for a bag of goodies. This is how admission to the academy happened. Hokage's office. "Well, what do you say?" Minato asked in a steely voice as Umina stood in front of him, who was noticeably tense. "Yes, this year there are many talents. Of course there is something to teach. Your children especially stood out," reported the academy teacher appointed not so long ago. "Okay, and what about the Jinchuriki?" Namikaze's voice softened, and at the word Jinchuriki he somehow shuddered. "He's a talented guy, no doubt about it, but he owns some kind of strange technology, and he has no love for the village at all," Iruka said, voicing his assessment, the last words being the most important, since they were one of the requirements for tour enrollment. "Well, I heard you. You can go," the Hokage commanded, and the Chunin left the office. "And what do you say to Danzo-san?" Minato addressed him, who was sitting on the sofa and leaning on his cane. "Everything is as he said. Talent and strength, unusual techniques of unknown genome. I already talked about this with Orochimaru. Naruto has many surprises up his sleeve. And patriotism is useless. He is not against the village, but not for it either. I tried to instill love for it in him, but I could only achieve a neutral attitude." Danzo spoke dry facts. Minato listened to him clearly and attentively, and was quite pleased with the current result, because he understood that the fault here lies with him. And yes, there is one more thing. You know that Root is not a large organization, and I don't have many strong people, because I deal more with information, espionage, and evicting spies, the mummy said, emphasizing each word, leading the conversation in the direction he needed. Yes, Minato answered. I found out that Naruto wanted to get into the army, and I prevented it. And according to my guesses, this is the work of the elders, Danzo said his thoughts. Why do they need this? The Hokage cried out, scattering papers. He was very worried about his son. You know yourself, they want an obedient monster on a chain, and this is just my proposal. But something serious is being prepared, Danzo said as he left the Hokage's office, leaving the latter with his thoughts. Unknown location. A gloomy room in which dampness was flying. The room was lit by the small flame of a single candle. Is everything ready? The figure in black asked his companion. Not yet, but almost. Our friends from the sand say the same thing, the man in the black robe answered. Part 24. A huge, dark, gold-furred, dog-like creature wished, resting its muzzle on a humanoid hand. Its proudest feature was its 9 beautiful tails, which it proudly placed all over the clearing. Its eyes were red like fresh blood, shining in the midday light, reflecting the foliage. The vertical pupil was intently watching. The pupils reflected a square-shaped object on which some figures were located. 10 moves forward, Scout Pawn. Use detection, the fox said with a thoughtful face. The named figure, or its likeness, moved 8 cells forward, after which the field began to move. The place where all 15 fox figures stood began to go down, and now these figures were removed not vertically, but horizontally. While the field on which they stood became vertical, this change did not affect only one scout figure, which was an image of a man with a telescope. Suddenly, the figure lowered the telescope and began to point to the right corner of the new field. At the same moment, a figure in the form of 2 people holding masks appeared there. It looks like I found you, Naru, the fox said with a fanged grin. Well, I found it, so what next? It's my turn now. 7 steps diagonally, then an attack by the actor killers, said the odd-eyed man, twirling the pencil in his hands. Hearing the command, the figurine made the name of the action, and each one had daggers instead of masks. He ran away. Emergency action. Scout Pawn summon. Rook, the fox yelled, and at the same moment, his figure took out a piece of paper, and a giant warrior appeared in front of it, occupying 4 squares. Naruto's figure attacked the rook, but did not cause much damage. The rook in turn swung its hammer at the killer actors and destroyed them with one blow. Well, mister, I made it so that I will win, Kurama teased the albino, to which he said angrily. Activate the bait, the boy said angrily, to which a huge worm appeared from the cell field, occupying 6 cells, and in one fell swoop it swallowed the rook and the fox's pawn. Cheating. It's against the rules, you fucking crook, the fox burst out, outraged by this turn of events. Just according to the rules, it's your own fault for not reading about the danger zones and baits. My actor stood there for a long time, and I myself risked him, to be honest. I wanted to drive your king there, Naruto said to the accusation, after a few more moves, in which either Naruto killed Kurama's figures, or Kurama destroyed Naruto's figures. It got to the point where there was only 1 figure left from each participant on the entire cubic field. Let's finish well, said the fox, looking at his friend's slightly sweaty face, although he himself was sweating, but it was not visible because of his fur. King attack, the players said at the same time. Both figures were destroying each other. Looking at the result, the fox said, Okay, I agree. Before they had time to agree, the cubic field began to spin to the completely opposite side, where Naruto's last pawn was. This last figure was transformed. A crown appeared above it, and it changed color to gold. If you didn't know, when the king dies, the closest rank figure becomes the king. But since you don't have any of your figures including the king, I won, the albino began to explain, to which he heard laughter. Ha ha ha. Yes, you were right. Great game. Let's play again, said the fox with admiration for the experience. Okay, but I'm at the academy now, so let's do it later. By the way, where's Kyokuyu? Asked the white-haired man, looking around the clearing. You yourself know his condition after that incident with the chakra beast. Kurama said all this. The albino knew that after that incident, his second personality rarely makes contact. He sometimes responds and teaches mastery of the void. But these cases happen less and less often, and he sleeps more and more. As the fox once said, his life energy is greatly depleted. To all these words, Naruto only sighed and disappeared from the subconscious. Kurama turned his head towards the house in the village. After so much time, I learned to sense even you, but now your presence is weaker than ever. And it seems like you sometimes disappear. Well, what other strategies are there in this game? Thought the nine-tailed, but deciding not to bother himself, he returned to his new hobby, lecture at the academy. It follows that when choosing a road, Umino said, drawing a pitiful semblance of a map on the dossier. The students listened attentively to the lesson about how the odd-eyed one understood orientation on the ground. This lesson was paired with geography, so the first half was rather boring, and the second was not distinguished by anything special. But Iruka gave credit. He presented boring topics with interest and put the difficult ones on the shelves. Although some wonderful and exemplary students still slept under the teacher's nose or were busy with other things, namely our hero and Shikamaru, Yusei played with a new batch of knives feathers made by his friend. Kiyomi listened and wrote down and chatted with Misa along the way. Umino noticed this a long time ago, but did not scold them because they showed an excellent result during admission a year ago and were in good standing, but not by the will of Iruka himself, but by the will of the director of the Hokage fraction. In Konoha, the Hokage is also considered the director of the academy, because this way he can observe the progress of training, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, started this tradition, and this tradition lives the fourth generation. On such an account, we're all distinguished, and the teachers were called to pay special attention to them in training, but also not to forget about the other students. If it weren't for this, Umino would have knocked on their heads long ago, and even if you are the son of the Hokage and the all-frightening demon, you will be in the front ranks. Ah, what time is it? Mumbled our hero. For him, exiting his own consciousness was like a long and drawn-out dream, and staying in it in the real world was like meditation or like he was sleeping. These words were the last straw for Iruka. The mouse threw chalk at Naruto, to which the latter did not raise an eyebrow. There was a small flash that only Umino noticed. The students in the class did not even notice that the teacher threw the chalk. So fast were the movements of the experienced shinobi. Ah! The albino moaned and threw his head back in mockery. Well, I'd better not show off, after all. There are already a lot of eyes on me lately. But I'll play my part. Plus, I'll practice my ki, Naruto thought, while he began to rub his sore forehead. He stopped, looked at the teacher, and released his usual aura of fear, or as Orochimaru called it, ki. The snake taught his students directed ki, that is, to direct their bloodlust at the enemy. Naruto was the only one who succeeded in this. Orochimaru noted that this was not bloodlust, that is not ki, but the ability of his student to cause fear by nature, and noted that the ability is very useful. But to Naruto's surprise, the shinobi who was now standing in front of him looked calm and stood motionless. There was a feeling that he was completely fearless. Naruto, maybe you want to answer a question? Asked the academy teacher. You could see a drop of sweat running down his temple. When choosing a retreat route with a wounded person, you should cross the river by swimming, because then you can confuse your pursuers in the water. It is difficult to leave traces, and the blood will quickly dissolve in the water, said the albino, quickly analyzing the situation and remembering a similar lesson from the snake sensei. That's true, but then you risk the life of your comrade, because it will be difficult for a wounded person to swim, not to mention the possible infection. Iruka disputed the answer. He was the only teacher in the academy who was not afraid. The rest either pretended that he was not there or said that it was right, which surprised our hero. If that's the case, then he's a lousy comrade and shinobi, since he can't even stand it. It wasn't his arm or leg that was torn off, maybe just a lot of blood loss. "My comrades won't allow that," said the odd-eyed man. Such squabbles with Iruka brightened his day, because he can only get knowledge and skills from his teacher or from Shisui, and with them, such colorful squabbles don't work. 10 minutes of alternating statements between the Jinchuriki and the teacher passed. It is not clear how they switched to the weapons and equipment of those fleeing and pursuing, from which they made several scenarios. For example, if the Leaf Shinobi are fleeing and they are being pursued by Stone or Cloud Shinobi, then they can escape by disguising themselves, which will be easy, while it will be difficult to escape from Sand or Fog Shinobi in the field. Only a call could interrupt them. As soon as everyone began to leave, Umino detained Naruto with words. "You're a smart guy, but I asked about a way to retreat through the forest, bypassing the river." As soon as the lessons at the academy ended, the guys went to play with shurikens, ate delicious dango, read various treatises in the Sanin library. The albino told about Iruka's fearlessness, to which the snake replied that a sufficiently skilled shinobi can resist fear and kai, but added that they can be strengthened by acting, for example, at night when a person's psyche and mental state are tired. Then our heroes trained by arranging sparring. The most interesting moment was the confrontation of Naruto's void snakes and real Kiyomi. And while Hugo and Uchiha were sparring, the albino tried out a new technique, after which a hole formed in the stone wall. As soon as the snake and the crane saw this, they ran to their friend. "Naru, what was that? Are you okay?" Uchiha asks, her snake hair examining the boy from head to toe. "What the hell was that?" the white-eyed man asked briefly and directly. "This is another technique of my genome. If it is simple, then I compress the air in one point and create a vacuum in my palms. Then I send a chakra impulse that creates a shock wave when the air comes into contact with the vacuum," Naruto explained to his friends. "It's not that simple," they shouted simultaneously. "Arbek, well, Orochimaru-sensei showed me a similar wind technique," thought the albino. The guys trained for some time and discussed different techniques. Yusei came up with different ideas for Naruto's notebook, to which the latter expressed himself like this. "After those knives and whims, I won't listen to your ideas," the odd-eyed man said angrily and growling, to which Hugo bribed him with various kinds of sweets. As a result, they agreed that for each failure the crane would pay in the store and would not whine, and for success, he would pay twice as much. The next day, the boys missed a day of classes at the academy. Orochimaru promised to tell them about an interesting technique. "Well, since you're ready to listen, let me demonstrate the summoning technique to you," the snake hissed, cutting his finger on the kunai. "The summoning technique is unique in that it summons a creature with whom you have signed a blood contract," the white snake explained, placing his hand on the ground. Explosion, and in the clouds of smoke, a small black-green snake appeared. All three looked at it with interest, but opinions differed. "What a cutie," Kiyomi said, grabbing the snake and starting to squeeze it. "That's it?" Naruto said. "Weak, I was expecting more," Yutzi grumbled. Orochimaru noticed this and immediately began to speak. "Summoning is a very versatile technique. It is good for both combat and reconnaissance, and can help with everyday affairs. It all depends on the creature and how much blood and chakra you sacrificed." "So it's possible not only with snakes?" asked Yusei the question that interested him, to which he received a positive answer. "And what does it mean to sacrifice blood and chakra?" Naruto latched onto the words, to which the snake looked approvingly. "Heh, you see the root of the matter. Just like my other student, you should study," the snake hissed, looking towards Hyuga and Uchiha. "The thing is that summoned creatures live in a parallel world to ours. Our world and the world of summoning are inseparably connected, and there are places by passing through which you can end up in this or that world. Summoning makes the summoner a similar point, but in return requires a huge amount of chakra as well as blood to summon a specific creature. the snake answered in detail. I understand, the odd-eyed man answered briefly. So, do you want to learn this technique? Orochimaru asked, although he knew the answer to this question. A unanimous threefold yes. The summoning technique was unique in that if you lacked chakra, you could sacrifice a large amount of blood or flesh, and if you did not have a contract, you ended up in the so-called free summoning. And it was from this that some sealing techniques came. And after 3 hours of memorizing the theoretical foundations, watching the famous summons, the most interesting thing began. Personally, I can offer you a contract with snakes, but I also have a couple of friends who have contracts with toads and slugs, Orochimaru said. Only Uchiha agreed to snakes, and all three expressed disgust at everything else. Snakes are okay, but frogs and snails, what good are they? They're only good snacks, grumbled the crane, which got the Uchiha's disgusted look and Uzumaki's incomprehension. Did you eat them? The rich have their own quirks. These were the answers of his friends. So you and Naruto-kun will go to the free call, but I will warn you right away. This is not the place where you need to relax. If you feel danger, come back. He gave instructions to the snakes and explained how to return if something happens. And so the albino and the brown-haired man sit opposite each other, surrounded by torches. Both began to slowly fold the seals they had learned. Will they be okay? Kiyomi asked her sensei. She decided to make a contract with the snakes, and not only because she liked them, but also because she was afraid of being in the free summoning. Even I can't predict this outcome, Kiyomi-chan. Free summoning is a test of strength of spirit. It moves you to the beast or creature that is closest to you. But those creatures are as varied as people, Orochimaru said, remembering two idiots, as he liked to say, that one was burning all her money in gambling, that the other was always chasing after a skirt. As soon as the snake finished speaking, there was an explosion, and the two boys disappeared in a puff of smoke. The white smoke snapped at our hero like a veil, an impenetrable, thick, calming veil. But at some point, Naruto began to see, as if the smoke had turned yellow. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that the smoke was actually dissipating. This space itself was yellow-green and floating, as if reflected in the flowing river stream. "Where do I am?" said our hero into the unknown. The solid surface left his feet. He simply floated in the stream. Ah! Looking at his hand, he saw an incomprehensible, twisted stump that could not be called a hand in any sense of the word. What's worse, it mocked and took the most unnatural poses. However, looking away and looking around at the previous yellow-green stream, he saw that the surrounding space also began to deform and acquired an incomprehensible shade of purple-red. At the point of space where Naruto's body was floating, a funnel opened in which our hero's body disappeared. The bright light almost fucked our hero's eyes. Opening them with great difficulty, he saw the blue sky illuminated by golden light. He felt many branches and pebbles resting against his back, and his skin felt damp. "Is it all over?" he said, standing up on his hands, his palms tickling the soft blades of grass. "Ah, how beautiful," said the albino, his multicolored eyes catching every small landscape. Tall trees with vines hanging from their branches, decorated with different flowers. Colorful, multicolored birds flew from one tree giant to another, forming a kind of rainbow. Some disappeared into the green thickets of bamboo grass. The sound of water attracted attention. Turning around, Naruto saw a valley decorated with a waterfall, which fed many flowers. Fish were jumping out of the water. "So, what did the snake stuff you with? Or what did he quietly consume?" A deep bass voice, more like a growl, disturbed Naruto. "I didn't use anything. Orochimaru-sensei showed me the summoning technique, and I ended up here." Although I really had a trip before, otherwise I don't know how to describe that space, our hero said, at first indignantly, and then thoughtfully and with some irony. "Come on, tell me more," said the fox. After explaining the whole situation, Well, the situation is clear, but not the place of our stay, said the fox, regretting that his Jinchuriki's talent was to find adventure in one place. But this is free conscription, isn't it? Yes, but which one? I've been to some summoning worlds, but this one is not familiar to me. So how do we get out? Naruto said. While he and the fox were discussing, he went to a pond with a waterfall and washed himself, and also noticed an interesting detail in his reflection. His eyes changed color. If before one was purple and the other scarlet, now the left one is yellow and the right one is dark blue with a completely black sclera. Moreover, the right one has white specks on the iris. But after about 10 seconds, they became the same. You seem smart. You need to make a contract with the beast here or wait until your teacher calls you back, Kurama said, figuring out other escape routes. Or find a portal or something like that. But you'll move to God knows where and finally, die. He said the last word slightly threateningly and with a thin, monotonous pause. Hey, are you listening? Kurama asked, since Naruto wasn't paying attention to him at all. The albino continued to look at his reflection in the water. The reflection looked at him, constantly changing the color of its eyes. But it would be fine if this reflection had its own self. No matter how much the fox screamed in his subconscious, his roar remained unheard. Only the waves that passed through the reflection distracted Naruto. He looked up and saw before him the very embodiment of grace and grandeur, a slender body supported by thin but powerful legs, fur shimmering with a bronze gold color, and horns like branches stretched towards the sky. Deer, Naruto said to the animal standing in front of him. Deer, Kurama said to the animal that stood in front of Naruto. The animal moved away from the man and began to quench its thirst, moving away from the guest of these lands. Should I sign a contract with him? Probably, said the fox. Naruto moved carefully as he approached the beast. The chakra bear slowly came to mind. Because of this, the fear of the horned one doubled. Naruto looked down at his hands and thought, yeah, I'm not used to being afraid. With slightly trembling hands, forming a seal of concentration, a small purple wave passed through his entire body. For a moment, closing his eyes, they managed to turn completely purple. And now, a completely fearless and violet-eyed Naruto approached the deer. The beast stared intently at the boy in front of him, slightly tilting its head and thrusting its powerful antlers forward. Suddenly, its ears twitched, and its gaze fell from the boy and was directed into the thicket of the jungle. A lightning-fast reaction with a blow to the head screamed about danger. The horned animal reared up, throwing the boy away from itself with a powerful blow of its hooves and a roar. Naruto at the same moment covered his hands with a black haze and with a sharp swing threw a clot of dark substance towards the thicket. In flight at high speed, it took the form of knives, kunai, and shuriken. Having flown away from the blow of the deer, Naruto quickly jumped to his feet. In less than a couple of seconds, the shells flew into the thicket of the jungle. A heart-rending roar sounded, which threw the weapon away with one sound. The deer rose again on its hind legs with a roar and with its antlers outstretched began to head towards the roar. From the darkness, the silhouette of the beast began to appear. Bronze eyes seemed to glow in the darkness. Powerful paws covered with black fur protruded into the sunlight. The cat's muzzle bared its teeth and showed huge fangs. Coming fully into the light, the beast showed a graceful body. The black fur was even darker in places. The deer and the predator looked at each other expectantly. The beast, as befits any carnivore, began to circle around the ungulate. But the deer did not move away like any grass. He pointed his horns at the enemy and rushed towards him, raising a column of dust. The predator also ran towards his victim. The man watching this already thought that the tiger would be pierced by the horns. But at the last moment, the tiger hit the thick base of the horns with his paw, which pressed the deer's head to the ground. A crimson shine appeared on the dark fur. Several tips still touched the predator's paw. Taking advantage of the tiger's wound that he could not hold his victim for long, The deer, thanks to his powerful neck, threw the tiger away. He landed on all fours and again began to circle around the horned one, as if he did not care about the wound, again rushing towards the deer. The deer again put out its antlers, but the tiger jumped back at the last moment and, coming from the right, grabbed the body with its fangs and claws, holding on to the ground only with its hind legs. The deer, no less in size, began to kick and tried to throw off the animal that had grabbed onto it. And from this struggle, dust arose that hid both animals. Naruto all this time looked at the confrontation of nature. Kurama, in the subconscious, told not to interfere, arguing, "The strongest survives." But our hero did not listen to him. Something in him wanted to interfere, and before his eyes appeared a starry sky. The earth is strewn with white flowers, and in the center of the picture, two girls saved from existence dressed in flames. Coming out of his trance, Naruto raised his hand to the sky, his index and middle fingers sticking out, purple energy enveloping them. "An empty cut," our hero said, barely audibly. Purple slash flew into the dust, colliding with one of the beasts. The move dispersed all the dense dust. "Hurrah!" A tiger roared. The beast immediately looked at Naruto, showing the place of the blow. The technique cut the predator's left eye. The wound reached all the way to the right ear. The deer lay on the ground and breathed heavily. The tiger was numb with rage, and forgetting about the almost killed victim, rushed at the boy. Naruto launched several more attacks and a dozen kunai at the approaching threat. Half of the kunai were taken out of his hip pouch, and the other half were created on the fly. However, neither of them could injure the thick tiger skin, but the beast dodged the techniques of emptiness. The tiger covered 100 meters as if in an instant. Kurama screamed at his Jinchuriki to run. "Idiot! Why did you interfere? This was a natural food chain, and now you are included in this chain," roared the fox, counting the albino with all his might. Hearing this, Naruto jumped off the cliff and began to quickly descend the hill. The pursuer did not lag behind even a step. Jumping up and hanging in the air for a moment, Naruto began to gather energy and chakra in his legs. He felt like there was support under his feet, while the tiger also jumped up and was ready to grab its victim with sharp claws and long fangs. "Step of emptiness," our hero said barely audibly, and at the same moment he disappeared from his place, almost falling into the clutches of the tiger. The predator, not understanding where his prey had gone, sniffed the air. Not sensing the smell, he returned to the deer, where two more red tigers were sitting. They were surprised to see the black one's wound. "Raksha-san, who hurt you like that?" asked the right tiger. He was twice smaller than the black one. "Is this really a deer?" asked the second tiger. He was also smaller than the black one, but much larger than the one on the right. "No, it was a man," the black tiger Raksha answered with a roar. "Human? Human?" Both red predators responded in unison, their eyes widening and their fur standing on end. "Yeah, and it was also a human cub," the deer said mockingly and breathing heavily. "Raksha is a great hunter of the tiger tribe, wounded and left a fool by a human cub." "Hurr!" The black tiger growled menacingly, and the two red ones did not dare to say a word. They understood that in front of them was not just a deer and a tiger. Unable to bear the insult, Raksha pounced on the horned one for the final blow, but he managed to raise his horns from behind, and a column of earth rose into the air, throwing Raksha back. The black tiger flew about 10 meters and landed on its paws, and before its eyes was such a picture. The deer had disappeared, and one of the red tigers was bleeding. "Useless youngling, take him to the tribe," said Raksha to the larger red tiger. "And you?" "My hunt has only just begun," Raksha said with a grin. Finding himself in the thicket of the jungle, surrounded by vines and trees, the albino listened to the fox's lectures, and they both wondered what to do next. Not finding a better idea, the boy began to walk around the area looking for shelter. First of all, he needed to get food. Luckily for him, the jungle was full of different fruits and rivers where fish were found. Naruto spent the rest of the day getting food, and he settled in a cave a few kilometers from the place of his movement, and it is still unknown how much from the place of pursuit. Having diluted the brass knuckles, thanks to chakra and the element of fire as he was taught by the snake Sanin and his girlfriend, he began to fry the fish and think. And what do we have? A summoning world inhabited by tigers and deer, as well as several other mammals and reptiles that we saw during our walk. And not a single one of them is a contract animal. Even no one else made contact except for the predator. Our hero analyzed the situation. Suddenly hearing a sound, Naruto turned around and saw a familiar silhouette. There haven't been people in these jungles for a long time,